Chapter 262. You're Nothing. Tap, tap, tap. The instant Long Yao finished speaking, light footsteps came from the forest. A foreign muscular man with brown hair walked out of the dark. When he appeared in front of Wang Tong, he was holding a young man called Hian Bang. They couldn't tell whether Hian was alive or dead. He was thrown to the ground casually like a rag doll. The man glanced at Wang Tong and his teammates. Then, his gaze landed on the golden-haired lady. He said calmly, "Hill, you failed. This brat is quite powerful." The golden-haired lattice expression changed. She vomited another mouth of blood as she spoke with difficulty. "Don't find excuses for your uselessness," the brown-haired man said in disdain. He then turned to look at Wang Tong. When Long Yao saw his gaze, she hid behind Wang Tong like a mouse that had met a cat. Hao Zhengxing and the others felt their heads turning numb. Goosebumps appeared on their skin. "This is killing intent." Lu Feng's expression changed slightly. How many people had this brown-haired man killed to give off this frightening killing intent? Retreat to the side. Wang Tong smiled as he spoke to Hao Zhengxing and his teammates. "Leader, this person is difficult to handle. If I'm right, he is killing intent," Li Wendong said gravely. I know." Wang Ting nodded and replied. "Leader, let's run if we can't win." "It's not embarrassing," Hao Zhengxing shouted. Wang Tong was speechless. "Go away. You don't understand your leader well enough." "All right, let me widen your horizons today." Hao Zhengxing and the others were hiding far away. They gathered and started discussing in low voices. "I think that our leader was acting." "I think so too. Can he win by acting? Why don't we run away?" Long Yao felt anxious. She coerced the others to escape again. "You can run away if you want. We are not ungrateful people." The students looked down on her. Long Yao felt awkward. This time, she was alone, so she didn't dare run. She said in embarrassment, "Never mind, I will stay with you guys." The brown-haired man didn't waste any time. He glared at Wang Tong like a predator hunting its prey. His expression turned sinister. Boom! Force exploded below his feet, and his body disappeared on the spot. He appeared on top of Wang Tong the next instant. His weapon was a huge battle blade. The handle was very long, and he was grabbing it with both hands. He slashed it furiously on Wang Tong's head. Clang! A battle sword popped out of the weapon carrier casket behind Wang Tong's back. He held it in his hand and pushed it up. When the two weapons collided, sparks flew out, along with a metallic clang. Boom! Then, the eruption of force echoed through the air. The frightening impact knocked down all the trees around them. Hao Zhengxing and the other students retreated continuously. 3-star soldier level. Wang Tong knew the muscular man's level. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. On the other hand, the brown-haired muscular man was left shocked. He looked into Wang Tong's eyes and felt a sharper killing intent surging towards him. How's this possible? He couldn't remain calm anymore. His expression changed, and he shouted in disbelief. In front of this killing intent, his aura was nothing. He felt like a child acting fierce in front of an adult. "You're nothing." Wang Tong mouthed these words. At the same time, a strong fiery red glow engulfed his sword. It stung the muscular man's eyes, and he started tearing uncontrollably. Damn it! The brown-haired muscular man felt fear creeping throughout his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he started retreating furiously. It's too late now. Wang Tong swung his sword. The fiery red sword glow instantly enveloped the brown-haired muscular man. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. A moment later, the airwaves subsided and the dust dispersed. The brown-haired muscular man was lying in a deep pit. There were burnt marks all around the hole. Actually, flames were still burning around it. The brown-haired man was in a sorry state. There was a sword mark on his chest, and it had taken his life away. The golden-haired lady looked at Wang Tong in fear. She felt like she was seeing a monster. He became stronger. Lu Feng was startled and shook his head with a bitter smile. No wonder Wang Tong was so confident. With his ability, everything would be fine, even without him. Wang Tong slowly placed his battle sword back into the weapon carrier casket. He saw the attribute bubbles floating above the man. He used his spiritual power to pull them over and pick them up. Then, he turned to look at his teammates. He noticed that they were staring at him with gaping jaws. "Back to Earth," Wang Tong shouted before continuing. "Bring the corpses of those fellows and the golden-haired lady. Let's go back for supper." "Oh," Hao Zhengxing and the others nodded. Lu Feng felt speechless when he heard this. This brat was still thinking of supper. Wang Tong informed Xiao Lu and asked them to let the police clear up the scene. The people that gathered for the night race were dispersed. Everything that was supposed to be controlled was controlled, and the implications were reduced to the minimum. Xiao Lu and Hu Bing also arrived at the scene. They looked at the damage around them in astonishment. Hu Bing's face turned pale. He remembered how he had argued with Wang Tong earlier. He swallowed his saliva, his throat feeling a little dry. Xiao Lu couldn't help but remember Wang Tong's indifferent face. Her gaze was a little complex. Wang Tong handed over his mission in the West Area Police Station and gained 200 school credits. Yang Zhenxiao sent them off personally. "Old brother Wang, thank you so much. As expected of the elites from Huanghai Military Academy. We didn't manage to catch them after putting in so much effort, yet you did it in 3 days," Yang Zhenxiao said in bewilderment. "Captain Yang, you're too polite. We might have chances to cooperate again in the future. We will leave first. My teammates are tired. We need rest," Wang Tong replied. "All right, take care." Yang Zhenxiao waved at them. Wang Tong left the police station. They had worked the entire night, so they were famished. When they returned to the university town, they ordered a table of barbecued meat from a roadside stall. Everyone asked for a beer, even the ladies. Barbecued meat with beer. Match made in heaven. Before the barbecued meat was served, they cheered and gulped down the beer. "Amazing," Hao Zhengxing shouted. "Why are you shouting?" Wang Tong kicked him. Hao Zhengxing didn't mind. Instead, he let out a chuckle. After some time, the barbecued meat was finally served. Wang Ting took a stick of barbecued lamb meat and asked, "What do you think of the mission tonight?" "It was difficult, too difficult. It was also very dangerous," Hao Zhengxing replied while eating. "That's right. I felt that I was going to die," Yuan Jing said. "It's good that you realized this. I was afraid that you might have gotten arrogant after killing 2 martial warriors," Wang Tong said. "Come on, we understand our own strength. Without your guidance, we would not have been able to kill the 2 martial warriors." Hao Zhengxing shook his head and replied. Chapter 263. I want to be a good person, but the system doesn't allow me to. The few of them ate their barbecue and exchanged viewpoints on their takebacks for this mission. This was the first time they had fought with martial warriors, so there was definitely much to learn and improve. Hao Zhengxing and the others had to get it out of their chest, so this interaction helped them to relieve some stress. They also had a deeper understanding of this mission. It was beneficial for everyone. Half an hour later, everyone was satisfied. They went back to school. Most of them were injured, so they returned to rest. They agreed to go on another mission one day later. Wang Tong went back to his dormitory alone. Once there was no one around, the little crow flew down. He raised his arm to let it perch. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Caw!" The little crow cawed in reply. "Here, this is your reward." Wang Tong took out a huge piece of star beast meat from his space ring and threw it at the little crow. The little crow spread its wings and flew into the air. It bit the star beast meat with its beak and found a place to feed itself. Wang Tong took a bath and dried his hair. He then went back to his room and pulled out the attributes panel. Earth Force *25 Water Force *20 Metal Force *42 Assassination *8 Earth Force *70 Assassination *5 Ha. Wang Ting looked at the attributes and exclaimed softly. Something weird seemed to have sneaked into his attributes panel. Assassination. He had received 13 points of assassination in total. Assassination. 13 out of 100 foundation. He closed his eyes to feel the skill. A memory appeared in the corner of his mind. It was regarding the assassination skill. There was much content for assassination, including assassination techniques that could catch people off guard as well as 1,000 ways to poison your target. A skilled assassin was able to kill his target secretly. This was the world-class assassination skill. Of course, the assassination skill Wang Tung received was just the foundation. If he wanted to reach top class, he had to pick up more attributes. He could become as powerful as he wanted when he had enough attributes. Why do I always receive such weird skills? Wang Tung touched his chin. He was secretly elated, but he felt sad too. I want to be a good person, but the system doesn't allow me to. One day later, Wang Teng's team gathered again. They went to the logistics building to get their next mission. It was worth mentioning that they had received an additional 100 school credits because the police confirmed that there was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. That meant that they got 300 school credits in total as their reward. Wang Tung was the one who chose the mission this time again. He didn't refuse his teammates' offer. They had limited time, yet they had spent 4 days completing one mission. Although this mission was worth 4 to 5 missions, Wang Tung never compared his team with the other teams. If they wanted to gain the first spot, they must reach their limits. Hence, they shouldn't waste any time and complete as many missions as possible. If this wasn't his teammates' first mission, he wouldn't have let them rest. They had only suffered some light injuries here and there. Why do they need a rest? They should continue working hard. Let's choose this. Wang Tung picked a police mission and accepted it as a team. When his team members read the description, they felt depressed. Mission description: help the police kill a wind element 2-star soldier-level martial warrior, Lei Hui. He was once a policeman and stole an item from the police station. After he got discovered, he killed his comrade and escaped. Specialized in blade skill and grappling. Very powerful. Requirements: at least 5 1-star soldier-level martial warriors and 1 or 2 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Reward: 400 school credits. This mission was more difficult than the one before. The previous mission almost took half of their lives. Now they had to do it again. They cried bitterly in their hearts. All right, stop looking as though you're going to die. The harder the mission is, the faster you improve, Wang Tung said indifferently. Leader, talk is cheap, Hao Zhengxing said with a forced smile. My talk is expensive, Wang Tung nodded. Everyone, this mission was released by the South Area Police Station. Hence, Wang Tung and his team came to the South Area Police Station to take over the mission. The person attending to them was a middle-aged man in uniform. He was the section chief of the South Area Police Station. Everyone, Lei Hui stole the wind element scripture that we gained during a mission. It was an unexpected reward for us. He has wind talent, but he never had the money to buy any scriptures. That is why he took the risk to steal it. Unfortunately, when one of our staff discovered him, he killed his comrade mercilessly, disregarding their relationship. He did it to steal a scripture? Wang Tung was shocked. Aren't there many ways to get scriptures now? I know that normal people can sign contracts with elite families or corporations. If there was a choice, who wants to place their future in other people's hands? Chief Xin said in a meaningful tone. Once you sign a contract, it won't be easy to regain your freedom. Lei Hui isn't willing to listen to others. He's always looking for a better way. If no one discovered him, he would have succeeded. Wang Tung nodded to express his understanding. He could only say that Lei Hui was a little unlucky. With his alertness and intellect, there was a high chance he would be safe after stealing what was entrusted to him. In the future, he could just find a reason, like he met an old grandpa on the road who decided to give him a secret scripture because he saw potential in him. Since there was no evidence, no one could catch him. However, someone saw him. All right, back to the topic. We have been looking for him for half a year, but he's always able to evade our investigation because he knows our method of doing things. He ran to other provinces, but came back to Donghai recently for some reason. A witness saw him and reported to us. That's how we know his location. Chief Xin smiled bitterly. That bastard is hiding in Chengzhong village. Based on the information we received from the other provincial police, Lei Hui reached the 2-star soldier level in half a year. His improvement is amazing. He's a mutated element martial warrior, so it's harder to deal with him. Chief Xin looked at Wang Tung and his team suspiciously. He knew that this team was made of freshmen through the mission system. The mission had its requirements, so he wondered if these newbies hit them. Chief Xin, don't worry. Since we accepted this mission, we are confident. We want joke with our lives. Wang Ting could tell what he was thinking. Also, the system approved this mission. This proves that we have the ability. Chief Xian nodded. He didn't say anything. He had already said what he should. They had accepted the mission, so they were responsible for the consequences. Chapter 264. Open the door, Community Welfare, Chengzhong Village. Wang Teng and his team came directly to the village after leaving the police station. It was past 9 a.m., and many people had gone out for work. The rent for some apartments in a big city like Donghai was very expensive. Many working adults couldn't afford the rent, so they chose to stay in places like Chengzhong Village. The environment wasn't good, but it was cheap. Life was tough. Not everyone was as fortunate as Wang Teng. Even if they scrimped and saved, the amount saved might not be enough for Wang Teng and his friends to eat a single meal in the second-floor cafeteria. This was how cruel life was. There were many small shops in the village. A few elderlies were sitting in the shops, and very few people went in to buy things. The houses around them were pretty low. Sagging electric wires and clothes hangers with clothes placed over them could be seen everywhere. Wang Teng and his team stood on the roof of a building. They were watching the shorter building in front of them. Their instructor, Lu Feng, was present too. However, he didn't appear in front of them. He was always hiding during their mission. He wouldn't act unless an accident happened to the students. This is it. Yuan Jing looked at the exact location provided by the police. The building Lei Hui lived in was near the edge of the village. It was dilapidated, so not many people lived here. Are we going to act now? Hao Jingxing asked. Yes. There's no one around, so we won't attract much attention. We will send someone to knock on the door. The others will hide around the building. I will look after the surroundings to prevent ordinary civilians from coming. Wang Ting nodded and replied. What reason do we use when we knock on his door? Li Wendong asked. Community welfare? Wang Teng said. Everyone. They didn't waste any time after Wang Teng made the arrangements. They started their plan instantly. However, they met a problem. Who will knock on the door? They looked at one another and couldn't make a decision. The person who knocked on the door had to bear some risk. Rock, paper, scissors, Wang Teng interrupted them. Everyone looked at him helplessly. However, they still accepted his suggestion in the end. After all, they didn't have a better option. Thus, these university students started playing a childish game like rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Hao Jingxing took a deep breath and looked constipated. He lost. This was the real start. The other students hid around the building while Hao Jingxing strode in front of the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, community welfare. Wang Teng. Wang Teng covered his face. This idiot. Bang. The next moment, the door was kicked open, and a figure darted out, accompanied with a cold glint. It stabbed straight at Hao Jingxing, who was outside the door. Damn it! Leader, you tricked me. Hao Jingxing was stunned. A shrill scream escaped his mouth. Fortunately, he had tensed up his muscles when he knocked on the door to get ready to escape at any moment. The person in the house was a real 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior. He was no match for him. Thus, when he saw a figure charging out of the room, he shifted to the side without thinking. But the other party reacted quickly too. The blade turned and aimed at Hao Jingxing's back. However, a strange thing happened. His attack wasn't able to hurt Hao Jingxing. He seemed to have struck an invisible object. Small fry. Wang Teng sat on the edge of the roof and looked at the battle below. He pouted. A wisp of spiritual power was entangled around his hand. The figure couldn't figure out what was happening. His expression changed. The other students at the side finally reacted. They started attacking the man. Also, everyone finally saw that this was the culprit, Lei Hui. Lei Hui didn't stop after his failed attack. He evaded everyone's advances and ran towards the alley outside. Oh no, don't let him run away. Hao Jingxing crawled up from the ground as he shouted. He thought that he had evaded his opponent's attack. He didn't know how close he was to the gates of hell. Thus, when he saw the person running away, he chased after him immediately. Be careful. His teammates reminded him uncontrollably as they followed in a rush. Wang Ting also got up. He tapped his feet lightly on the roof and shot forward. He kept close behind his teammates. Hao Jingxing caught up with Lei Hui and whacked his rod on him. Lei Hui stopped for a split second and moved to the side. The students in hiding came out and surrounded him. Lei Hui, surrender. There's nowhere you can escape, Hao Zhengxing shouted. Newbies like you are not going to catch me, Lei Hui said in contempt. He could tell that these people didn't have much actual combat experience. They were very tender. He scanned his environment. Despite knowing this place very well, he needed time to calculate the best escape route. Although the youngsters in front of him weren't strong, he didn't plan to waste time with them. Since they found him, it meant that the police knew his hiding spot. He should escape as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for more people to come and catch him. Don't chat with him. Attack, Li Wendong shouted. He saw through Lei Hu's intention. They weren't stupid. They launched their attacks and started targeting Lei Hui with all their weapons. It looks like I won't be able to leave without killing a few of you. A sharp gaze appeared in Lei Hu's eyes. Within half a year, he had turned from a policeman to a fugitive. He had experienced many things, cultivating a ruthless aura around him. He was a real desperado now. The blade in his hand started giving off a green glow. The blade glow pushed back Hao Zhengxing's long rod and came for Li Wendong's throat. Li Wendong raised his blade to block the attack. It was a close call. However, the strong impact still threw him back. 2-star soldier level versus 1-star soldier level. He was at a disadvantage in terms of ability, so he couldn't win a head-on collision. Lei Hui wanted to take Li Wendong's life, but the others had already arrived. Lei Hui could only turn around and block their attacks. He swept his blade horizontally and forced everyone back. Then, he targeted Yuan Jing. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he flew up. He swung his blade at Yuan Jing, but his body suddenly stopped in midair. It's that strange force again. Lei Hui was dumbstruck. Yuan Jing wasn't a brainless lady. After all, she had managed to enter Huang Hai. She grabbed the chance and instilled force on her sword. She targeted Lei Hu's heart. Lei Hu's force exploded from his body as he forcefully shifted a small distance away. Slash! Yuan Jing's battle sword stabbed into his chest. However, it didn't pierce his heart. He managed to evade it with a hair's breadth. Lei Hui was a vicious person. No, he was a Leakin. He gave a sinister smile and grabbed Yuan Jing's battle sword with his hand. As force enveloped his palm, he spurted a mouth of blood on Yuan Jing's face. Yuan Jing's expression changed. She instinctively abandoned her sword and ran back. A hole had appeared in the encirclement. Lei Hui threw a ray of blade glow behind him and dashed towards a gap. However, the moment he took a few steps, he tripped and fell face down on the ground. Slash! The battle sword that was still stuck in his chest penetrated his chest and appeared on his back. Wang Tung. Chapter 265. It's a Leakin. Lei Hui, Hao Zhengxing, and the others were shocked. What was going on? They thought that Lei Hui was going to run away, but he fell instead. They were baffled. Indeed, they were baffled. They didn't know how Lei Hui fell. At this moment, Wang Tung jumped down lightly and landed in front of everyone. They finally got enlightened. Leader, did you do something just now? Hao Zhengxing asked in surprise. Why do you think he fell? Wang Tung glared at him angrily. Everyone was shocked. How strong was Wang Tung? He was able to kill a 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior like Lei Hui so easily. Also, they didn't even see how Wang Tung did it. This seemed a little frightening. Thank you for saving me. Yuan Jing walked over and said softly. You're welcome. Wang Tung knew what she was referring to. He didn't deny it either. He nodded and said, You need to be decisive during a life-or-death battle. When your weapon falls into your enemy's hand, abandon it if necessary. Don't hesitate. Spare some energy so that you can retreat when you need to. I understand. Yuan Jing accepted Wang Tung's guidance humbly. She could still feel the lingering fear in her heart. She would remember this lesson for a long time. Leader, you tricked me. Hao Zhengxing looked at Wang Tung with hidden bitterness as he complained. What are you saying? I don't even know what was going to happen. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Tung shook his head and replied. The others burst out laughing. Hao Zhengxing, don't blame the leader. You're just stupid. Li Wendong laughed as he said. Go away. I'm not stupid. Hao Zhengxing was furious. Everyone relaxed after they completed their mission. They had gotten more familiar with one another recently, so they started teasing each other. Suddenly, the lady in their team called Huang Ping screamed in fear. He's not dead. Almost at the same instant, Wang Teng felt Lei Hu's corpse moving slightly. He frowned as he looked at Lei Hui. The others all turned to look at Lei Hui when they heard Huang Ping shout. He's not dead. Yuan Jing looked at the body that was twitching and shouted in astonishment. Who cares? He doesn't look like a huge threat. Let's stab him again and send him to hell. Hao Zhongxing replied casually. He was about to go forward and stab the body. Don't move, Wang Teng shouted. Hao Zhongxing stopped in his tracks instinctively. He turned to look at Wang Teng and asked, What's the matter? Look. Yuan Jing's voice was trembling. Suddenly, Lei Hu's body started convulsing violently as though he was having a seizure. His body was arched. There seemed to be something wriggling beneath his flesh. Then his body started expanding. Clang! The battle sword stabbed in his chest was squeezed out by his muscles and fell to the ground. Black smoke started wafting out of his wound. The wound healed rapidly, and Lei Hui bellowed in a low voice like a wild beast. What is this? Wang Teng intently stared at Lei Hui. He sensed a familiar aura, dark force. Why is there dark force on Earth? Wang Teng fixed his gaze on the changes happening to Lei Hu's body. He was puzzled. Lei Hu's body became bulkier. Moreover, black fur started emerging from his skin. Retreat far away. Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, Leader, Hao Zhongxing and the others didn't know what was going to happen. However, they felt a chill travel down their spine because of Lei Hu's change. A strong sense of danger enveloped them. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but they couldn't just leave Wang Teng alone. Go, Wang Teng said firmly. Dark apparitions were strange and hard to deal with. He was the only one who had seen one before. If any accident happened, his newbie classmates could be killed. When he noticed that Hao Zhongxing and the others were still standing around him, he explained, This thing is no threat to me, but it's very dangerous for you guys. If it runs away, it will be extremely troublesome. You don't know the secret behind it, so just listen to what I say. Be careful. After hearing his explanation, Hao Zhongxing and the others knew that they wouldn't be of any help. They retreated far away while feeling bitter. Puff, puff. Heavy panting resounded in the area. Lei Hui slowly straightened his body. He was approximately more than 2 meters tall, and he was thick and bulky. His whole body was covered with black fur. When he raised his head, his entire face had changed. Oh my God, it's a Leakin! Hao Zhongxing couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the man's face. Lei Hui didn't look like a human anymore. Black fur was growing on his face, and 2 hideous fangs had popped out from the corner of his lips. He didn't look like a human or a wolf. Right now, his eyes had turned into the eyes of a beast. They were blood red in color. Another type of dark apparition? Wang Teng sized it up. Ow! Lei Hui gave a low roar. He shouted at Wang Teng. I'm unable to transform completely because of you. You deserve to die. He still has his senses? Wang Teng was startled. Ha ha! Ha ha! Lei Hui laughed in anger when he noticed Wang Teng ignoring him. He smiled like a maniac and said, I will tear you to pieces. No, I think he still got affected and turned more violent. He seems a little crazy, Wang Teng muttered. Lei Hu's wolfish face twitched a few times uncontrollably. He seemed to have reached the peak of his anger. This fellow, do you want to kill me now? Wang Teng asked. Lei Hui, do you feel like eating humans after you transform? Wang Teng asked again when he didn't receive a reply from Lei Hui. Lei Hui, do you feel like drinking human blood? Lei Hui, Hao Zhongxing and the others were stunned. Why are you asking these weird questions? Shouldn't you kill him as quickly as you can? Are you doing a survey? They exchanged glances with one another, shocked by Wang Teng's way of thinking. Wang Teng seemed very interested. He had many questions plaguing his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and continued asking, All right, what kind of mentality do you need for you to change into this ugly figure? Lei Hui, are you a psychopath? Lei Hui. Lei Hu's fury rose up a notch every time Wang Teng asked a question. He was about to explode soon. He didn't know why he listened to so many questions. You enough, Lei Hui shouted. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. He charged towards Wang Tung's head. Slash! The next moment, a battle sword pierced through his heart. Lei Hui, what a similar scene. Lei Hu's eyes widened. He didn't even notice when Wang Tung had lifted his hand, but a sword was already in his chest. Why? He was curious. He had changed into a dark apparition and became so strong and frightening. Why was he still killed with a stab in his chest? What was wrong with this world? Lei Hui didn't understand. His mind was in a mess as he floated in midair. Chapter 266, Special Battle Technique, Dark Wind Bullet. Because you're too weak. Wang Tong decided to be kind and tell Lei Hui the answer when he saw his unwilling expression. Huh? Wait, why aren't you dead? He asked immediately after. He was flabbergasted. Dying. Lei Hui didn't show any intention of replying to him. Instead, he screamed and started pushing his body down. His hands turned into claws as he scratched at Wang Tung's head. Wang Tung raised his fist and punched Lei Hu's claws away. Bang! A huge force caused Lei Hui to fly back. Lei Hui felt as if his claws had hit a hard metal surface. He wasn't able to cause any damage to Wang Tung's defense. Despite the overwhelming force, he flipped in the air and stepped on the wall at the side with both feet. Then, he ran out far away and escaped. He didn't get caught until now because he ran away whenever he had the chance. He was like a timid rat that only knew how to hide in the smelly ditch. Lei Hu's speed had increased tremendously after he turned into a lichen. He traveled on the walls as though he was running on the ground. But this time, he had met his nemesis, Wang Tung. Steps a gale. Wang Tung's speed shot up exponentially as he dashed towards Lei Hui. F***K. Lei Hui heard the sound of wind behind him. He turned, and his expression changed instantly. Wind force intertwined around his claws. They turned into sharp blades as he slashed them at Wang Tung. Slash! The wind blades rubbed against the air as they came for Wang Tung. Wang Tung moved his body slightly and evaded the wind blade attacks. Lei Hui continued attacking him with the wind blades, though. He was trying to slow down Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung didn't slow down even though he was evading the attacks. On the other hand, he became faster. The distance between them gradually got shorter. Don't struggle. It's useless. You can't run away, Wang Tung said calmly. Lei Hui didn't say anything. When Wang Tung got closer, he suddenly turned around and spurted a green-black light ball out of his mouth. They were extremely close already. Furthermore, Wang Tung didn't expect him to attack using his mouth. His heart skipped a beat. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lei Hu's lips. Boom! The green-black ball moved as fast as lightning. It landed on Wang Tung's body and exploded. In an instant, green-black light engulfed him. You will definitely die once you get hit by my attack. Lei Hui felt a little proud. This was his trump card. He would only use it during a crucial moment to kill his opponent when the other party least expected it. However, after the light dispersed, he realized in astonishment that Wang Tung wasn't hurt at all. A layer of yellow force was protecting Wang Tung. This is a defense battle technique. Lei Hui shouted in disbelief. Why was this happening to him? Lei Hui felt depressed. Why were all his attacks countered? Where did this weird young man emerge from? Wang Tung remained unscathed. He dashed forward abruptly while Lei Hui was in shock. Lei Hui wanted to dodge, but Wang Tung had already arrived beside him. He felt excruciating pain in his neck, and his world started spinning. Huh? Whose furry body is this? It's so ugly. This thought emerged in Lei Hu's mind before he lost consciousness. He sank into the dark. This time, he returned to the arms of darkness. The huge body collapsed on the ground. Wang Tung took a step forward. He heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that he was dead. He's finally dead. This fellow is good at running away. After Lei Hui died, a few attribute bubbles floated up. He picked them up. Wind Force * 36 Intermediate Stage Wine Talent * 5 Dark Wine Bullet * 1 Dark Force * 8 Wang Tung was amazed. Lei Hui had dropped many good things. He gave him so many attributes of Dark Force and Wind Force. Wang Tung was at 3-star soldier level for these two forces, so there was still a distance before he could advance. There was intermediate stage wind talent too. Wang Teng already possessed intermediate stage wind talent, so adding 5 more points of intermediate stage wind talent didn't cause any qualitative change. But his sensing of wind force became more sensitive. Intermediate stage wind talent. 11 out of 500 finally, there was a special battle technique. Dark Wind Bullet. This battle technique was the last skill Lei Hui used. He was able to spurt it out of his mouth and catch his opponent by surprise. It was an excellent skill to use. Good stuff. Wang Teng touched his chin. A sly smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. At this moment, Hao Zhengxing and the others gathered around and looked at Lei Hu's corpse on the ground. They were curious, yet scared. This thing looked extremely unique. How could Lei Hui bear to let himself turn into a monster like this? How resolute was he? They couldn't understand his thirst for power. What on earth is this? Hao Zhengxing asked. Yuan Jing and the others looked at Wang Teng. They hoped to get some answers from him. Dark apparition, Wang Teng explained. Since they had already met one, there was nothing to hide. Also, they needed to know about it in the future anyway. There was no difference in letting them understand earlier. If you meet one alone in the future, run as far as you can. You will most probably die if you fight with it, Wang Teng said. They hurriedly nodded. After all, they had witnessed it personally just now. This creature didn't die even though it got stabbed in the heart. You needed to chop its head off. It wasn't easy to kill. They didn't have Wang Tengo ability, so they couldn't kill it as easily as him. But it's strange. I met another dark apparition in the past, and it died after I stabbed its heart. Are Leakin dark apparitions different? Wang Teng frowned and asked, Is there something strange with its heart? Yuan Jing suggested. Wang Teng nodded. He took out his phone and called the South City Police to clear the corpse. The policemen were already waiting nearby. They rushed over immediately when they received the call. Chief Xin came personally. When he saw Lei Hu's corpse, he cried in shock, Dark apparition. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. The higher authorities probably knew about the dark apparitions. What happened? Chief Xin asked. Just like what you see. Lei Hui changed into a dark apparition, Wang Teng said. This bastard. He's crazy. Doesn't he know what this means? Chief Xin said angrily. Chief Xin, the difficulty of this mission exceeded its original level. Shouldn't you raise our reward? Wang Teng asked. Yes, I will. I will raise the reward to the correct difficulty level. Chief Xin nodded immediately. He smiled and said, You are really young and promising individuals. You are able to kill a dark apparition at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead. Hao Zhengxing and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Wang Teng's choice of missions was amazing. Accidents always happened, and the reward would increase. They didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. If a normal student met this kind of situation, they would have difficulty protecting themselves, much less completing the mission. All right, there's something strange about Lei Hui. I stabbed his heart just now, but he didn't die. Chief Xin, do you know the reason? Wang Teng asked. What? Chief Xin was dumbstruck. He pondered before replying. The police have no right to take care of a dark apparition's corpse. We need to hand it over to the military. I will report this situation to them and inform you after the anatomy results are out. Okay, thank you, Wang Teng said. Also, I feel that Lei Hui had a motive for coming back to Donghai. Also, we should find out how he got his method of changing into a dark apparition. Chief Xin, you should inform the military about this. Okay, don't worry. We are extremely prudent when dealing with dark apparitions, Chief Xin replied. Chapter 267. What a pity. How unfortunate. Sigh. Wang Teng and the others went back to school after handing over the mission to Chief Xin. Wang Teng didn't interfere in the battle with Lei Hui until he was out of options. Even when Hao Zhengxing and the others got injured, he didn't move. There would always be injuries during a battle. Wang Teng could ensure their survival, but he wouldn't protect them like a nanny. Thus, after completing the mission, they went back to school to recuperate. Chief Zin's reply came quickly. He added another 200 school credits in the afternoon. Wang Teng accepted it readily. 200 school credits were enough. As for Lei Hu's heart issue, he received a reply too. Lei Hu's heart position was different from a normal person's. It was slightly to the right, not a special ability because he turned into a dark apparition. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It would be heaven-defying if dark apparitions couldn't die after stabbing their hearts. They only suffered some minor injuries, so Wang Tang's team started another mission quickly. Time flew. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Mind you, the students who were able to enter Huangheim Military Academy were all outstanding. Hao Zhengxing and the others matured quickly. They had started as newbies, but now they were able to complete some one-star soldier-level missions with greater difficulties alone. Their mentality also underwent a transformation, becoming calmer and more decisive. Slowly but surely, they were turning into real martial warriors. This day, Wang Tung and the others went back to school to rest. Suddenly, they heard some bad news. Something happened to a team. It was a team from Battle Class 2. 2 students died, and 4 were seriously injured. The result was tragic. The instructors had already told them that there would be people getting injured and dying during missions. The students understood this too, but honestly, some of them weren't convinced until they experienced it personally. Hence, the team from Battle Class 2 got arrogant after doing a few simple missions and chose a 2-star soldier-level mission with a higher difficulty. In the end, the consequences were miserable because of some mistakes. Yes, an instructor was protecting them, but instructors weren't almighty. The students had been informed that the death rate would only be higher if they had the mentality that they were protected from the start. One's mentality was fundamental. They had to rely on themselves. However, the students were amazed that the instructor didn't manage to save the students. In the past, a few teams were saved by their instructors when they encountered dangers. You could only say that they were unlucky. The students from a top university with a bright future ahead died in their prime age. What a pity. How unfortunate. Sigh. Everyone was talking about this in the logistics building. Some teams were prepared to choose missions with higher difficulty levels, but they were frightened when they heard the news. They decided to play safe. When Li Wendong came back after getting information from other people, his mood was a little low. He said a lady and a guy died from the class next door. We have seen them before and are quite familiar with them. I didn't expect them to die like this. Do you know the reason? Wang Tung asked. They went hunting for a 2-star star beast. The mission description claimed that there was only one, but there were 2. They accidentally got ambushed by the other star beast, Li Wendong replied. Star beast. Some star beasts are harder to deal with than martial warriors. Also, they're smart and sly. These people are so careless. Where did they get the guts to choose this mission after only half a month of training? Hao Zhengxing said, but this also proves that the description of the mission might not be accurate. Accidents could always happen, Yuan Jing analyzed. That's right. Accidents also happened during the 2 missions we chose. We might have become a mourning party for our classmates if it wasn't for our leader, Hao Zhengxing said with lingering fears. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's be more careful when choosing missions in the future and not end up like them, Li Wendong said. 2 days later, in a mountain near the edge of Donghai, Hao Zhengxing smashed the backbone of a wolf star beast with his rod. He ended its life as it howled in agony. Star beasts are really hard to deal with. The students were panting heavily, and there were injuries all over their bodies. Blood was oozing out of a few wounds, drenching their outfits. They bared their teeth from the pain. They looked at Wang Tung with anger and bitterness in their eyes. The moment he heard that someone died in the hands of star beasts, Wang Tung accepted a 1-star star beast hunting mission from the City Protection Bureau. Did he have to torture them like this? Although Wang Tung was doing this for their sake, it was still vicious. He didn't even give them any reaction time. Wang Tung ignored them. He picked up the 2 attribute bubbles dropped by the star beast in front. Would force *20 blank attribute *14 as the wood force merged into his force nucleus. Wang Tung suddenly shuddered. Wood element 4-star soldier level. Accomplished. Wood force 12 out of 2000 4-star. Wang Tung smiled brightly. He said to his teammates, "Let's go. We need to hurry back and attend to your wounds. You have almost lost all your blood." Hao Zhengxing and the others lowered their heads and looked down. There was indeed a pool of blood on the ground. They felt dizzy and started crying. I'm going to die. Quick, we need to go back. Wang Ting shook his head speechlessly. After Wang Tung left, Lu Feng appeared on the scene. He frowned as he muttered to himself. More and more star beasts have been appearing everywhere on Earth. Even traces of dark apparitions got more frequent. Everyone is starting to do small actions. Troubled times, another week passed. Wang Tung's team had completed 3 more missions. They were all quite difficult, and their completion degree was high. As the missions progressed, most of the work was done by Hao Zhengxing and the other 6 team members. Wang Ting only appeared at the end and didn't do anything most of the time. This made Lu Feng very surprised. At first, he didn't have high hopes for Hao Zhengxing and the other students. After all, this team was the weakest in the class. Putting Wang Tung inside was to standardize their ability. Wang Tung was strong, but the instructors didn't believe that he could lead this team to great heights. It would be good enough if their school credits were the mean of the other freshman teams. Unfortunately, the instructors were wrong. Wang Ting managed to lead this newbie team to the top. Lu Feng even felt that Wang Tung's team could be top 3 in terms of ability now. Of course, Wang Tung was an exception. If he included him, their team would undoubtedly be number 1. At night, in a dark alley, a figure was escaping at the front with 3 people hot on his tail. "Don't run," someone shouted. Of course, the more he shouted, the faster the person in front ran. But as he was passing a crossroad, a black figure dashed out from the alley at the side abruptly. Bang! With a low thud, the escaping figure fell to the ground. He fainted on the spot. Who asked you to run?" The others gathered around. The moonlight shone on them, revealing their faces. It was Hao Zhengxing and his friends. Leader's method is really useful. Did we manage to ambush a 1-star, soldier-level peak martial warrior? Hao Zhengxing said in disbelief. Chapter 268. Chun Yang became arrogant again. He got depressed again. In the dark and small alley, a few figures were surrounding an unconscious person and commenting in low voices. They would snigger occasionally. The whole scene looked eerie. People might think that this was a bunch of perverts planning something disgusting. Enough. Wang Ting looked at them speechlessly. It was just a small trick. Did they have to kick up such a huge fuss? Move, let me do something. He waved his hands to ask the others to move away. Then, he took out a brick and started hitting the unconscious person's head furiously. Hao Zhengxing and the others felt their faces twitching. This young man was too ruthless. They exchanged glances with one another. They saw the same thought on each other's faces. Was their leader's mind twisted? A few moments later, Wang Tung raised his head. He looked delighted and refreshed. He had received 8 points of spirit attribute. Hao Zhengxing and the others weren't looking at him, pretending not to see anything. "I hate this kind of scum," Wang Tung muttered to himself as if he was explaining his actions. Hao Zhengxing and the others didn't believe him at all. They all sniggered in their hearts. "You also hit people who aren't scum. Let's go. This is the last mission. We will be calculating our scores tomorrow," Wang Tung said. "Hee, I wonder where we are ranked," Hao Zhengxing said excitedly. "Our school credits shouldn't be too low." Lu Feng walked out from the dark as their voices slowly faded. The corners of his lips twitched as he said, "Your school credits are exceptionally high." The next day, all the freshmen gathered in the stadium once again. The whole place was filled with the sounds of discussions. Everyone had changed after the baptism of that 1 month. After going through the actual combat missions, most of them had taken a few lives. Hence, the change in their aura was obvious. They weren't as tender as they were before, becoming more mature. Of course, some people got arrogant. Do you know that our team went to search for a 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior? It was so dangerous. Fortunately, our leader managed to turn the tide at the last moment and kill the target by injuring himself. A student was talking excitedly. "Your team dared to take a 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior task? We only took 1-star, soldier-level peak martial warrior missions," someone else exclaimed. It's nothing. Chen Yang waved his hand and pretended to be humble. However, the smile at the edge of his lips exposed his delight. "Leader, don't be humble. Our team is able to receive so many school credits because of you. The student continued to curry favor with Chunyang. Keep a low profile, low profile. Chunyang smiled and shook his head. Hey, Wang Teng and his team are back, someone suddenly shouted. The members in Wang Teng's team are the weakest. I wonder how many school credits they got. Not many, right? The others are just burdens. It's already a miracle that they managed to come back alive. A small discussion on Wang Teng's team started in the stadium. Chunyang smiled brightly. He walked over to Wang Teng and said, Wang Teng, let's see whose school credits are higher. The loser will know. Wang Teng waved his hand and replied directly. Chunyang, damn it, can you let me finish my sentence? You don't dare to bet with me because you know that your school credits are too low, right? You probably wasted your month, Chunyang mocked. Hao Zhengxing and the others glared at him angrily. Did this fellow think that he was amazing? Why was he mocking them for no reason? Ah, yes. It feels good to waste time. Wang Teng remained indifferent as he replied lazily. Chunyang choked on his own sentence. This fellow always had surprising remarks. Was it fun to be unique? Chunyang, you said that you wanted to challenge our leader in the past, but you don't even dare to fight with him. Why do you have the face to mock us now? Li Wendong said. I had a problem when I was cultivating. It wasn't because I didn't dare to fight with him. Wang Teng, why don't we arrange a time for a battle? Chunyang's expression froze as he laughed awkwardly. Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. Then he smiled and replied, Okay. Chunyang's gaze froze. When? Don't tell me it's 1 month later again, Wang Teng said. Ha. 1 month might not be enough. You might have to wait 1 year. Hao Zhengxing laughed and said. Chunyang's expression turned ugly. He glared at Hao Zhengxing coldly and replied, How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is a rest day. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Chunyang didn't say anything after this. He snorted and turned around to leave with his teammates. Brother Teng, is that fellow planning to challenge you again? Ho Pingliang walked over and asked. Yes. He had probably solved his cultivation issue now. Wang Teng smiled and replied. Who believes that bullshit? Chunyang probably felt that his ability increased tremendously and got a little overconfident. Ho Pingliang said. I think that he isn't stupid. He's able to kill a 2-star star beast, so he might have become a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Lu Shu shook his head and said. He was in the same team as Ho Pingliang. Even if he's a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior, the difference is still vast. Bailey Qingfeng glanced at Wang Teng. The heads are here. Song Shuhang suddenly shouted. The heads had all come together. They asked everyone to stand in their teams before Tong, who stood up and said, Today, the actual combat missions have ended. Unfortunately, 2 of our students have left us forever. The atmosphere turned a little heavy. This is what I've reminded you about at the start. As a martial warrior, you must always be prepared to face death. I will not repeat what I've said. You must have already felt it personally. It will be more difficult when you carry out missions alone in the future. I hope that all of you can take care of yourself. Now, I will announce the overall credit ranking. Tong, who looked at the long list in his hand and coughed. This is a little long. You can take a look when I paste it on the notice board later. I will just announce the top 3 teams. Everyone felt speechless. Head Tong, who is a carefree person. In 3rd place, we have Chunyang's team from Battle Class 1. They have a total of 1220 school credits. What? Our team is only in 3rd place. Chunyang's expression changed slightly. He couldn't accept the fact. Tong, who glanced at him and didn't bother to answer him. He continued. In the 2nd place, we have Ho Pingliang's team from Battle Class 1. They have 1360 school credits. 140 more credits than us. Chunyang felt depressed. Why are they all from Battle Class 1? The students from other classes looked at each other. In the 1st place, we have Wang Teng's team from Battle Class 1. Tong, who paused for a moment before saying, they have 2,300 school credits. Battle Class 1 again. Oh my god, 2,300 school credits? What missions did Wang Teng's team do? Why are their credits so high? Everyone was in shock. They glanced at Wang Teng's team. How was that possible? Chunyang's face turned pale. Wang Teng's team had 1080 more credits than him. Why did he even think of fighting with them? Chapter 269. Out of the ivory tower once Wang Tung's team's school credits were announced, everyone was startled, especially when they exceeded the second team by close to 1,000 points. At the start, everyone felt that Wang Tung wouldn't be able to lead the team properly because the weak students would be a burden to him. Hence, even if their team wasn't the last, they wouldn't have a high score. A strong person in the team didn't mean that the team would be strong. However, Wang Tung was much stronger than they had imagined. He was able to lead his team to the top no matter how weak it was. There was another point that they couldn't accept. The top 3 teams were all from Battle Class 1. When Head Tong announced the third and second position, they still wondered if the others could get first place. However, when the top position was revealed, it was still from Battle Class 1. The instructors from other classes felt embarrassed. A dangerous glint appeared in their eyes as they glanced at their students. It looked like they weren't training them hard enough. On the other hand, the instructors from Battle Class 1 were full of smiles. Before the other instructors could say anything, they smiled and cupped their hands together. Thank you, thank you. The expressions on the other instructors' faces turned worse. Besides Battle Class 1, the other students felt a chill down their spines. Was it already winter? Did the temperature drop? The heads left after the results were announced. The instructors talked to the students for some time and left too. It was the weekend. The students were able to rest for 2 days before starting their lessons. In the stadium, the students were talking about the missions. They left in small groups. Qin Yang hid among the crowd, wanting to leave secretly. Qin Yang, remember our battle tomorrow, Wang Tung shouted at his back. Qin Yang stumbled. He turned his head awkwardly and said in embarrassment, Wang Tung, I think that I haven't completely healed from the injury last time. I feel uncomfortable again. Why don't we fight another time? You look radiant. You don't seem to have any problem, Wang Tung said indifferently. My chest, it hurts. Qin Yang clutched his chest violently. His face turned pale, and he vomited blood. Wang Tung. The people around them were stunned. What was going on? Wang Tung, look, my injury relapsed again. Let's fight another time, Qin Yang said pitifully. Wang Tung's expression was strange. He was caught between laughter and tears as he waved and said, Go ahead. Think carefully before you challenge me again. Qin Yang scurried off. He was extremely embarrassed, and his face was scorching. He didn't mind fighting, but he didn't want to get tortured. When he heard Wang Tung's team's school credits, he woke up from his stupor. His arrogance burst immediately. Wang Tung loved to hit people's heads. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't fight with him when he knew that he couldn't win. As for his pride, he would feel even more humiliated if he got turned into a pig's head. Once Qin Yang left, everyone burst out laughing. Some confused students started laughing too when they heard what happened. Qin Yang was hilarious. He challenged Wang Tung twice and ran away twice. He kept humiliating himself. Some restless students who wanted to challenge Wang Tung threw this thought away after they saw Qin Yang's plight. Their difference was still too wide. After an internal agreement, the team decided to let Wang Tung take 30% of the accumulated school credits. The remaining 70% would be evenly split among the other students. No one felt that Wang Tung took too much. Instead, they thought that he took too little. He was crucial during the missions. Without Wang Tung, they wouldn't even get 300 school credits. Besides, their actual combat skills had also improved vastly. This wasn't something that could be gauged using the school credits. However, Wang Tung didn't ask for more. This percentage was good enough. His teammates were the ones completing most of the missions in the second half of the month. He was only in charge of picking up attributes. Hao Zhengxing and the rest didn't know that they provided free labor for him. It was a win-win situation. After getting the school credits, Hao Zhengxing and the others returned the credits they borrowed back to Wang Tung. The team mission ended successfully. Hence, the temporary team dispersed. The school resumed normal lessons in the next few days. However, everyone quickly realized that there were lesser theory lessons. More free time was given to the students to allow them to arrange their own cultivation. Wang Tung was busy picking up attributes. At the same time, he continued challenging the top 100 students in the school as his master, Dan Taixian, instructed. However, the seniors at the top were often not in school, especially the top 10 students. None of them were in school, so Wang Tung couldn't find them. He had no choice but to stop his challenges. Today, Wang Tung was picking up attributes in the actual combat training building when his water force suddenly reached 4-star soldier level. Water force, 3 out of 2,000, 4-star, this is it. All my 5 elements have reached 4-star soldier level. Wang Tung smiled. Then he frowned immediately. The upgrading speed is getting slow if I continue picking up attributes in school. Wang Tung started contemplating. The stronger students in the school were mostly outside doing missions or cultivating while traveling. You wouldn't be able to see them in public areas. The students normally seen in school weren't very strong, so the attributes they dropped weren't a lot. To Wang Tung, it was extremely inadequate. I am as strong as the top 10 students in school now. I can't waste my time in school. It's time to walk out of the ivory tower. Wang Tung thought to himself. He came to look for his instructor and told him his plan. You want to take a long break? Lu Feng looked at Wang Tung in surprise. Yes, Wang Tung answered decisively. He had thought about this carefully. Why? Lu Feng asked. My ability. Wang Tung didn't complete his sentence. But Lu Feng understood. It was true that Wang Tung's ability wasn't on the same level as the other freshmen. It was disadvantageous for Wang Tung's cultivation if they forcefully placed him together with them. What about your theoretical knowledge? Lu Feng hesitated and asked. I will take the exam at the end of the semester. At that time, I will get a satisfactory score, Wang Tung promised. Lu Feng was still in a dilemma. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't decide this. Follow me to see the head, and let's see what he has to say. Wang Tung and Lu Feng came to Tong Hu's office. They stared at each other for a moment before Tong, who brought Wang Tung to President Peng Yuanshan's office. All right, I understand. Wang Tung can stay. Head Tong and Instructor Lu, you can go back first, Peng Yuanshan said calmly. Yes. After the two of them left, Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Tung and smiled. I knew that you will make this request one day. All the outstanding students like to act alone. You are no exception. Chapter 270, Departure and Travel. President, this is not about acting alone. At this stage, I have no choice but to make this decision, Wang Tung said helplessly. You're right. Peng Yuanshan nodded. It's unfair to put you with the other freshmen with your ability. It's not about fairness. Everyone has their own path. This is just my choice, Wang Tung said. I will accept your request. Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything else. He agreed. Thank you, President. Wang Tung was grateful. Every school had its rules. Especially in Huanghai Military Academy, the rules were stricter. Freshmen were not allowed to leave the school for no reason. However, Peng Yuanshan had made an exception for him. Don't thank me so early. I will allow you to take a long break, but you must promise me a few things, Peng Yuanshan said. Please say it. I don't care how you study. In the semester finals, you must get excellent marks for all your courses. You will also have to reach 5-star soldier level, Peng Yuanshan said. No problem. Wang Tung agreed without any hesitation. Peng Yuanshan probably didn't know that these weren't difficult for him at all. He would only need to spend some time picking up attributes for his theory courses. By then, it would be hard for him to fail. As for reaching 5-star soldier level, he was only 1 level away. There was still a long time until the semester exam. He would definitely be able to reach it. That was a fast reply. It looks like you're really confident. Is my request a little too low? Peng Yuanshan smiled and asked. I think that it's enough. We need to give the other students some room to catch up with me. If I stand out too much, they will feel inferior, Wang Tung replied shamelessly. You little brat. Peng Yuanshan pointed at him with his index finger. He then shook his head and laughed. What plans do you have? I will go to the Xingwu continent, Wang Tung replied. I guess that. Peng Yuanshan pondered before suggesting. When you go to the Xingwu continent, don't just think about killing star beasts and doing missions. There are many things you can learn there. From what I know, some people disguise themselves as locals and merge with the people there. They roam the Xingwu continent to acquire their knowledge and wisdom. You will have many gains. You can do that. Wang Tung opened his eyes wide. How do you think we interacted with them at the start? Peng Yuanshan said meaningfully. I see. Wang Tung touched his chin. He was enlightened. We merged into their culture and stole their knowledge. We shortened the gap between us. By the time they reacted, we could already speak to them on the same level. We have our advantage, and they have theirs. We have common interests and goals, so we can maintain this so-called peace, Peng Yuanshan said. Is it because of dark apparitions? Wang Tung asked. Not really. Peng Yuanshan stopped talking. You're leaving me hanging again. Wang Tung was speechless. He changed the topic when he noticed that the president had no intention of continuing. Can't the martial warriors from the Xingwu continent tell that we're in disguise? As long as you don't meet someone with strong spiritual power, they won't notice anything amiss. Peng Yuanshan said, Of course, it won't be a problem if you have a way to hide your spiritual mark. Spiritual mark? This was the first time Wang Tung had heard of this phrase. He was curious. Do you know why people from the Xingwu continent aren't able to pass through the dimensional rifts? Peng Yuanshan asked. Could it be because of the spiritual mark? Wang Tung replied. Yes. Based on our research, every world has its own mark. All the locals in that world have this mark. It's in their spirit, Peng Yuanshan explained. That's why people with strong spiritual power can tell the difference in the spiritual marks. Wang Tung took over the conversation. That's right. Peng Yuanshan nodded. Why can we pass through the dimensional rifts then? This was the biggest question Wang Tung had. It didn't make sense. This is related to world repelling, Peng Yuanshan said. Are you saying that our world repels them, but their world doesn't repel us? Wang Tung was dumbstruck. Did the different worlds have their own conscience? Could things get more outrageous? You can say that. Peng Yuanshan felt that he spoke too much, so he waved his hands and asked Wang Tung to leave. All right, you will know it when you should. There's no use in asking so many questions now. Leave. Don't bother me. Wait, you can't leave me hanging. This is so uncomfortable. Wang Tung felt extremely frustrated. However, he still got chased out of the office by Peng Yuanshan. One day later, Wang Tung finished his preparations. He informed his family and told them not to worry. He even called Lin Xuan to tell her his schedule in case she worried when she couldn't find him. Then he passed through the dimensional rift and left Earth. Yong City. Wang Tung bought a few Xingwu continent attires. The attires here were quite vintage. Humans here were similar to the humans on Earth. They were both white and yellow-skinned humans. Their attires were different too. It was like the difference in Eastern and Western culture. Wang Tung was a yellow-skinned human. When he wore the ancient-looking attire, his aura changed entirely. He wore an amazing outfit and carried his weapon carrier casket behind his back. He was like a handsome young master traveling through the pugilistic world. He was imposing, carefree, and charismatic. A person with a handsome face would look good in anything he wore. Wang Tung stared at the mirror and shook his head. He felt frustrated. Sigh, I wonder how many innocent young ladies will be charmed by me. After getting his clothes, Wang Tung arrived at the Force floating airship transfer station in Yong City. He was on ahead to the other cities where Xingwu continent locals were gathered. The transfer station was packed with people. You could see many different races rushing along with their luggage bags, chasing after their Force floating airship. Shouts were heard everywhere, making the scene noisy. After asking the person at the ticketing counter, Wang Tung learned that the nearest city was Yong City. He decided to make that his first destination. Please give me a ticket to Yong City. Wang Tung spoke to the beautiful lady at the counter. The counter lady looked at Wang Tung's face. Her eyes shimmered slightly as she said, Okay, please wait for a moment. After Wang Tung paid, she quickly handed him a ticket through the window. The Force floating airship heading to Yong City is about to depart. The Force floating airship heading to Yong City is about to depart. Passengers who haven't boarded the airship, please board as soon as possible. An announcement rang out from the broadcast system. Wang Tung hastened his pace and finally managed to catch the Force floating airship that was about to depart. Getting quickly. If you were a little later, you would have to wait 3 more hours, the ticket officer smiled and said. Thank you. Wang Tung thanked the officer and stepped into the Force floating airship. Wait. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Wang Tung looked behind. 2 young ladies around 17 years old were running over frantically. It looks like I'm not the only lucky person. Wang Tung smiled. He didn't take much notice of the two ladies and stepped into the Force floating airship. He found a corner seat and closed his eyes to rest. After some time, the Force floating airship shuddered slightly and rose into the sky. Wang Tung looked out the window. The building and humans below were becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, they turned into tiny dots. Qing Xin, there are free seats here. A voice broke his train of thought. Wang Tung turned and saw the two ladies from earlier walking over. Hello, we can't find any empty seats. Can we sit here? The two ladies looked around his age, and they were very pretty, especially the lady who spoke. She wore a long black dress, and her aura was elegant and noble. Sure, Wang Tung nodded and replied. Thank you. Fei Qingxin thanked him. You're welcome. No one was sitting here anyway, Wang Tung said. You're a bad guy. You keep staring at our Qingxin. The other lady beside her suddenly rolled her eyes at Wang Tung. Wang Tung, wasn't it normal to size up a beauty when he saw one? Why was he a bad guy? Xiao Xiao. Fei Qingxin scolded her friend. She turned and said to Wang Tung, Don't listen to her bullshit. My name is Fei Qingxin. This is Meng Xiao. What about you? You both are not just beautiful, but even your names are pleasant. Wang Tung smiled and said, I'm Wang Tung. Your name doesn't sound like a good person's, Meng Xiao said. She didn't seem to like Wang Tung. Wang Tung, my bestie has a sharp tongue. Ignore her. Fei Qingxin smiled awkwardly. Did you come from another city? Did you kind of take a look at this city built by the Otherworld? Otherworld. Wang Tung thought to himself. In the past, they always referred to the Xingwu continent as the Otherworld. This was the first time he heard someone calling Earth the Otherworld. He found it strange, but he still nodded and said, Yes. I came here because I was curious. Are you locals from Yang City? Yes, we sneaked out. Fei Qingxin stuck out her tongue cheekily. She asked, What about you? Where are you from? I am from another province. I'm traveling the Xingwu continent and am preparing to visit Yang City. Wang Tung had already thought of his excuse. There were 5 main provinces in the Xingwu continent, and every single one of them was vast. If he claimed that he was from a faraway province, no one would be able to find anything. You must be very strong since you're able to travel the Xingwu continent at such a young age. Fei Qingxin said in admiration. Tisk, Qingxin, don't get fooled by him. Look at how clean he is. He doesn't look like someone who has been traveling for long. I think that he's a liar who's good at swindling young ladies. Meng Xiao came to expose him again. She didn't care about what he thought. I can't bathe. Wang Tung was speechless. Who knows if you're telling the truth? You don't look like a good person. You look like a pretty boy. You must be weak, Meng Xiao scoffed. Xiao Xiao, this is too much. Fei Qingxin smiled apologetically at Wang Tung. She hurriedly pulled Meng Xiao away. What's wrong with you? Why are you targeting him? I'm not targeting him. He's just suspicious. Qingxin, I promised your brother that I will take good care of you. I can't let you get fooled by those stupid guys outside, Meng Xiao said. What do you mean by getting fooled by stupid guys? Am I an idiot? Fei Qingxin rebuked. How will I know? The words so handsome were almost written in your eyes when you looked at him, Meng Xiao said with disdain. I didn't. Fei Qingxin immediately blushed. Chapter 271. Force floating airship attacked. The distance between Yang City and Yong City wasn't short. The force floating airship could help save a lot of time. Fei Qingxin was afraid that Meng Xiao would cause more trouble after what she had done, so she stopped chatting with Wang Tung. After she sat down, she smiled apologetically at Wang Tung and closed her eyes to rest. Meng Xiao glared at Wang Tung. She seemed a little delighted, as if she felt proud that she was able to convince Fei Qingxin to stay away from Wang Tung. Wang Tung shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind. They were just strangers he met on his journey. Traveling could be boring. If they were able to talk, they could chat with each other. If they couldn't, they could just rest. No harm was caused. When Wang Tung boarded the Force floating airship, it was past 2 p.m. Time flew. Soon it was evening. There were still 2 more hours until they reached Yang City. It was dinner time. So many people were heading to the restaurant on the Force floating airship. Wang Tung was hungry too. He got up and walked to the restaurant. Fei Qingxin, and Meng Qiao got up at the same time. Meng Qiao pouted unhappily when she noticed that Wang Tong was preparing to go there too. What a coincidence! She looked at Wang Tong's back view curiously. Could he have heard our conversation just now? He knows that we're going to the restaurant, so he's going there first. That way, he can greet us later and prevent us from suspecting that he followed us. Qiao Qiao, why are you always discriminating against him? Fei Qingxin said unhappily. She felt that Meng Qiao was being unreasonable. All right. I won't talk about him anymore. Meng Qiao shook her head helplessly. But in her heart, she sighed. Her bestie was still being stubborn. Wang Tong had already entered the restaurant. He didn't know what Meng Qiao said behind his back. If he did, he would probably snigger. This lady was a drama queen. The restaurant was decorated lavishly. The entire area was segregated into two sections, normal food section and the forced dishes section. Wang Tong walked directly to the forced dishes section. It was worth mentioning that the Xingwu continent used gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins as their currency. You could exchange the coins at a fixed ratio. 4 stones could be used too. In fact, 4 stones could be used as a currency anywhere. Of course, it was mainly used between martial warriors. Wang Tong changed some gold coins when he came. Besides, he had gathered many 4 stones on his previous visits. The forced dishes section only accepted 4 stones. Forced dishes were made for martial warriors, so it was more appropriate to use the martial warriors' currency. Wang Tong ordered a few dishes and sat down to enjoy them alone. The normal dishes felt tasteless now that he got used to eating forced dishes. It was easier to get rich, but harder to go back to poverty. Wang Tong shook his head as he lamented in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't poor. Fei Qingxin and Meng Qiao saw Wang Tong ordering many forced dishes when they arrived at the restaurant. It was extremely extravagant. He was eating his dishes happily. This pretty boy is quite rich. We don't even dare to eat so much. Is he a rich young master who sneaked out of his family? In that case, you need to be more careful. This kind of person is skilled at fooling young ladies, Meng Qiao said. Fei Qingxin was a little astounded. After she heard Meng Qiao's words, she rolled her eyes uncontrollably. What was wrong with her bestie today? She didn't like Wang Tong at all. No matter what he did, it was wrong in her eyes. She didn't say anything, though. There was no need to make her bestie unhappy because of someone she just met. The two of them ordered a few forced dishes that weren't expensive and started eating and chatting happily. Suddenly, the forced floating airship vibrated violently. What is happening? The people in the restaurant were shaken. Everyone jumped to their feet. The forced floating airship was a stable airship, unlike airplanes. Why did it vibrate suddenly? Such accidents rarely happened. Look, there are so many birds outside. Someone shouted in fright. What? Aren't there martial warriors clearing this air route regularly? Why are there bird star beasts? There was an uproar, and some started to feel scared. Getting attacked by bird star beasts wasn't a small matter. The airship might get destroyed, and they might get killed. Some low-class martial warriors would definitely fall to their deaths after dropping from such a high distance, much less normal people. Also, below them was a primary forest. Even if they survived the fall, they might become dinner for other star beasts. Everyone, a flock of bird star beasts are attacking us furiously. The defense rune array of the force floating airship can only survive for a few minutes. The situation is critical. We hope that the martial warriors on board can help. Once we pass this ordeal, we will reward everyone accordingly. An agitated voice was heard on the broadcast system. The gazes of the martial warriors in the restaurant flickered. After looking at one another, they ran out. All of them were on this force floating airship. If the force floating airship was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to escape. The reward didn't matter. They just wanted to protect themselves. Why do we have to meet this? Meng Qiao's face was pale. She grabbed Fei Qingxin's hand while feeling a loss. Don't worry. There are many martial warriors on the force floating airship. We will be fine. Fei Qingxin forced herself to calm down. She patted the back of Meng Qiao's hand as she consoled her. Yes, there are many martial warriors. We'll be fine. Meng Qiao nodded continuously as if she was encouraging herself. The two of them observed the situation outside through the windows in the restaurant. Meng Xiao suddenly saw the figure who was still calmly eating food in the restaurant. She frowned and barked, "Hey, why aren't you helping them? The situation is so dangerous, but you still have the heart to eat?" They are able to handle the issue. It's useless for me to go out. Wang Tung had used his spiritual sight to scan the surroundings just now. Based on the intensity and number of lights, he predicted that the human martial warriors had an overwhelming advantage. These bird star beasts wouldn't be able to cause any harm. They would only be slaughtered. As for him, he would just eat his food and pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the bird star beasts using his spiritual power. How delightful was that? Also, other than him, many other martial warriors had similarly remained silent. They had arrived at the same conclusion. The other martial warriors looked at Wang Tung in surprise when they heard this. This young man was strong. Meng Xiao had no idea about this, so she thought that he was only making an excuse. He just didn't have the guts to go out. "You coward! Why did you come up with so many excuses when you don't dare to go out and kill the star beasts? This is disgusting." Wang Tung frowned uncontrollably. Anyone would get angry when they got targeted again and again. Before he could reply to her, Meng Xiao turned her head and said to Fei Qingxin, "Qingxin, look, this fellow looks impressive but lacks real worth. Traveling the continent? I think that he's just using it as a lie to fool young ladies. Don't get too close to him." Fei Qingxin was frowning slightly too. However, she just pulled Meng Xiao and said in a low voice, "Forget it. He has his own plans. We can't force him to do anything." She sounded a little distant. "What's this?" Wang Tung felt frustrated. He didn't want to argue with the two young ladies, so he got up and left the restaurant. "He's just putting on a show. He doesn't have the face to stay here anymore after we exposed him," Meng Xiao said with disdain. Chapter 272, Ghost Fire Talent. Wang Tung came to the platform outside the Force floating airship. He saw a layer of yellow glow covering the entire Force floating airship like a giant bubble. The fight between the martial warriors and the bird star beasts had come to an end. The red fire sparrows had flames all over their bodies. Balls of fire kept spurting out of their mouths as they attacked the Force floating airship and the martial warriors on it. However, most of them were 1-star level. Only a few of them had reached 2-star. Thus, they posed no threat to the martial warriors. The corpses of the fire sparrows fell from the sky above. Some landed on the platform, while others dropped directly to the primary forest below. The Force floating airship continued on its fixed route. It wouldn't stop to pick up the corpses of these fire sparrows. Furthermore, it was a primary forest, which was extremely dangerous. The corpses of the fire sparrows might have been eaten by other star beasts by the time they went down. Fortunately, many fire sparrows' corpses dropped on the platform, so the martial warriors managed to earn a fair amount of money. They would decide how the items would be split among themselves. It had nothing to do with Wang Tung. He had already gotten what he wanted. Fire Force *90 blank attribute *200 as their names implied. These fire sparrows were undoubtedly fire element star beasts. They gave him 90 points of Fire Force. Fire Force 715 out of 2000, 4-star. Wang Tung smiled when he saw the rise in his Fire Force on his attributes panel. This was a good sign. Including the past blank attributes he had collected, he had a total of 750 blank attributes now for his emergency needs. After the battle ended, everyone in the Force floating airship heaved a sigh of relief. No other accidents happened during the rest of the journey. 2 hours later, the Force floating airship slowly landed in a prosperous and massive city. Wang Tung walked down from the Force floating airship. There were many similar airships parked on the plaza in front of them. Lights were shining down from the sky as more Force floating airships came towards the city from afar. They landed on the plaza. The plaza was filled with people. It was bustling. Yang City was a huge and prosperous city. Numerous people traveled here or left this place on Force floating airships every day. Fei Qingxin and Meng Xiao walked down from the Force floating airship too. When they walked past Wang Tung, Fei Qingxin bade farewell to him politely. "Wang Tung, we're leaving first. Hope to see you again." Meng Xiao didn't even look at him. She pulled Fei Qingxin and left in a hurry as though he was some sort of a virus. Looking at them, he knew that her words were just polite. They probably hoped that they would never see him again. Wang Teng shook his head. It was irritating enough to meet a lady like Meng Qiao. He hoped that he would never meet them again, or else he might hit her uncontrollably. He followed the crowd and walked out of the plaza. He asked for directions before heading into the city. Even at night, Yang City remained noisy and lively. All the buildings along the street were lit up brightly, and the entire city was ablaze with lights. Small shops and stalls were everywhere. The cries of street vendors echoed in the air. The buildings in the city were magnificent, and the shops along the streets sold all kinds of high-class items. They were all exquisite and extravagant. It was overwhelming for the passers-by, who could indulge in pleasures without stopping. However, Wang Teng came from Earth, so he had seen this kind of scene before. He wasn't surprised. Still, the city streets of the Xingwu continent gave him another perspective of this world. Peng Yuanshan was right. He might be able to see extraordinary things if he came out to travel. Haiwa Hotel. Wang Teng stopped outside a building. Let's stay here. I heard good reviews along the way. When he walked in, someone came to welcome him immediately. The person bowed and asked, "Mister, are you staying or eating? Please give me one of your best rooms," Wang Teng said. "All right, follow me." The attendant brought Wang Teng to the lobby and booked a room for him. Then he passed him the keys. "This is your room. It's on the 3rd floor, the 5th room after you turn left. Do you need me to bring you up?" The attendant asked. "No, I will go by myself." Wang Teng rejected him and came to the 3rd floor alone. He opened his room and scanned it once. The facilities inside were complete and beautiful. This was how a 5-star presidential suite in the Xingwu continent should look like. As expected, as long as you had the money, you could get anything. He opened the window. After some time, a black dot landed from the sky and stopped outside the window. It was the spirit flame, Ghost Crow. The little crow was a good helper. Besides, it needed to raise its ability too. Naturally, Wang Teng brought it along so that they could progress together. "Are you full?" Wang Teng smiled and asked. When the forced floating airship was attacked by the fire sparrows, he had ordered his little crow to dine on the dead fire sparrows secretly. That was why he asked the question. "Caw-caw." The little crow cried 2 times. It seemed to be in a good mood. It suddenly lowered its head and spat out a fiery red ball-like object with an uneven surface. It raised its head and looked at Wang Teng. "Star core." Wang Teng was shocked. This was a 1-star star core. The little crow got a 1-star star core? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He thought of something and asked, "Is this the star core of a fire sparrow?" They were able to understand each other through the pet contract, so the little crow nodded. "Really?" Wang Teng exclaimed. "You are quite lucky." On the forced floating airship, he had heard that none of the martial warriors managed to get the most worthy items, a star core or a star bone. After all, the intelligence and level of the fire sparrows weren't that high. Yet, his little crow managed to pick up one. "Are you sharing your master's good luck?" Wang Teng touched his chin and muttered to himself. "Caw-caw, you want to eat this?" Wang Teng asked in astonishment. Through the pet contract, Wang Teng could feel the little crow's desire. He said immediately, "Eat it then. You're the one who found it." It hurt a little, but it was good for the little crow. He wouldn't be stingy. This bit of money was nothing to him. When the little crow got stronger, he could get it back from it with interest. After the little crow got Wang Teng's consent, he picked up the fire element star core. It swallowed the star core in one mouth, not knowing what its unscrupulous master was planning. Once the fire element star core went down his throat, its body was covered with a red glow. A wisp of flame spurted out of the little crow's body. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that the little crow had another talent called Ghost Fire. However, it hadn't awakened this talent yet. From a name, one could tell that this was a fire element offensive talent. Was the fire element star core about to activate the little crow's Ghost Fire talent while raising its ability? Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. Unfortunately, the talent was still dormant. But he felt that he had found a method. He could find more fire element star cores to feed the little crow. Its talent might awaken one day. The little crow was only an assistant now. But once it awakened its ghost fire talent, it would be able to actively participate in battles. Just thinking about it made him excited. Hurry and grow up. Your master is so impressive. You mustn't be weak either. Wang Ting expressed his expectations shamelessly. Chapter 273. Intermediate Stage, Rune Master Yang City, Haiwei Hotel. The next morning, Wang Ting got up early and prepared to go out. He asked the hotel's attendant for the location of the Rune Society. As he walked along the streets in the morning, Wang Ting recalled the attendant's expression when he asked about the Rune Society. His reaction was interesting. He was shocked before he turned respectful. This kind of respect was different from the respect towards customers. It originated due to a difference in societal status. Wang Ting sighed. It looked like the position of rune masters on the Xingwu continent wasn't low. No wonder all the top universities on Earth had set up a faculty to teach rune studies, especially. He wondered about the social statuses of blacksmiths and alchemists. Yang City was a huge city. Even in the early morning, the streets were busy and packed with people. Wang Ting even met a team of guards in armor. They looked domineering. Their armors clanged loudly as they walked, and the passers-by would make way for them immediately. Wang Ting stood at the side of the road and watched them walk away. Then, he followed the attendant's guidance and walked past a few streets. Finally, he reached the Rune Society. In front of him was an enormous and magnificent building. The name of the building was written in light gold on the plaque, giving off a faint glow. Large crowds were moving back and forth in the plaza outside the Rune Society. There were all kinds of races mixed together, including dwarves, orcs, and humans. Many people wore long gowns with a prominent rune logo at the chest area. Wang Ting guessed that these were the staff of the Rune Society. When he walked through the main doors of the Rune Society, a large lobby welcomed his vision. There weren't many people inside the lobby, so it looked empty. The staff was all busy doing their own things. The people who entered the lobby didn't stop either. They walked in a straight line and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The corridor in the lobby had all kinds of rune patterns carved on its walls. It looked very strange. Wang Ting only glanced at them since his gaze was attracted by the massive number of bubbles floating on the floor. He made the right choice to come to the Rune Society. He was right. There were many attribute bubbles he could pick up. Spirit *10 Rune Knowledge *8 Rune Knowledge *6 Spiritual Realm *4 Spirit *12 Rune Knowledge *10. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles were pulled over by Wang Ting and entered his body like fish in the sea. There are spirit attributes. Wang Ting was shocked. This was the first time he had picked up spiritual realm attributes. It looked like this Rune Society was filled with hidden dragons. He calculated and realized that he had gained 18 points of spiritual realm and 46 points of spirit in total. Wang Ting's spirit attribute rose tremendously. A huge amount of spirit attributes surged into his mind like a storm, twirling like a bottomless tornado. It took a while to calm down. Spiritual realm, 71.7/100. As the spiritual attributes increased, Wang Ting's spiritual power also followed suit. His ability rose subsequently too. He also gained 156 points of rune knowledge. This rune knowledge wasn't the basic rune knowledge he had learned in school. Rather, it was much more profound and professional. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. He thought that another segment would appear in his knowledge row, but there wasn't one. However, there were still some changes to his attributes panel. There was a new section, secondary job. There were 3 jobs in this secondary job section: Rune Master, Blacksmith, and Force Chef. Blacksmith, 125/1000, Advanced Stage. Force Chef, May 2000, Master, Rune Master, 83/500, Intermediate Stage. At the same time, some introduction appeared in Wang Ting's mind. These secondary jobs were split into a few levels: Beginner Stage, Intermediate Stage, Advanced Stage, Master, and Grandmaster. Could it be that the secondary jobs are segregated into different levels in the Xingwu continent? Do the people on Earth follow the same example? Wang Ting wondered to himself. He noticed that alchemists still hadn't appeared and remained in the knowledge row. Obviously, knowing spiritual herb differentiation didn't make him an alchemist. Wang Ting understood instantly. My rune master level has reached the intermediate stage. I picked up 156 points of rune knowledge just now and jumped from beginner stage to intermediate stage immediately. Including the basic rune knowledge I had, I am at 83 points now. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Tung's lips. He didn't have to worry anymore. He came here to get the Rune Master Qualification Certificate. He planned to use it as his way of merging into the Xingwu Continent Society. Wang Tung stood in the lobby with his weapon carrier casket on his back. Keeping in mind his young age, he was extremely eye-catching. A young lady in a Rune Society uniform, a long dress, walked over. She smiled at Wang Tung and asked, "Mister, is this your first time here? Do you need any help?" "Yes, it's indeed my first time. I want to get the Rune Master Qualification Certificate. I wonder what's the process like?" Wang Ting nodded and replied, "You're a Rune Master?" The lady was slightly stunned when she looked at Wang Tung's young face. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "Follow me." The lady was honestly startled. Her attitude became respectful as she raised her hand to lead Wang Tung to the counter. She took out a form and a pen and passed them to Wang Tung. "Please fill in this form. We will arrange the test for you later." Wang Tung filled up the form casually. The lady took the form and glanced at the age row. He was 18 years old. She sighed and exclaimed, "It's rare to see someone so young taking the Rune Master qualification test." Then, she held the form and led Wang Tung down the corridor in the lobby. They stopped in front of a huge door. There were two martial warriors standing guard outside the huge door. Wang Tung scanned these two people. He sensed that they were at least 2-star soldier level. Yet, they were guarding the door here. "I brought this person to take the exam. Please let him in," the lady said to the two martial warriors. "The first round of exams will take place half an hour later. Don't walk around after you enter the room. Just wait in your seat." One of the martial warriors was amazed when he saw Wang Tung. This fellow looked very young, but he wasn't able to see through him at all. Thus, he decided to speak politely. Wang Tung nodded to show that he understood. The martial warrior opened the door to let him in. The young lady was surprised to see the martial warrior's attitudes. However, she didn't say much. She stamped the form and handed it to Wang Tung. "You just have to pass the form to the examiner during the exam." "Okay, thank you." Wang Tung nodded and entered the room. It was brightly lit. There were many people in the room. Low discussions and laughter were heard occasionally. Most of them were youths around 20 years old. However, Wang Tung saw two people around his age. They had elders accompanying them. Chapter 274. Young man, be my disciple. They turned to look at Wang Tung uncontrollably when they noticed someone walking into the room. Another person. He's so young. He can be compared to the young ladies and masters from the elite families. You don't know if he can pass the exam. It's too early to compare him with them. The moment Wang Tung stepped in, discussions about him rose immediately. All of them were shocked by his age, but majority of them remained suspicious. Most young examinees had come here to gain experience. They rarely passed the test. People who were able to pass the Rune Master exam at this age were all extraordinarily talented and outstanding geniuses. At the same time, a massive amount of resources was needed to groom them. The bar was too high for ordinary people. Wang Tung ignored their gossip and walked to a corner, quietly waiting for the exam start. After some time, no one cared about Wang Tung anymore. They started talking about the young masters and ladies from elite families. From their discussions, Wang Tung knew that the two peers with elders accompanying them came from the Rune elite families of Yang City. The young man with an elder beside him came from the Lu family in Yang City. His name was Lu Xinghui. The young lady with a middle-aged man beside her was the genius from the Su family, Su Lingyun. I rely on the system. If these two people are able to pass the exam, besides the advantage of their families, they must be extremely talented. Wang Tung sized up the two youths. Time passed quickly. When the exam was about to start, the examiners from the Rune Society entered the room one by one. There were 3 examiners, 2 humans, and 1 goblin. The goblin was small, and his skin was crumpled. His mouth stuck out, and he had the chin of an ape. 3 advanced stage rune masters are our examiners, the youngsters in the room exclaimed. The 3 examiners walked directly to their seats and sat down. They didn't announce the start of the exam. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Everyone was confused. A few more minutes passed when the door of the room was opened once again. An elder with silver-white hair walked in. He was very old, but you could still see that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. A pair of sharp ears protruded out from his silver hair. Fairy. This elder was a fairy. Wang Tung was dumbstruck. Suddenly, he heard the crowd shouting again. President! President! Wang Tung was shocked. For the people here to call him president, he must be the president of the Yang City Rune Society. Why is the president here? Look at who's behind the president. I think it's his disciple, Su Lingxian. Is the president asking Su Lingxian to take the exam today? No way. Su Lingxian is only 16 years old. Since Su Lingxian is able to become the president's disciple, this is proof that she's much more talented than Su Lingyun. If it's her, it might be possible. Wang Tung's expression turned weird. This piece of news was a little mind-blowing. He couldn't help but look at the 2 ladies. Su Lingyun, Su Lingxian. Are they both from the Su family? Wang Tung felt puzzled. Their names were similar, along with their looks. This was fun. One was an extremely talented lady who became the disciple of the president of the Rune Society. The other was talented too, but she wasn't accepted. Their background was the same, but their fate was different. Fate could be very irritating sometimes. At this moment, Wang Tung could see jealousy on Su Lingyun's face. After the president of the Rune Society came, he nodded at the 3 examiners. Then, they announced the start of the exam. A human examiner stood up and said, "The exam is straightforward. We've chosen 10 one-star rune arrays. You have to create at least 3 arrays to pass the exam. The more arrays you create, the higher your points." After the Rune Master job appeared, Wang Tung knew that there were 1 to 9-star rune arrays. A beginner stage Rune Master was able to create at least 3 one-star rune arrays. Everyone stood in their position and looked at the 10 one-star rune arrays shown on the screen on the wall. Some people frowned while others smiled brightly. Then, they picked up the rune pen on the table and started creating their rune arrays. Wang Tung glanced at the names without any changes in his expression. He started creating the arrays immediately. He was an intermediate stage Rune Master now. 1-star rune arrays posed no challenge to him. Within half an hour, he created all 10 one-star rune arrays on the metal board on his exam table. Then he raised his hand. Everyone's gazes were attracted to him. "You're done." The 3 examiners frowned. "Yes," Wang Tung replied calmly. Even the president of the Rune Society glanced at Wang Tung. "He's so fast. Is he here to create trouble?" Everyone was confused and in disbelief. The 3 talented youths, Lu Xinghui, Su Lingyun, and Su Lingxian, looked at Wang Tung simultaneously. This young man around their age had actually completed his arrays already. The 3 examiners' faces turned black, but they didn't say anything. They exchanged glances with one another and walked to Wang Tung's seat. A set of 10 perfect rune arrays appeared in front of their eyes. The 3 of them were shocked. They pounced on Wang Tung's exam table in unplanned unison and observed the rune arrays on it carefully. Especially the goblin examiner. He was too short, so he could only climb onto the table. He took out a magnifying glass and laid on the table to observe the arrays. His posture looked a little funny. Perfect. Flawless. The 3 examiners were bewildered. They raised their heads and looked at Wang Tung. The astonishment in their eyes remained there for a long time. No way. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard this. The president of the Rune Society walked over at this moment. "President, take a look at this. The 10 one-star rune arrays created by this young man are perfect," the 3 examiners said hurriedly. The president, Gorlin, got even more curious. This young man had managed to get such high praises from these rune masters. He strode over and scrutinized the arrays for a long time. In the end, he was also amazed. He sized up Wang Tung and smiled. He asked abruptly, "Young man, why don't you be my disciple?" Everyone collapsed in shock. "President, you're not going by the books." Su Lingxian looked at her master and Wang Teng in confusion. Was she going to have a senior brother? Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun didn't seem to be in a good mood. The other people were envious too. This was the president of the Rune Society. All these times, did you know how many people wanted to be his disciple but failed? The president had only accepted Su Lingxian as his disciple, but today he laid his eyes on this young man he just knew and even asked him to be his disciple. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. I was too rash. Don't reject me now. We can talk again after the exam, Gorlin said. Then he said to the three examiners, you can give him his score first. The three examiners nodded. There was no need to discuss. They gave full marks to Wang Teng. Chapter 275, Treatment of a Rune Master after Wang Teng finished his exam. Another half an hour passed. Su Lingxian completed the 10 one-star rune arrays. However, her completion rate wasn't as high as Wang Teng's. There were flaws in her array, but it was already awe-inspiring for a 16-year-old young lady to reach this stage. President Gorlin was delighted with his disciple's performance. The three examiners gave her a final score of 83 points. It should be a happy matter, but Su Lingxian couldn't smile at all. She came beside Gorlin and asked, Master, how much did he score? Gorlin knew who his disciple was referring to. He could also tell that she was depressed. He smiled and said, in this world, there will always be extremely talented people. You can compare yourself to him, but you can't lose your composure. Make these outstanding people your goals, and you will definitely have great achievements in the future. Su Lingxian was stunned for a moment. She seemed enlightened as she nodded seriously and said, I understand, Master. All right, why do you have to be so serious? Gorlin laughed. Master, you spoke so sternly, so I have to be serious too. Su Lingxian resumed her cheeky manner. She smiled and continued, oh right, you haven't told me how much he scored. The three examiners gave him full marks. Gorlin noticed that she wasn't dejected anymore, so he told her Wang Teng's result. Full marks. Although Su Lingxian had prepared herself mentally, she was still shocked by the number. Some people had indeed scored full marks in the past, but that was only a handful. It was too difficult to create a flawless array. Not only did you need hard work, but you also needed extremely high talent. No wonder her master asked her to maintain her composure. She might die from frustration if she compared herself to him. Su Lingxian shook her head. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Master, are you really going to take him as your disciple? Will I be his senior sister? It will feel great to have such a powerful junior brother. Seriously? Even if I take him in, you will be his junior sister. He's older than you. Gorlin burst out laughing. He shook his head and said, I do want to take him in. He's gifted, so it's a pity if I miss him. But he seems to have some concerns. I will need to have a chat with him after the exam. Ha ha ha, Master. So you have people you can't handle too. Su Lingxian laughed at her master's plight. You little fellow. Gorlin also laughed out loud. All the best. Master, you can do it. Su Lingxian waved her fist playfully as she cheered for her master. Gorlin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Time flew. The 2-hour exam ended quickly. Some people panted and sighed, while others furrowed their brows deeply. Some were relieved. The three examiners came down from their seats to mark the examinees' efforts. It wasn't hard for advanced stage rune masters to evaluate one-star rune arrays. They could tell at one glance where the mistakes and flaws were before giving the final score. Very soon, everyone's score was out. There were more than 20 participants, but only 6 people passed. Some people couldn't even create 3 one-star rune arrays. Naturally, they failed. Some managed to carve all 10 one-star rune arrays, but there were fatal flaws in their work. They failed their exam too. Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun were among the 6 who passed the exam. Their results weren't low. One scored 45, while the other scored 50. In this exam, the passing mark wasn't 60. There were 10 one-star rune arrays in total. If you carved one correct one-star rune array, you would get 10 points. Hence, you would only need 30 points to pass the exam. Based on Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun's score, they had completed at least 4 to 5 one-star rune arrays. It was already outstanding. After all, they were very young. However, In front of Su Lingxian, their results paled in comparison, much less Wang Tong. Su Lingyun scored 83 while the fellow from God knows where scored full marks. Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun were flabbergasted when they heard Wang Tong and Su Lingyun score. Their expressions turned a little ugly. They would have been satisfied with their scores if Su Lingxian and Wang Tong weren't present. But now it was incomparable. They were famous talents in Yang City, yet they were thrown to the sidelines. They didn't have the face to call themselves geniuses anymore. The other examinees were talking among themselves softly. They were thunderstruck. That young man scored full marks? I really want to see how well he drew his rune arrays. The three examiners and the president all said that this rune arrays were perfect. They gave such a high score, so it must be flawless. Su Lingxian scored very well too. She's only 16 years old. It's very impressive. Compared to the two of them, Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun are nothing. Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun heard these discussions. Their faces were black, and their gazes were filled with envy. As the exam came to an end, a few staff from the Rune Society walked in with trays on their palms. There were black gowns placed on the trays. One of the examiners stood up and smiled. Everyone, congratulations on becoming beginner stage rune masters. In the future, you will be a member of the Rune Society, and you can enjoy the special privileges given by the Society. You can take missions and exchange items on our mission and exchange platforms. We will be giving you our special internal long gown. There are runes carved by our advanced stage rune masters on these gowns. It has defensive ability, repels dust, is waterproof, and protects you from poison. The cost price of each gown is 1,000 force stones at least. It isn't just a symbol of your status. It's a symbol of honor. I hope that you will treasure it. Everyone stared at the long gowns held by the staff with an intense gaze. The people who didn't pass the exam were jealous. The staff went forward and passed the long gowns to the examinees who had passed the beginner stage rune master exam. Everyone held onto the gowns with delight. Some even took off their coats and changed into this exquisite rune master black gown right away. Before becoming rune masters, they lived in impoverished circumstances. Now, after changing into the black gown, they seemed to have transformed into a different person. They started exuding the noble aura of a rune master. The tailor makes the man. This was exactly what it meant. At this moment, Gorlin walked over with Su Lingxian and smiled as he said, "Young man, shall we find a place to talk?" I want to take the intermediate stage rune master exam first," Wang Tong replied. Gorlin was shocked. The others were dumbfounded too. Chapter 276. Pass the intermediate stage rune master exam. You want to take part in the intermediate stage rune master exam? Gorlin and the three examiners stared at Wang Tong in bewilderment. Su Lingxian, who was standing behind Gorlin, also stared at Wang Tong with wide eyes. Her jaws dropped slightly. She thought that she had heard wrong. In the room, everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Tong. They were already amazed when he aced the beginner stage rune master exam with full marks. They were stunned by his talent. Yet, he still wanted to take the intermediate stage rune master exam. How should they explain his talent now? Everyone turned speechless in unplanned unison. There was pin-drop silence in the exam room for a moment. This brat. Lu Xinghui looked at Wang Tong, who had become the spotlight in the room. His eyes were burning with the flames of jealousy. In the past, this treatment belonged to him. The guy had snatched it away from him. On the other side, Su Lingyun wasn't envious of Wang Tong. Her point of conflict was Su Lingxian. She looked at Wang Tong's angular face, and a glint flashed past her eyes. If he passed the intermediate stage rune master exam, where did this fellow come from, though? If he really passed the intermediate stage rune master exam, he would be a devil in human skin. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Tong as though he was a monster. They smiled bitterly. Don't underestimate the intermediate stage rune master exam. Not only do you need to create 2-star rune arrays, but you must also possess 2-star force and mortal realm spiritual power. Su Lingxian couldn't help but reminded him. 2-star force and mortal realm spiritual power. Wang Tong glanced at the young lady. 2-star force was what the people on the Xingwu continent called it. It meant 2-star soldier level. As for the mortal realm, that was the stage before the spiritual realm. Typically, a person's spiritual power stopped at the mortal realm. However, Wang Teng had already reached the spiritual realm one step higher. He had ticked all the boxes for his advancement. If Su Lingxian knew his real power, what would she think? If I still want to try, Wang Teng said. Gorlin regained his composure and gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. He said, "Are you sure you want to take the intermediate stage Runemaster exam?" Yes. Wang Teng nodded. The 3 examiners walked over. Their expressions turned serious when they heard that Wang Teng still wanted to take the exam. "Young man, this isn't a joke," the goblin examiner said. If Wang Teng passed the intermediate stage Runemaster exam at this age, they could only describe his talent as monstrous. In the entire rune industry of the Empire, no one as impressive as him had appeared in the last few hundred years. You don't have to be so serious. It's just an exam. There are intermediate stage Runemaster exams in the Rune Society every day, right? There must be many people taking part in it. Adding me inside won't make a difference. If it's not possible, forget it. Wang Teng felt speechless by their nagging. Of course you can. Why can't you? Hurry up and prepare for the exam, Gorlin said immediately. If they stopped Wang Teng only to realize that he was indeed an intermediate stage Runemaster, it would be a massive loss for the Yang City Rune Society. There were rune societies in all the cities in the Empire. Although they came from the same background, competition still existed between them. If an unprecedented talent appeared in Yang City, it would only spell more benefits for them. The 3 examiners reacted quickly. Just like what Wang Teng said, it was merely an exam. Many people took the exam every day, so what difference would Wang Teng make? His results would explain everything. The 3 examiners personally brought Wang Teng to another room with Gorlin. The words Intermediate Stage Runemaster Exam were written on the door of the room. There were even fewer people in the Intermediate Stage Runemaster's exam hall. You could count them with your fingers. When the examiner inside saw Gorlin walking in with Wang Teng, he was surprised. He got up and said, "President, why are you here?" "I brought someone to take part in the Intermediate Stage Runemaster exam," Gorlin replied. "Oh, who is it? Why do you have to send him over personally?" There were 3 examiners for the Intermediate Stage Runemaster exam too. They were startled when they heard Gorlin's reply. They knew that Gorlin's disciple, Su Lingxian, was at most a beginner stage Runemaster. They were also familiar with her, so they noticed that she wasn't present. Instead, they saw Wang Teng, who was standing behind Gorlin. They were confused. "It's him." Gorlin tilted his body to reveal Wang Teng. He glanced around him and said, "Has your exam started?" "He's joining the Intermediate Stage Runemaster exam at such a young age." Astonishment filled up their eyes as they exchanged glances with one another. They nodded and said, "Yes, it hadn't started yet." "Let him participate then," Gorlin said without explaining Wang Teng's identity. "Okay." The 3 examiners didn't probe further. They asked the staff to prepare another exam table. The Intermediate Stage Runemaster exam was about to start. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Gorlin looked at Wang Teng as he walked up to his exam table. His eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself. Outside the exam room of the Intermediate Stage Runemaster exam, Lu Xinghui and Su Lingyun hadn't left yet. They gathered in the corridor and waited for Wang Teng's result. Su Lingxian was present too. She stared intently at the closed door and wondered to herself, "Seriously, why didn't Master bring me along?" Lu Xinghui looked at Su Lingxian, who was alone at the side. His eyes lit up, and he inched towards her. He pretended to be intimate and called out to her, "Lingxian, do you think that fellow will pass the exam?" Su Lingxian frowned secretly. She moved half a step away and said, "I don't know. Let's just see the result. I think that he won't. That fellow probably wants to attract the president's attention." Lu Xinghui didn't notice Su Lingxian's actions. He continued talking to himself. "Even Master isn't sure. I don't know anything." Su Lingxian scoffed. Lu Xinghui's expression froze. How does it feel to get the cold shoulder?" Su Lingyun sneered from the side. Lu Xinghui's face turned red. He snorted and kept quiet. Su Lingxian frowned. Su Lingyun had a sharp tongue. However, she couldn't do anything to her cousin. Ever since Gorlin took her in as his disciple, Su Lingyun started hating her. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the door opened, and Gorlin and the three examiners walked out. Master, what's the result? Su Lingxian ran forward hurriedly and pulled Gorlin's hand as she asked. Gorlin sighed. He didn't pass. Wang Tung's face appeared in Su Lingxuan's mind. She looked a little disappointed. Lu Xinghui couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Su Lingyun was dismayed. Her gaze turned indifferent again. No, he passed. I'm just sighing over his astonishing talent, Gorlin lamented. Su Lingxian was shocked. She rolled her eyes at him uncontrollably. Lu Xinghui staggered. Su Lingyun raised her head abruptly. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 277. Divine Spirit Master. They all had different expressions when they heard that Wang Tung had passed his exam. However, their astonishment was the same. Wang Tung came out a bit slower than Gorlin. He was picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by the intermediate stage rune masters in the room before he came out. Rune Master, 106 out of 500, intermediate stage. He remained indifferent when he saw everyone's expression. He had seen too many similar expressions before and was used to it. Thus, he remained calm. But to Gorlin, his attitude was commendable. At this age, with such impressive talent, he was still able to remain undisturbed by favor and flattery. How many young people could do this? Some beginner-stage rune masters who hadn't left nodded at Wang Tung and came to greet him. They wanted to leave an impression on his memory. After all, this amazing talent might become a renowned master in the future. There was no harm in knowing him beforehand. Su Lingyun came forward and said with a smile, Hi, I'm Su Lingyun, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Never slap a person who smiles. Wang Tung couldn't reject her, so he nodded and replied, I'm Wang Tung. You are not a local, right? Let me bring you around when you're free, Su Lingyun said. Lu Xinghui snorted when he saw everyone fawning over Wang Tung. He turned around and left. The exam has ended. If there's nothing, you can leave. Gorlin waved his hands at everyone in the corridor. Then, he turned and smiled at Wang Tung. Now we can talk. President, why must you keep a nobody like me here? Wang Tung said with a bitter smile. You must be secretly delighted. Many people will give anything to get invited by my master, Su Lingxian said angrily. Gorlin noticed Wang Tung's consideration, so he waved his hands casually and said, Don't worry. I honestly just want to talk to you. I won't force you to do anything. All right. Since he had already expressed his stance, Wang Tung couldn't reject him anymore. He nodded. Everyone was envious when they watched Wang Tung leaving with Gorlin. Then they started chatting about the things they had experienced today as they dispersed. They felt honored to be able to witness the rise of a legend. Wang Tung followed Gorlin deep inside the Rune Society. There were corridors everywhere. After taking many turns, they finally walked out of a door. A small garden laid in front of them. The air smelled pleasant and fresh, and there were all kinds of strange creatures popping out from the bushes. They weren't scared of Gorlin and Su Lingxian, but when they saw Wang Tung, they sized him up with wide eyes. Wang Tung looked at this bunch of translucent creatures jumping around the bushes. They were like jelly. He exclaimed in surprise, This is slime. Slime? What's that? Su Lingxian glanced at Wang Tung curiously. She said they're called soft muddy babies. One soft muddy babies. The corners of Wang Tung's lips twitched. He kept repeating this name. It was pretty descriptive. This name is not bad, right? Su Lingxian chuckled. My master has been studying these little fellows recently, so he caught a bunch of them and raised them at home. Not bad. Wang Tung had a strange expression. Then, he joked and said, Master Gorlin, aren't you a Ren Master? Why are you studying slime? Do you want to be a biologist instead? Ha ha, Wang Tung. I can call you Wang Tung, right? Gorlin laughed. After receiving Wang Tung's agreement, he continued. The runes we have come from the research of star beasts. Life is the most magical presence in this world. Every single life contains huge secrets. This soft, muddy baby might be the lowest form of life, but it comes in many different forms. It's able to embrace any force elements like a human. It's a mysterious creature. I'm researching their shape-shifting ability. I really want to know what kind of life pattern allows it to shift its shape so casually. I might even create a new rune. Shape-shifting. Wang Teng's gaze lit up. He instantly thought of many links and implications. When he looked at the slime again, oh wait, it was called Soft Muddy Baby, his gaze turned dangerous. Master, you are just bored. Many elders tried to study this creature, but they failed. It has been deemed impossible. Why are you so stubborn? Su Lingxian rolled her eyes. Haha, this is my dream as a child. I'm getting old, so if I don't do it now, it will be too late. Gorlin smiled and replied. He didn't mind her comment. There was a small wooden house in the garden. Gorlin brought Wang Tung to a quiet study room in the wooden house. Su Lingxian poured a cup of dark green drink for Wang Tung. Gorlin smiled and explained, This is a special fruit wine made by the fairies. Have a taste. Wang Tung held the wooden cup and smelled the wine. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. It was so pleasant. He couldn't help but take a small sip. This is delicious. You're not from the Xingwu continent. Gorlin suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. Wang Tung was caught off guard. He spat out the mouth of fruit wine he had just swallowed. It landed squarely on Gorlin's face. Su Lingxian was startled. It was partly because of what Gorlin said, and partly because Wang Tung had spat wine on Gorlin's face. The three of them were stunned, and there was a moment of dead silence. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Cough. Gorlin regained his senses first and coughed awkwardly. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his face calmly. Su Lingxian held back her laughter and glared at Wang Tung. Wang Tung pretended as if nothing had happened and he didn't see anything. He replied calmly, President Gorlin, I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't your elder tell you that you won't be able to hide your spiritual mark in front of a warrior with strong spiritual power? Don't worry. Since I said it, I won't harm you. Do you think that someone as strong as me will bother talking to you? Gorlin said. Wang Tung sighed in his heart. He replied, President, how do you know? Even if you have strong spiritual power, you can only notice the difference in my spiritual mark when I activate my spiritual power. I don't think I used my spiritual power in front of you. When you entered the Rune Society, you used your spiritual power to scan the lobby once. I noticed you at that time. At the start, I didn't place much attention on you. Many people from your world come here since there's trade between the two worlds. It isn't strange for a person from Earth to appear in my Rune Society. However, when I coincidentally met you taking the Rune Master exams, I understood what you wanted to do. Gorlin replied slowly. Spiritual power. Su Lingxian turned her head violently to look at Wang Tung as she listened to their conversation. This fellow actually possessed spiritual power. What? Right at the start? Wang Tung was shocked at something else. When he observed the lobby at that time, he didn't detect any person with strong spiritual power. That was why he dared to pick up the attribute bubbles with his spiritual power. He was certain that President Gorlin wasn't there, but he still managed to detect his presence. How frightening was his spiritual power. The next moment, he smiled bitterly. He was too careless. President, why are you telling me this? He asked. So that you can become my disciple. Gorlin smiled. He looked like a sly old fox. Wang Tung looked at him in a daze. Su Lingxian was bewildered too. However, she remembered her master's method of doing things and felt that it was understandable. He might appear to be of noble character and high prestige and act kind and amiable in front of everyone, but in reality, his heart was black. After all, he was an old monster that had lived for a few hundred years. What do you think? Young man, if you acknowledge me as your master, I will keep your secret for you. I will even teach you how to hide your spiritual mark. Gorlin sniggered. What? Wang Tung asked sternly. Gorlin seemed to know what he was referring to. He suddenly retracted his smile and looked at him intently. The world is different. Can you be more specific? Wang Tung asked. You will have to figure it out yourself. Gorlin couldn't keep his mysterious aura for more than 3 seconds. He immediately started smiling slyly again. Wang Tung felt like vomiting blood. Why does everyone like to leave him hanging? It feels so uncomfortable to know half of what's happening. But I already have a master, he said. A rune master? Gorlin asked. No, she teaches me martial arts, Wang Tung replied. That won't be a problem then. It isn't conflicting. Even if your martial arts master knows, she won't mind, Gorlin said. All right, master. Wang Tung forsook his dignity and greeted Gorlin. Very good. Gorlin stroked his white beard and nodded in satisfaction. He pointed at Su Lingxian and said, She will be your junior sister in the future. Remember to take care of her. Su Lingxian was agitated as if someone had rubbed her the wrong way. Why? I'm his senior sister here. You're younger and weaker than him. Gorlin smiled as he replied to her. Shouldn't seniority be based on the time you enter the clan? Su Lingxian expressed her unhappiness. How about this? If you can make Wang Tung call you senior sister, you will be his senior sister. Gorlin immediately threw this problem to Wang Tung. Junior sister, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Wang Tung sniggered in his heart. There was no way he was going to call this lady, who was younger than him, his senior. Call me senior sister. Su Lingxian was furious. Junior sister. Call senior sister. Junior sister. All right. You can quarrel over your seniority in the future. Let's talk business now. Gorlin hurriedly stopped the two of them. He said to Wang Tung, Let's talk about your spiritual power now. How much do you understand your spiritual power? Wang Tung's interest was instantly hooked. His expression was grave as he shook his head. I don't understand much. Gorlin choked on his words. He took a few breaths before continuing. What a waste. You're fortunate that you met me. Simply put, spiritual kinesis is the objectification of your spiritual power. Very few people are able to breed spiritual kinesis. You need to be extremely gifted and lucky. You are undoubtedly very lucky. Spiritual kinesis is related to a mysterious and ancient job, Divine Spirit Master. Divine Spirit Master? Wang Tung felt that this was his lucky moment, his time to shine. He asked hurriedly, What is a Divine Spirit Master? The moment he finished speaking, a wave of spiritual kinesis emerged from Gorlin's body. The fire force around them surged towards him and congregated into a giant fire serpent in front of him. It lowered its head to look at Wang Tung. This is a Divine Spirit Master. Chapter 278. Two foodies, what the F******K. These three words hovered in his mouth for a while before he spurted them out. The giant fire serpent looked alive. Every single one of its scales seemed exceptionally real. Its huge body slid around Gorlin and protected him in the middle. The serpent's head rose into the air and looked down at Wang Tung. It stuck out its tongue softly. Anyone who saw this scene for the first time would be blown away. This was the first time Su Lingxian saw Gorlin displaying his ability too. Her jaws dropped as she stared at the serpent dumbfounded. What is F******K? Gorlin frowned and asked. Cough. Wang Tung started coughing awkwardly. He smiled in embarrassment and said, Master, is this the ability of a Divine Spirit Master? Gorlin didn't probe further. He nodded and replied, That's right. A Divine Spirit Master uses his spiritual kinesis as his hands to control the force around him to work for him. He can also wield all sorts of weapons and launch powerful attacks. While explaining, he raised his hand. A thick book floated down from the bookcase behind him and landed on his palm. I know how to wield weapons. I have been doing that for a long time. However, controlling the force around me. I attempted it a few times, but failed. I can only control the force in my body, Wang Tung said. If everyone knows how to control the force around them, then the Divine Spirit Masters won't be so secretive anymore. Gorlin smiled. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You must have a medium if you want to control the force around you. This medium is the legacy of the Divine Spirit Masters. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He was starting to get excited. Gorlin was undoubtedly a Divine Spirit Master. It would be a massive gain if he could get the legacy of the Divine Spirit Masters from him. Haha, do you want to learn? Gorlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Tung's expression. Of course. Wang Tung nodded without hesitation. Don't worry. Since you accepted me as your master, I will pass my legacy to you, Gorlin said. Wang Tung took a deep breath. Thank you. He could imagine how precious the legacy of divine spirit masters was. Yet, Gorlin decided to pass it to him, a disciple who had just joined him. Also, he was from Earth, not a part of the Xingwu continent. Those who were not one's kin were sure to be of a different heart. Yet, Gorlin ignored this dilemma altogether. This was a display of his magnanimity. Master, what about me? What about me? Su Lingxian didn't think that much. When she saw the magic of a divine spirit master, she couldn't control her excitement anymore. She pulled Gorlin's arm and started shaking him. Stop shaking, stop shaking. If you continue shaking, my bones will get dislodged. Gorlin said helplessly, I want to teach you, but you haven't awakened your spiritual power yet. You won't be able to learn it even if I teach you. I'm a talented young beauty. Why can't I learn? Su Lingxian was dejected. Then, she thought of something and turned hopeful. Master, do you have a way to let me awaken my spiritual power? Stop thinking of bad ideas. If it were so easy to awaken one's spiritual power, we would have lots of divine spirit masters. Gorlin shook his head. Su Lingxian became depressed again. Gorlin felt his head hurting as he looked at her. He quickly looked at Wang Teng to ask him to comfort her. However, this was the first day he knew Su Lingxian. He didn't understand her at all, so he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only look at the floor to express his helplessness. Gorlin could only do it himself. He said softly, Lingxian, this is probably Wang Teng's first time in Yang City. He's not familiar with the city, so why don't you bring him around? I heard the new bakery has opened along on Qin Street. Their pastries are very special, and they are delicious. Don't you want to try? Su Lingxian's eyes lit up. However, she still appeared a little unwilling. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing reluctantly. Since Master asked, I will bring Junior Wang Teng around the city. Sigh, I don't have a choice since I'm his senior sister. Wang Teng saw the young lattice, throat moving up and down. It was quite obvious. She seemed to be swallowing her saliva. She was a foodie. He wanted to correct the way she addressed him, but since she had just suffered a huge blow, he decided not to argue about seniority with her for now. Gorlin stood in the garden and watched them walk away. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he laid on the rocking chair at the side and read a book as he rocked slowly. Sunlight shone on his white beard, and the special creatures shuttled back and forth through the bushes. The leaves were rustling, as if playing a soothing tune. Some unknown flower fairies danced around the flowers. They would land on Gorlin's head occasionally. The scene was quiet and peaceful. Su Lingxian brought Wang Teng to the streets. Although this young lady kept staring at the street food, she was still faithful in her duties. Whenever she met a symbolic building, she would explain its significance to Wang Teng. Of course, there were remunerations in order. Senior brother, I'm hungry. Can you buy a fried, crispy pastry for me? Su Lingxian touched her stomach and looked at him righteously. Her intention was, I'm hungry because I brought you out for a walk. Where's your conscience if you don't buy food for me? It didn't matter if this was really her intention. The most important thing was her saliva was about to drip down from the corner of her lips. Wipe your saliva quickly. Don't you find it embarrassing? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He wanted to buy 2 fried, crispy pastries. Mind you, it did look quite delicious. Su Lingxian blushed as she sucked her saliva back. Her actions were extremely smooth. Wang Teng bought the pastries and passed one to Su Lingxian. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease her. Do you admit that you're senior brother now? Did I say that? You must have heard wrong. Su Lingxian ignored Wang Teng the moment she got her food. She denied what she said and started eating her fried pastry happily. She chewed furiously with her little mouth, and her cheeks were puffed up. She made the food look appetizing. Hey, you little brat. Wang Teng felt speechless. After that, whenever they saw something delicious, Su Lingxian would stop in her tracks and look at Wang Teng 1 hour later. Wang Teng glanced at Su Lingxian's flat stomach. He sighed. You are small, but you eat well. Su Lingxian glanced sideways at Wang Teng and sniggered. You're not bad either. Cough. I practice martial arts. It's normal for me to eat more. Wang Teng coughed and replied to her calmly. Mint. Su Lingxian sneered. At the same time, in the restaurant to their left, Lu Xinghui and a few young men were laughing and chatting happily around a table beside the window. They were toasting each other, and the atmosphere was lively. "Hey, isn't that Su Lingxian from the Su family?" one of the young men exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned and looked in the direction he was staring at. "It looks like Su Lingxian. Who is the person beside her?" Chapter 279. I have a bad temper. Su Lingxian came from a Rune elite family and was the disciple of the Rune Society. Along with her extraordinary talents, her appearance and aura were also top class. She was a beauty desired by many. Hence, she was very popular among the youngsters in Yang City. However, she rarely appeared in public, so there was no chance to invite her. This caused the youngsters in Yang City, who wanted to chase Su Lingxian, to feel helpless. Fortunately, there was no news that Su Lingxian was close to any young man. Hence, they weren't in a rush. You had to savor good wine, just like how you needed to chase a beauty slowly. But at this moment, there was another young man beside Su Lingxian around her age. If that wasn't bad enough, they looked intimate. "Who is this person?" a handsome young man around 17 years old asked coldly. The others looked at one another and shook their heads. They had no idea. "It's him." Lu Xinghui opened his mouth, his gaze flickering. "Xinghui, you know him?" the handsome young man asked. Lu Xinghui looked at the young man opposite him and came up with a plan. He said, "This fellow is not from Yang City. I met him when I was taking my beginner stage Rune Master exam today. Su Lingxian was there too. I didn't expect them to get together. An outsider is snatching our lady?" The handsome young man, Wan Feiyu, furrowed his brows as he asked, "How was his exam?" "Not bad. He passed the beginner stage Rune Master exam. I heard that his performance was not bad," Lu Xinghui replied. "He must be talented to pass the exam at this age." "Humph. However, he's just a beginner stage Rune Master." A tinge of disdain appeared in Wan Feiyu's eyes. He got up and walked down the restaurant. "Come, let's go and meet him." The others exchanged glances with one another and followed hurriedly. Lu Xinghui finished the wine in his cup, an evil smile appearing at the edge of his lips. Wang Teng and Su Lingxian were walking along the streets when they suddenly saw a bunch of young men dressed elegantly closing in on them like raging bulls. It was easy to tell that these young men came from good backgrounds. The passers-by moved aside as though they were some frightening monsters. "Why is it them? Let's leave, quick. They are extremely irritating. If we get tangled in their matters, we won't be able to do anything today." Su Lingxian frowned. She pulled Wang Teng to the side, hurriedly in an attempt to hide among the crowd. "They are here for us." Wang Teng looked at Su Lingxian and said helplessly. As expected, Wan Feiyu and his gang walked straight to Wang Teng and Su Lingxian. They blocked their path. "Lingxian, long time no see. You rarely come out. Why didn't you come and look for me?" "Uncle Su tells us to get together more often," Wan Feiyu smiled and said. Ignoring other factors, his looks were indeed outstanding. As he grew up in an elite family, his aura as a noble and elegant young master possessed lethal attraction to those ordinary young ladies. But Su Lingxian wasn't mesmerized by him at all. She glanced at him and said, "I'm busy. I came out to buy things for my master. I don't have time to waste. Please give way. What do you want to buy? I can accompany you. My family's business covers all the city. You can just tell me if you want to buy anything. I will solve it for you as soon as possible," Wan Feiyu replied. "No need. I will buy it myself." "There's no need to trouble you," Su Lingxian said. Wan Feiyu didn't want Su Lingxian to leave, though. He continued, "It's not troublesome. I just need to give an order." Then he pretended that he had just noticed Wang Teng and exclaimed, "This young man looks unfamiliar. Lingxian, don't get too close to a stranger. It will be bad if you get fooled. After all, we come from elite families. So many people are eyeing us. We want to know what's the motive of some unknown people." He glanced at Wang Teng. "This fellow is more handsome than me? Pretty boy." Wang Teng chuckled. By saying these words directly in his face, this fellow was looking down on him. Wang Teng knew his intention at one glance. His methods were a bit tender, though. "Wan Feiyu, you're stepping over your line." This time, Su Lingxian didn't give in. Her face turned cold as she spoke to him. "Little Lingxian, I know that you can't understand it now, but I will prove to you that I'm doing it for your sake." Wan Feiyu was hypocritical. He turned around immediately and sneered at Wang Teng. "I know that you passed the beginner stage Rune Master exam, but in front of the Su and Wan family, you are nothing. Go away if you want to fool Ling Xian. Don't make me hit you." Beginner stage Rune Master? Wang Teng's expression was strange. He had already noticed Lu Xinghui, who was standing behind this young man. Hence, when he heard the young man's words, he understood the entire story. He gave Lu Xinghui a meaningful glance before talking to the young man in front of him excitedly. "Oh, if you hit me, what will happen? It seems like you want to do this the hard way." A hint of anger flashed past Wan Feiyu's eyes. His face turned black, and his tone was cold. "You should understand the situation before you stand up, young man." Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't even know that he was being used. What an idiot. Lu Xinghui's expression changed slightly. However, Wan Feiyu didn't notice it. Instead, he was stimulated by Wang Teng's gaze. "Wan Feiyu, don't kick up a fuss," Su Lingxian wanted to explain, but Wan Feiyu didn't want to listen. Anger was already burning in his heart. He lost control of his emotions and said, "Bastard, why are you looking at me like this? You can do your own interpretation, idiot." Wang Ting also got impatient. He shouted furiously, "Get lost! You're looking for death." Wan Feiyu was trembling in anger and couldn't hold himself back anymore. He took a step forward, throwing a punch at Wang Teng. "Be careful!" Su Lingxuan's expression changed as she cried hurriedly. She didn't expect Wan Feiyu to act suddenly. They were so close. At this distance, it was difficult for Wang Teng to evade. Her face turned pale. If something happened to Wang Teng, how would she answer Gorlin? Delight flashed past his eyes when Lu Xinghui saw this scene. The smile at the edge of his lips became brighter. So what if he is more gifted than me in terms of rune talent? I'll still get beaten by others. However, the next second, the expression on his face froze. Slap! A crisp sound resounded on the street. Wan Feiyu's wrist was grabbed by a strong and powerful hand. How is this possible? Wan Feiyu's expression changed entirely. He was in disbelief. He struggled frantically to escape Wang Teng's clutches, but he realized he was unable to move. "I have a bad temper." Wang Teng looked at Wan Feiyu expressionlessly and said, "Let me go." Wan Feiyu's face turned hideous. He clenched his other fist and smashed it on Wang Teng's temple. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the lower half of Wang Teng's body ruthlessly. He showed no mercy. He wanted Wang Teng's life. Wang Teng's face remained indifferent. He raised his leg calmly and kicked Wan Feiyu's knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was exceptionally spooky. At the same time, he waved his fist and slammed it on Wan Feiyu's arm. Another crisp sound sent a chill down the onlookers' spines. Wan Feiyu's left arm dropped 90 degrees down. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Wan Feiyu's mouth. The youngsters that came with Wan Feiyu were frightened. Lu Xinghui wasn't any different. He looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. How dare he? Where did he get his courage? Chapter 280. You want to ruin my reputation? How dare you? Let go of Feiyu. Let him go quickly. You evil culprit. How dare you be so vicious? Wan Feiyu's companions shouted furiously. However, no one dared to go forward and help him. Wan Feiyu was at the 2-star soldier level, but he couldn't even last one round with Wang Teng. He was defeated instantly. They weren't going to look for a beating. Wang Teng grabbed Wan Feiyu's right hand and twisted it slightly. Ah! Wan Feiyu immediately screamed in pain. His voice was sad and shrill, and his face was distorted. It was all because of the pain assaulting his senses. Wang Teng turned and looked at the people who were shouting and clamoring. He asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Everyone was stunned. On purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Su Lingxian felt speechless too. This fellow seemed a little evil. A moment ago, she was worried about Wang Teng, but now she realized that her worry was for nothing. One of Wan Feiyu's kneecaps had been shattered from Wang Teng's kick. His left hand was broken too, so he couldn't move at all. He kept gasping for air due to the pain. At the same time, the pain allowed him to calm down. He knew that he had hit a rock today. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Shouldn't I ask you that? Why are you asking me? Wang Ting looked at him and replied with an innocent face. I admit defeat. Let me go, and I promise that the Wan family will not look into this matter, Wan Feiyu said. When he lowered his head, a hint of hatred flashed past his eyes. Do you think I will believe you? Wang Ting looked at him mockingly. If you kill me, you will never be able to walk out of Yang's city. Wan Feiyu's expression changed. This guy was ruthless. He had broken his arm and leg without any hesitation. What if he really wanted to kill him? Why don't we make a bet? Let's see if I can walk out of Yang's city after I kill you. How about betting 1,000 force stones? Wang Tung touched his chin and suggested. Wan Feiyu, how am I supposed to take the bet when you're going to kill me? Threat. This is a direct threat. This guy must be evil. How else is he able to say these crazy words? Everyone. Su Ling Xian. Silence means consent. Wang Tung smiled and continued. Do you think I can or can't walk out of Yang City? I will send you off after you make your decision. He grabbed Wan Feiyu's throat with his other hand and pretended to exert force. Wait. Wan Feiyu was scared out of his wits. He shouted continuously. What do you want to say? Wang Tung tilted his head and looked at him. Wan Feiyu stammered. His Adam's apple kept moving up and down as an idea appeared in his mind. I will give you 1,000 force stones, and you can let me go. Who do you think I am? Wang Tung's face turned black. Do I look like someone who extorts money from others? You're trying to ruin my reputation. You are so malicious. I can't let you remain alive. He tightened his grip, as though he wanted to choke Wan Feiyu to death. No. Wan Feiyu was terrified. No what? Wang Tung asked. You're not extorting. This is my compensation for you. I was rude to you just now, but I've realized my mistake. I can't express my apology using words only, so I want to show my sincerity with the 4 stones. Wan Feiyu never knew that he was so eloquent. In a state of emergency, he finished the entire speech in a single breath. He didn't even pause midway. Do you think you'll want your 1,000 4 stones? Wang Tung scoffed. 3,000. Wan Feiyu increased the number at once. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. His desire to live was extremely strong now. Yet, Wang Tung remained indifferent. 5,000. No expression. 6,000. 7,000. 10,000. Wan Feiyu swallowed his saliva as he cried. His eyes were bloodshot. The psychological pressure Wang Tung gave him was overbearing. He felt that he was on the brink of death. He might really die here if he wasn't careful. At this moment, Wang Tung's expression changed suddenly. He became exceptionally amiable. He smiled and said, You're too polite. But, since you're so sincere, I will accept your gift with reluctance. Wan Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He felt that his back was drenched with cold sweat. Su Lingxian was flabbergasted. This whole episode had taken her breath away. She started to have a tinge of respect towards Wang Tung. He was so impressive. The young masters looked as though they had seen a ghost. Wan Feiyu had always been domineering and bossy. Yet he was so timid in front of Wang Tung. If they didn't see it personally, they would think that this was a fake Wan Feiyu. Thus, when they looked at Wang Tung again, their gazes changed completely. This fellow was a devil. Come, take out your sincerity and show me, Wang Tung said gently. Wan Feiyu felt a little scared. I don't have so many 4 stones with me. What? Wang Tung glared at him. Are you playing tricks on me now? No. I only have 4,504 stones with me at the moment. I will go and collect the rest. It will only take a minute. The cold sweat on Wan Feiyu's forehead poured down again. His mind worked furiously. He turned and shouted at Lu Xinghui and his friends. How many 4 stones do you have? Take it out. Take everything out. The young masters took out their 4 stones anxiously. They stuck their heads together for a long time before they finally gathered 10,000 4 stones. Here, 10,000 4 stones. We will give you the remaining 2 as a present. Can you let me go now? Wan Feiyu looked at Wang Tung pitifully. Wang Tung wore a weird expression. Was he so scary? Why was this young man so frightened? However, these young masters are really wealthy. They managed to gather more than 10,000 4 stones just like that. Should he blackmail them again if he had the chance? Don't be so ruthless in the future. It's expensive. Wang Ting persuaded them kindly. After that, he disregarded the young man's expression and released his grip. Wan Feiyu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Tung smiled ambiguously at Lu Xinghui, who was trying to hide in the crowd. He walked towards him. Lu Xinghui's expression changed at once. He smiled in embarrassment. Brother Wang, we met again really soon. This is unexpected. Yes, it is unexpected. Indeed. Wang Tung smiled gently. The two of them started greeting each other like friends who had just met. Just when Lu Xinghui was about to heave a sigh of relief, Wang Tung sent him flying with an abrupt slap. Bang! Lu Xinghui was thrown back 5 meters and slammed heavily on the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's, and blood and saliva kept seeping out his mouth. 2 of his molars were mixed in the saliva and blood. He looked at Wang Tung absent-mindedly. Gradually, fear appeared in his gaze, and his face turned pale. The others were stupefied. This fellow was so moody. A moment ago, he was still smiling, but the next second he slapped Lu Xinghui. However, the crowd couldn't understand his action. Was there a grudge between them? Is it fun to play such small tricks behind my back? Wang Ting walked in front of Lu Xinghui and looked down at him as he asked. I don't know what you're saying. Lu Xinghui's gaze flickered as he replied innocently. Chapter 281. Your request is too much. Your acting is good. Wang Tung scoffed. Lu Xinghui covered his face and said, You must have misunderstood me. Wang Tung turned to look at Wan Feiyu. He asked, He didn't tell you what happened during the exam, right? Wan Feiyu instinctively gave a fawning smile when he saw Wang Tung looking at him. However, after hearing his words, he got suspicious. He replied, He only told me that you passed the beginner stage Ren Master exam. Wang Tung didn't just pass the beginner stage Ren Master exam. He also passed the intermediate stage Ren Master exam. My master saw potential in him and wanted to take him in as his disciple. Lu Xinghui was at the scene too. He knows about it. Su Lingxian opened her mouth and said. She cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xinghui. You passed the intermediate stage Rune Master exam, and President Gorlin wants to take you in as a disciple. Wan Feiyu's expression turned ugly. If Wang Tung had only passed the beginner stage Rune Master exam at his age, he was a talent. However, if he became an intermediate stage Rune Master, he shouldn't be underestimated. He might become a master-level character like Gorlin in the future. Also, if the president of the Rune Society took Wang Tung as his disciple, his status would be wholly different. Wan Feiyu wouldn't have provoked Wang Tung if he knew this. All right, my master has already accepted Wang Tung as his disciple. Su Lingxian knew what he was thinking, so she added fuel to the fire. Wan Feiyu's face turned green with anger. He glared at Lu Xinghui furiously. Good. Lu Xinghui, you are amazing. Sigh. Lu Xinghui sighed. He shook his head and crawled up from the ground. After patting the dust off his body, he smiled. I did scheme against you, but you can only blame yourself. You got jealous when you saw Su Lingxian walking with him, so you wanted to hurt him. You brought this upon yourself. Despicable. Wan Feiyu gritted his teeth and cursed. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Xinghui, who seemed to have turned into a different person. Their gazes were filled with contempt. You're really shameless. Wang Tung clapped his hands and laughed. Do you admit that you schemed against me? So, you want to beat me up, but you won't dare to kill me. Only an idiot like Wan Feiyu will get intimidated by you, Lu Xinghui said confidently. He looked at Wang Tung and Su Lingxian with a sinister gaze. These two people had put him in a tough spot today. He would make them pay in the future. Wan Feiyu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You're right. I don't dare to kill you. Wang Ting nodded and said. Oomph. Lu Xinghui snorted. But I can't hit you until you are almost dead. Wang Ting laughed out loud. You can try. Lu Xinghui said coldly. Your request is too much. Wang Tung shook his head. The next second he launched his attack. Lu Xinghui was a Rune Master, so his martial arts cultivation wasn't that high. He only saw something flashing past his eyes, and then he was thrown into the air again. Bang! He landed forcefully on the ground. This time, the other side of his face got swollen. 2 more teeth fell out from his mouth, along with fresh blood. He truly looked like a pig's head now. Wan Feiyu felt a little delighted when he saw this scene. How dare Lu Xinghui play him? He deserved to be in this state. But this Wang Teng is really courageous. Isn't he afraid of the Wan and Lu family's revenge? He had offended 2 families at once. He wouldn't be able to get off scot-free, even if he was President Gorlin's disciple. Wan Feiyu's eyes shimmered. He knew that Lu Xinghui was the reason behind his humiliation, but Wang Teng was the one who broke his arm and leg. He had even extorted more than 10,000 force stones from him. This was an undeniable truth. He couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Xinghui looked up slowly and glared at Wang Teng. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred. Continue. I love tough cookies. They're more fun to break than weaklings who back down after a single punch. They aren't fun at all. Wang Teng smiled as he walked towards Lu Xinghui. Wan Feiyu felt frustrated. Was he calling him a weakling? He got humiliated without doing anything. At that moment, a gold brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand. Lu Xinghui's expression finally underwent a change. The others were stunned. Where did this brick come from? Wang Teng arrived in front of Lu Xinghui in a few steps. Lu Xinghui wanted to dodge, but Wang Teng pressed his head down and started hammering him mercilessly with the brick. Bang, bang, bang. Low thuds stunned the crowd. Every single sound represented a hit on Lu Xinghui's body. It was painful just listening to it. The muscles on Wan Feiyu's face twitched. Suddenly, he felt fortunate that he had pleaded for mercy in time. If not, he would have been treated inhumanely too, right? Su Lingxuan's eyes were glistening as she stared at the brick. Wang Teng gradually came to a stop. He let out a deep breath and said, "This feels good." When Lu Xinghui heard his comment, he stumbled and rolled his eyes. His entire face was distorted. It was swollen like a basketball. Only a martial warrior could handle this kind of beating. You haven't fainted yet? You are a tough person. Wang Teng smashed the brick at him again when he noticed that he was stumbling but didn't fall. Bang! Lu Xinghui's eyes rolled back in their sockets, and he finally collapsed. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. There were multiple attribute bubbles on the ground, all belonging to Lu Xinghui. Spirit *8 Spirit *10 Enlightenment *12 Spirit *6. He picked them up. Lu Xinghui is a rune master, but he dropped many attributes. Wang Teng wondered to himself. Lu Xinghui had dropped a total of 36 spirit attributes. It was higher than a normal person. Spirit, spiritual realm, 75. 3 out of 100. He picked up another 20 points of enlightenment. The amount was sizable. Lu Xinghui was indeed a genius. His enlightenment was quite high. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 56/100. After a period of accumulation, Wang Teng's enlightenment attribute had reached its halfway mark. As his enlightenment climbed higher, his cultivation talent would get better and better. Wang Teng ignored Lu Xinghui, who was lying on the ground like a corpse. Wan Feiyu and his friend shrunk back when they met Wang Teng's gaze. They looked like rats that had met a cat. "Leave. Don't let me see you again in the future," Wang Teng said. Wan Feiyu didn't dare to say anything. He left hurriedly with the help of his friends. As for Lu Xinghui, no one cared about him. "Let's go back," Wang Teng said to Su Lingxian. "Okay." Su Lingxian nodded. They walked towards the Rune Society. Along the way, she said, "You've offended them, you know. They won't let you go so easily." "Tell me about the 2 families," Wang Teng said. The Wan family is an old and well-known martial arts family. Their business covers the entire Yang city, and they are very powerful. Wan Feiyu is the 3rd son of the Wan family's head. He has an elder brother and an elder sister. Their talent and ability are much higher than his. The elders of the Wan family might not act, but you still have to be careful about his siblings. As for the Lu family, Su Lingxian started explaining the details to Wang Teng. Chapter 282, Yongya Mountain Ridge and the cultivation of the divine spirit master along the way. Su Lingxian explained the Lu and Wan family to Wang Teng. All in all, you shouldn't go out alone for the time being. she reminded him in the end. Wang Tung smiled. However, he didn't take her advice to heart. Based on what Su Lingxian said, there were a few talented young people in the Liu and Wan families who might take revenge for Wan Feiyu and Lu Xinghui. However, Wang Tung wasn't worried. After all, Su Lingxian didn't know his true ability. He wasn't afraid of any martial warriors below 5-star. The martial warriors above 6-star were the kings of their regions. They were boss figures in Yang City, so they wouldn't make a move easily. Even if they didn't care about their reputation and bullied him, he could still find his master, Gorlin. After some time, Su Lingxian and Wang Tung went back to the Rune Society. "You're back." Gorlin was still sitting on his rocking chair and reading his book. He smiled when he saw the two of them. "Yes." They nodded their heads and sat down beside him. "Did you have fun?" Gorlin asked. "Don't talk about it." Su Lingxian was frustrated. She immediately told Gorlin what happened just now. Gorlin laughed when he heard the story. "Young people are full of vigor. Why are you laughing at our plight?" Su Lingxian rolled her eyes at him uncontrollably. "Don't worry. Since they know that you're my disciples, they won't do anything to you. It's just a small trifle between you youngsters," Gorlin said to Wang Tung. "If they come and find me again, they'll be the ones suffering," Wang Tung said indifferently. "You can continue boasting." Su Lingxian had learned that Wang Tung wasn't weak when she saw him in action earlier. However, she didn't think that he was comparable to the renowned talents from the Wan and Lu families. After all, Wang Tung was already very gifted in rune-making. If his martial arts talent were on par with those people, it would be too monstrous. "Wang Tung, you haven't found a place to live in Yang City, right?" Gorlin didn't stay on this issue anymore. He changed the topic and asked Wang Tung casually. "That's right." Wang Tung nodded. "Move over here. I have many empty rooms." "I'll ask Lingxian to help you tidy your room," Gorlin said. "Okay, thank you, master." Wang Tung thanked him. "Why is it me again?" Su Lingxian was unwilling to follow her master's arrangement. She felt that she had to do all the work ever since Wang Tung came. "Haha. Well, you became my disciple first," Gorlin teased her. "Yet you didn't give me the position of the senior sister," Su Lingxian retorted. Wang Tung chuckled secretly. At night, Wang Tung moved into the small wooden house in the garden at the back of the Rune Society. Although Su Lingxian complained, she still helped him tidy up his room. The place was neat and clean, with new blankets on the bed. It gave off a pleasant sunny smell. As Wang Tung stood in the room, the small and angry face of Su Lingxian appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Then he sat down on the bed and started cultivating his force until midnight. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Come to the garden." It was Gorlin. Wang Tung opened his eyes in shock. He pondered to himself as he walked out of his room and came to the garden. Gorlin was standing in front of the little wooden house. He knew that Wang Tung was behind him without turning around. He opened his mouth and said, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, his body floated up slowly and rose into midair. He flew towards the night sky. The spiritual power in Wang Tung's mind surged out when he saw this. It enveloped his body and brought him into the air. He followed closely behind Gorlin. Gorlin was aware of Wang Tung, so he didn't travel at his fastest. If not, based on his speed, Wang Tung could only breathe dust behind him. "Master, where are we going?" Wang Tung hurriedly caught up with him and asked as he tilted his head. "Yongya Mountain Ridge." Gorlin smiled. "Yongya Mountain Ridge." Wang Tung thought of something, and a map appeared in his mind. Yongya Mountain Ridge was at the southwest section of Yang City, more than 30 kilometers away. Based on their speed, they would only need half an hour. "What are we going to do there?" Wang Tung asked. "The cultivation of a divine spirit master will cause a huge ruckus. Besides, you need some things to help you. There's an ample number of star beasts on Yongya Mountain Ridge. It's a suitable location for your cultivation," Gorlin explained. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't ask anymore. "Now, let me explain the cultivation methods of a divine spirit master. The strength of a divine spirit master comes from his spiritual power. We use a special method to control the force around us using our spiritual power. We can also change this force to launch offensive attacks. This special method is known as art. Gorlin started his explanation. Wang Tung listened with rapt attention, feeling that he had learned a lot. His enlightenment was extremely high now, so he could understand what Gorlin said immediately. Simply put, a divine spirit master used his spiritual power to execute different arts and used these arts to control the force. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at their destination. A vast mountain ridge appeared in the dark like a large-sized centipede creeping in the night. It twisted and turned. The mountain ridges branched out like the legs of a centipede. Under the dim moonlight and starlights, it looked frightening. Wang Tung had seen the Yongya Mountain Ridge on a map, but he didn't have this feeling at that time. He was a little astounded by the scene. Let's go. Gorlin chose an area closer to the outskirts. He led the way and landed on the ground. The two of them walked in the eerie dark forest. Even so, with their eyesight, they were able to see everything clearly. After some time, they met a few wolf-star beasts that were looking for food. Gorlin floated in mid-air and retracted his aura. He left Wang Tung on the ground to face the famished wolves alone. Since it was the practice of a divine spirit master, he couldn't use his martial arts. He could only fight them with his spiritual power. Mind you, this was the first time Wang Tung was using his spiritual power solely for a battle. Along the way, Gorlin had already taught Wang Tung a few simple arts. Now, with a thought in his mind, his spiritual power started moving on a certain path. It maneuvered the fire force in his surroundings. Very soon, he gathered more than 10 fire arrows in front of him. So fast, Gorlin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although this was the first time Wang Tung executed this fire arrow art, he succeeded on his first try. Also, one could tell that he had good control over his spiritual power based on his execution speed. Roar! The wolf-star beast gave a low growl. A few pairs of wolves' eyes stared at the fire arrows in front of them, sensing the danger they posed. Their chests started heaving up and down violently. Suddenly, they pounced on Wang Tung. They chose to attack first. Wang Tung smiled. He waved his hands, and the fire arrows shot out like bullets. They left trails of red in the air as they flew towards the star beasts. Chapter 283. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who's too outstanding? The wolf star beasts had silver-white fur, with a rim of gold fur around their neck and claws. It made them look like immortal beasts. They were two-star beasts, so they were pretty intelligent. They didn't dodge when they saw the flaming arrows shooting towards them. Instead, they congregated their sharp golden glow on the claws and slashed it forward. Bang, bang, bang. When the golden claws hit the flaming arrows, they gave off a metallic sound. They actually managed to block the arrows. However, 3 arrows still managed to weave their way around the claws and hit their targets. After a few cries of agony, 3 star beasts fell on the ground and died. The remaining 4 wolf star beasts turned ferocious. They leaped into the air and closed the distance with Wang Tung. Wang Tung's expression didn't change. He converged a few strings of fire force into a rope, sending it towards the 4 wolf star beasts. The 4 wolf star beasts were in mid-air, so they didn't have time to dodge. Hence, they got entangled by the ropes. Wang Tung executed his fire arrows again and stabbed the remaining wolf star beasts to death. It sounded like a long action scene, but in fact, it happened within a split second. The 2 star beasts got killed immediately, showcasing the might of a divine spirit master. Not bad. Gorlin slowly landed and nodded calmly. But there's still flaws in your moves. You could have used your spiritual power to control the flaming arrows and make them change directions when you're attacking. That way, you would have killed the star beasts on your first try. Wang Tung wanted to explain that he was going to execute the art a few more times to get the hang of it. But if he said this, his master might feel awkward, so he decided to remain quiet. He nodded and said, "You're right. I will take note of this in the future." Okay, let's continue. Gorlin nodded. He walked forward as he sighed in his heart. There was no sense of satisfaction in teaching this new disciple, since he didn't need to guide him much. It was a happy yet helpless thing. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who was too outstanding? When the star beasts were killed, they had dropped multiple attribute bubbles. Wang Tung picked them up while keeping his spiritual power. Metal Force *50 blank attribute *64 Gorlin didn't notice anything amiss. Well, he wouldn't know that Wang Tung was able to pick up attributes no matter how hard he thought. Wang Tung waved his hand and kept the corpses of the star beasts in his space ring. Then, he ran after Gorlin. He didn't plan to hide the existence of his space ring. In the morning, he noticed that Gorlin had a space ring too. Even Su Lingxian, Lu Xinghui, and the children from the elite families had one each. This meant that the space ring wasn't rare among the upper society circle, even though it was precious. The night passed quickly. 2 hours before daylight, Wang Tung and his master returned to Yang City. Wang Tung had made considerable improvements in a single night. He learned a few powerful arts and had become a real divine spirit master. In the past, he only knew how to control weapons with his spiritual power. That was just the most basic art. It also used up much of his spiritual power, so he lost more than he gained. But in some aspects, there were pros in controlling weapons too. After all, the attacking power of spiritual power with sharp weapons was tremendous. The shooting star spiral was one such example. It was sharp and had special abilities. It was definitely a good weapon for sneak attacks. After returning to his little wooden house, Wang Tung laid on his bed and fell asleep instantly. 8 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. Violent knocks shook his door. Who is it? Wang Tung woke up and shouted with a frown. He used his hand to block the sunlight streaming in from the window. It's me. The sun is shining on your butt. Why aren't you awake yet? Su Lingxian called out sweetly. Let me sleep a bit more. Wang Tung turned his body and muttered. Get up. I prepared breakfast. Su Lingxian said. Young madam, I'm really sleepy. Can I get up later to eat? Wang Tung said helplessly. No, it's breakfast time now. You must get up and eat. If you don't come outside, I will kick the door, Su Lingxian said. F***K. Are you a devil? I can't even sleep. Wang Tung was irritated. He got out of bed and opened the door violently. He glared at Su Lingxian and said, You're ruthless. Why are you up so late? What bad things did you do at night? Su Lingxian gave him a sly look. She had an evil smile as she peeked into his room. I just came to Yang City and am not familiar with this area. What bad things can I do? Wang Tung was speechless. Oh, so you can't do bad things because you're unfamiliar with this area, right? Does this mean that you can do bad things once you get familiar? Su Lingxian was enlightened. She looked at him with disdain. Wang Tung suddenly realized that this little girl was sinister too. Why did he say too? I don't want to bullshit with you. Wang Tung raised his legs and walked out. He didn't even close the door. There was nothing inside, so she could look at it however she wanted. Su Lingxian lost her interest. She helped him close the door and caught up with him hurriedly. Where's breakfast? Wang Tung asked. Oh, I didn't make breakfast. Let's go out and eat. Su Lingxian sniggered. Wang Tung turned around abruptly to glare at Su Lingxian. He got fooled by this little girl. Haha, come on. I know a delicious breakfast place around here. They'll bring you there. Su Lingxian chuckled and said. You want me to treat you again, don't you? Wang Tung smiled coldly. It's nothing to you. You just earned more than 10,000 force stones yesterday. Breakfast will only cost you a few of them, Su Lingxian said. A man can't be stingy. You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. Is this a problem of being stingy? Also, who can't find a girlfriend? Don't you know how to speak? The edge of Wang Tung's eyes twitched. His face turned black as he scolded her. All right. How about this? In the future, you will treat me, and in return, I will find girlfriends for you. What do you think? Su Lingxian winked at Wang Tung. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, You're making a profit, you know. The ladies I introduce are all beauties. Do I look like someone who will give up my principles for beauties? Wang Tung remained expressionless and righteous. He said without any change in his tone, How beautiful are they? Su Lingxian almost choked because of this twist. She had a different view of Wang Tung after hearing what he said at first. She didn't expect him to be so serious. Did she have some misunderstanding of him? Yet, the moment this question popped out, the image he built in her heart collapsed. It collapsed entirely. Beautiful, very beautiful. You will definitely be satisfied, Su Lingxian said hurriedly with a strange expression. Cough, cough. I suddenly feel that it's only right of me to treat my junior sister for some breakfast. Wang Ting nodded and replied. Su Lingxian snorted in her heart. She had a new understanding of how shameless her senior brother was. Chapter 284. Soft Muddy Baby Killer. The two of them finished their breakfast outside and went back to the Rune Society. They brought a serving for Gorlin too. Su Lingxian wasn't polite when she asked Wang Tung to treat her. She chose the best and most expensive dishes. Wang Ting didn't mind, though. After all, you couldn't spend too much on food. After breakfast, Gorlin started teaching them rune studies. As the president of the Rune Society, his knowledge of runes was unmatched in the entire Yang City. But he didn't spend much time teaching. After talking to them for 2 hours, he passed the time back to them and allowed them to practice and fumble their way around. Wang Tung used the opportunity when Gorlin went out for business to sneak into the Rune Society and picked up the rune attributes dropped by the Rune Masters. Rune Knowledge *2, Rune Knowledge *5, Spirit *6, Rune Knowledge *4. After Wang Tung picked up all the attribute bubbles, his rune knowledge and spirit attributes increased exponentially. Approximately 1 hour later, he received a total of 45 points of rune knowledge and 28 points of spirit. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 78.1/100. Rune Master, Intermediate Stage, 151/500. Hee, I might be able to become an advanced stage Rune Master within a few days. Will Master Gorlin be shocked if he knew? Wang Ting thought of this happily. After picking up a round of attributes, there weren't many bubbles left. Wang Ting didn't plan to waste his time here anymore. He returned to the garden behind the Rune Society, but Su Lingxian wasn't there. He didn't know where she had gone. Just when he was about to go back to his room to sleep, he saw a bunch of slimes jumping around among the bushes. Oh wait, they were called the Soft Muddy Babies. His eyes suddenly lit up. He then looked around him. Very good, there was no one around. Wang Tung walked forward carefully. He reached out and grabbed a soft muddy baby. They weren't agile and even seemed a little clumsy. With his speed, he was able to catch it in one try. The soft muddy baby kept struggling in Wang Tung's hand. Its entire body was like a ball of jelly, soft and flexible. Its shape kept changing, and it almost slid out of Wang Tung's hand. It kept making strange sounds with its mouth. It was quite cute. In the past, Wang Tung had seen the description of this kind of creature in all kinds of dramas and novels. However, he had never touched one before, so he didn't know where their sound came from. He was curious as he sized up this strange creature. Speaking about it, this world was really weird. It gave birth to this kind of creature. But nothing's impossible anymore since an alternate world has already appeared. Wang Ting thought to himself mockingly. Then, his gaze turned serious. He scanned his surroundings again and even used his spiritual power to check the area to confirm that there was no one around. So, he activated the fire force in his body. A ball of flame rose on Wang Tung's palm. Splurt, the soft, muddy baby didn't even have time to cry in agony. It turned into ashes instantly. I've sinned. Wang Tung had 3 seconds of silence for this soft, muddy baby. Then, he looked at the attribute bubble that was dropped on the ground. Water Force *1, that was it. Nothing else. There was only 1 point of Water Force. Nothing else. What happened to the morphing talent? Wang Ting looked at the 1 point of Water Force speechlessly. This soft, muddy baby didn't fail to live up to its useless reputation. Unfortunately, a useless creature couldn't become the main lead. Never mind, 1 point means 1 point. No matter how little the attribute was, it was still an attribute. He mustn't waste it. Wang Tung picked up the attribute and touched his chin. He wondered to himself, talent attributes are rare. The probability of it dropping is low. So, should I kill a few more just to make sure? Will Master Gorlin explode in anger if he knew that I killed his research target? He couldn't make up his mind. However, when he thought of the possibility of a morphing talent, Wang Tung forced himself to be ruthless and grabbed another soft muddy baby. Don't blame me. I'm doing this because I have no other choice. A ball of flame emerged in his hand. Poof! Another soft, muddy baby was dead. Earth Force *1 Wong Tung. Let's continue. Wood Force *1 Fire Force *1 Metal Force *1 more and more soft, muddy babies died in his hands. However, they only gave 1 point of attribute each. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Wong Tung's forehead. This was too difficult. Too difficult. Could it be that the morphing talent doesn't exist? Wong Tung was puzzled. Should he just give up? He looked at the few soft, muddy babies left and felt a little guilty. The last one. Wong Tung felt a little unwilling to give up after spending so much effort. His eyes flickered as he tried to convince himself. Yes, that's right. This will be the last one. Splurt. Another small life was taken away by the ruthless flame. Wood Force *1 Wong Tung was about to go crazy. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Shall I try another one? This will really be the last one. Wong Tung's gaze was firm. He caught another soft, muddy baby and sent it to heaven. Another attribute bubble dropped on the floor. Before he could pick it up, he heard a shout. Wong Tung, what are you doing? Wong Tung shuddered. His head turned numb as he flicked the ashes on his hand away stealthily. He then stood up and looked innocently at Su Lingxian, who had suddenly appeared. Junior sister, when did you come back? Where did you go and play just now? Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what were you doing just now? Su Lingxian glared at him with wide eyes. She strode over and looked at the mess on the ground, as well as the few soft, muddy babies left. They shrunk together pitifully. Her expression turned malicious as she said, "You." Wong Tung shifted his feet secretly and said, "I didn't do anything. Junior sister, you must believe me." Su Lingxian obviously didn't believe him. She glared at Wong Tung in disbelief and said, "You're crazy. The soft, muddy babies are so cute. How can you kill them?" "I didn't do it. I didn't." "Don't bullshit." Wong Tung shook his head fervently. "I saw it personally. I will tell Master," Su Lingxian said. "Don't." I admit. But I didn't kill for the sake of killing. I'm doing experiments." Wong Tung rolled his pupils and said hurriedly, "Experiment? What are you experimenting with?" Su Lingxian asked curiously. "I am studying their morphing talent. Master Gorlin is so stubborn about it. So as his disciple, I need to inherit his will." Wong Tung started talking nonsense with a stern face. "Really?" Su Lingxian's expression softened. However, she still had her doubts. She felt that something was weird here, but she couldn't figure out what it was. "Yes, that is the truth." Wong Tung nodded his head furiously. "What did you find out?" Su Lingxian asked. "This." Wong Tung was stunned. He looked around him and suddenly saw the attribute bubble he hadn't picked up beside him. His eyes lit up. Morph *1. Chapter 285. Morph talent equals men and women's clothing. Morph *1 it appeared. It really appeared. Wong Tung was elated. He didn't have much hope at first, but the morph talent appeared after Su Lingxian caught him red-handed. God bless him, or her. He immediately started thanking all the deities in the sky. God, angels, Zeus, he didn't miss a single deity. This was so difficult. He had killed so many soft, muddy babies. If he didn't get this talent, the soft, muddy babies would have died an unworthy death. He picked it up. He touched it with his right leg, and the morph talent attribute bubble immediately merged into his body. As the morph talent integrated into his mind, Wong Tung instantly got enlightened. This morph was not able to allow him to change his body shape like the muddy babies. For instance, the muddy baby could change from round to rod-shaped, but a human couldn't. After all, the physical composition of a human was different from a muddy baby's. However, after receiving this talent, Wong Tung was able to change his muscle and skin shape. That meant he could change his appearance entirely. Amazing. Wong Tung was beyond happy. As expected, this talent didn't disappoint him. Su Lingxian noticed his long silence, so she snorted. "You didn't find anything? Or are you lying to me?" Wong Tung snapped back to his senses. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he said, "Why will I lie to you? I was collecting my thoughts just now. Actually, I've already had some ideas. I will demonstrate to you after Master is back." "Really?" Master didn't find anything after studying for such a long time. You only studied for half a day and discovered something? Su Lingxian was shocked. She didn't believe that Wang Teng had achieved any results. She only asked because she wanted to expose Wang Teng's lie. What will I gain from lying to you? I will get exposed the moment I stand in front of Master, Wang Teng replied. But it's impossible to find anything. Su Lingxian always felt that the morphing ability of the soft muddy babies was possible because of their body structure. It was never any morph talent represented by their life patterns. Who says that it's impossible? Wang Teng gave her a meaningful glance. But Su Lingxian felt uncomfortable under his stare. She wanted to rebuke him. There's no but. My stupid junior sister, don't use your ordinary mind to judge a genius thoughts, Wang Teng boasted. Me? Ordinary? Su Lingxian felt that she had heard a joke. She pointed to her nose in disbelief. This was the first time she heard someone calling her ordinary. This fellow was really arrogant and infuriating. That's right. I'm talking about you. Wang Teng nodded and said, Well, I will wait and see how amazing the thoughts of a genius are. Su Lingxian was so angry that she smiled. Wait and see. Gorlin didn't come back in the afternoon. Wang Teng and Su Lingxian went to do their own things after they finished lunch. Wang Teng went back to his room and opened his attributes panel. He decided to experiment with the morph talent he had gained earlier. Morph. 1/100 Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Only 100? Looks like the limit of this morph talent isn't high. Let's give it a try. The muscles on Wang Teng's palm started wriggling along with his thoughts. Seconds later, his palm changed. Whether it was the size, the palm prints, the fingerprints, or the overall shape, it was completely different from before. Mind you, every human's fingerprint was unique. Yet the morph talent allowed him to change it. This showed how amazing this talent was. This is so magical. Wang Teng flipped his palm. He got more interested as he looked at his palm. He stared at it a while longer and started muttering to himself. However, with the current level of my talent, it's difficult to even change my palm's appearance. I will not be able to change my entire body. His gaze landed at the last row of his attributes panel. Blank attribute. 814, he had been saving them for a long time. It was time to put them to use. With a thought, 99 points of blank attributes were deducted from his total. The description behind the morph talent immediately changed to perfected. Morph, 100 out of 100, perfected. Wang Teng savored the feeling of having a perfected morph talent. Then he smiled. The muscles all over his body started squirming and changing. His face, his body, every spot was changing. After a few moments, he had changed completely into a different person. His appearance was rough, and he had a fat figure. He wasn't the handsome young man anymore. Even my mom won't be able to recognize me. Wang Teng touched his chin as he looked at the mirror and wondered to himself. He got addicted to playing with his appearance. He stood in front of the mirror and started morphing without stopping. He found it very interesting. He was able to change into a lady and shrink Adam's apple. However, there was no way he could make a certain part of his body disappear. Wang Teng looked down with a weird expression. Is this what you call a man in women's clothing? Cough. After some time, he walked out of his room with his original appearance. Wang Teng left the Rune Society and found a secluded spot. He changed his appearance. Soon, he turned into another young man around his age. Once he changed his attire, he became a wholly different person. He asked around for the location of the Alchemist Society and the Blacksmith Society in Yang City. Wang Teng went to the Alchemist Society first. The Alchemist Society wasn't far from the Rune Society. In fact, the Blacksmith Society was also nearby. They formed a triangle. The Alchemist Society was a strange building shaped like a furnace. It was more eye-catching than the Rune Society. When he walked near, he could smell the faint smell of herbs. It was pleasant. Wang Teng walked into the Alchemist Society. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that it looked similar to the Rune Society. It was quiet and clean. The staff was doing their jobs in an orderly manner. Similarly, many attribute bubbles were floating in the building. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to pull them over quickly. Last night, Gorlin gave him a personal lesson. He had already taught him how to hide his spiritual mark. Thus, he didn't have to worry about getting found out. It saved him much trouble. Alchemy *10 spirit *8 alchemy *6 alchemy *5 spirit *4. After a round of collections, Wang Tung had a huge gain. He received 188 points of alchemy and 32 points of spirit in total. Spirit, spiritual realm, 81. 3 out of 100, alchemist. Intermediate stage, 88/500. His secondary job also changed a little. A new alchemist row appeared, and he jumped directly from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Other people had to spend a long time building their foundation, whether they were alchemists, rune masters, or blacksmiths. However, for Wang Tung, he just skipped levels and achieved what other people had to spend a few years or even tens of years to get in a blink. 2 hours later, Wang Tung walked out of the Alchemist Society. He had successfully passed the intermediate stage alchemist exam and gained the position of an intermediate stage alchemist. Beside him, 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society were talking to him enthusiastically. Chapter 286, Dead. Yao Wang and Duanda. Brother Yao, your talent is astonishing. That's right, no talent like you have appeared in this empire for the past hundreds of years. You're only 18 years old. The Alchemist Society in Yang City has hit the jackpot. The Empire Alchemist Session held 3 times a year will be happening soon. If you are able to participate as a representative of Yang City, you will definitely be able to set the Empire on fire. However, Brother Yao Wang, your name is a little. They exchanged glances with each other, not knowing whether they should laugh or cry. This name was a little arrogant, but it was just a name, not a nickname. Names were given by parents, so they couldn't say anything about it. This surname is quite rare. I've never heard of an elite alchemist family with this surname. Could it be an unknown elite family who lived in hiding? I heard that many outstanding descendants of these secretive families come out to gain experience after they become adults. They will return to their families when they finish. I admire people like them. The 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society sent Yao Wang off. They were impressed as they lowered their voices and discussed with each other. Yao Wang was Wang Tung's alias. A moment ago, Wang Tung completed the intermediate stage alchemist exam in the Alchemist Society and passed it successfully. He had alerted many people. An 18-year-old intermediate stage alchemist. This was a rare talent. He was destined to have an extraordinary future. He might become a master or even a grandmaster. If a grandmaster emerged in the Alchemist Society of Yang City, it would go down in history. Even if he couldn't become a grandmaster, there were great benefits in becoming a master too. Every master-level alchemist had the power to influence decisions on a higher level. If the president of the Alchemist Society was around, he would be alerted by his talent. The people in the Alchemist Society were immersed in happiness. However, they didn't know that the Yao Wang, whom they placed so much hope on, had changed his appearance. He was heading to the blacksmith now. The Blacksmith Society had a different style from the Alchemist Society and the Rune Society. The latter were elegant and noble, while the Blacksmith Society was bold and unrestrained. Blacksmiths had high status too, but most of them were rough and wild. They were bulky and massive. The difference between them and rune masters and alchemists was huge. All along, these 3 groups of people disliked each other. They would always compete when they met. Wang Tung had already changed his appearance to one suitable for blacksmiths. His muscles bulged out of his shirt. He was lean but muscular, and he didn't look as frightening as the other hunks. His face was sharp and angular. In other words, he was a handsome man. The edge of his lips went up when he walked into the Blacksmith Society and saw the floor full of attribute bubbles. He picked them up. Smithery *8 spirit *3 smithery *6 spirit *5. Wang Tung immediately gained another round of smithery and spirit attributes. He collected 122 points of smithery and 24 points of spirit. Spirit, spiritual realm, 83. 7 out of 100, blacksmith. Advanced stage, 191/1000. He had exceeded 100 smithery attributes in one go. This was unexpected. His blacksmith level had reached the advanced stage after his journey to the Red Leaf Dwarf tribe. Even with an additional 122 points of smithery, he was still at the advanced stage. More than 1 hour later, Wang Tung walked out of the Blacksmith Society with a rough and sloppy-looking dwarf beside him. "President, you don't have to say any more. I don't have any intention of finding a master." Wang Tung gave a bitter smile as he looked at the president of the Blacksmith Society beside him, who was talking continuously. Do all the bosses want to keep a genius as their disciple whenever they see one? Wang Tung thought to himself speechlessly. This muscular and short dwarf in front of him was the president of the Blacksmith Society. He was also a chatterbox. His speed of talking and the amount of nonsense he had were enough to traumatize a person. However, it was undeniable that he had high hopes for Wang Tung. He was using a rare metal to forge a weapon when he heard about Wang Tung. He immediately abandoned his half-done work and ran over to find him. The intermediate stage blacksmith who came to report this matter to him felt his heart aching when he saw the rare metal get thrown to the side. This rare metal would turn to scrap in a blink of an eye. Even if it was recycled, its value would be heavily compromised. The president of the Blacksmith Society felt helpless when he heard Wang Tung rejecting him again. With a sad expression, he said, "Sai, Duanda, why don't you want to accept me as your master? I'm a master blacksmith. I'm only one level away from a grandmaster. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple? I don't give them a chance, yet you're rejecting me. Do you know that this is a huge loss for you?" He couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. "Duanda." Wang Tung immediately interrupted him and said, "President, I still have some urgent matters to attend to. I will make my move first." He turned into a flash of lingering shadows without giving the president any time to react. He disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Hey, why did you run away? I'm not done yet. You little brat. You're so talented, but you don't want to be my disciple." The president of the Blacksmith Society shook his head as he nagged. He then turned and walked into the building. "President, President." The people in the building stopped in their tracks and bowed to him. They treated him with respect. However, when they heard him muttering, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly ran away. They were afraid he would catch them and nag them in place of Wang Tung. Wang Tung turned a corner and confirmed that the president of the Blacksmith Society didn't chase after him. He heaved a sigh of relief. This is too scary. He shook his head. He still had lingering fears. Wang Tung found an empty place and changed back to his original appearance. He wore a gown and walked towards the ruined society blatantly. During dinner, Su Lingxian tattletaled on Wang Tung with shimmering eyes. "Master, senior brother killed many soft, muddy babies today." Gorlin was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Wang Tung. "What's the matter?" He didn't feel sad for the soft, muddy babies. After all, he also dissected them during his experiments. He was just curious why Wang Tung chose to kill those harmless creatures. "I was curious about your research, so I did my own study." Wang Tung started talking nonsense. "Oh right, senior brother says that he achieved some results." Su Lingxian winked at Wang Tung and said with an evil smile. She didn't believe that Wang Tung found anything. She mentioned it in front of Gorlin because she wanted to embarrass him after he got exposed. "Oh really?" Gorlin didn't mind. Instead, he asked with a smile. "Of course. I will reveal my gains after dinner," Wang Tung said confidently. It was Gorlin's turn to be surprised. Wang Tung didn't look like he was boasting. He sounded so confident, so he might really have found something. "I shall take a good look later then," Gorlin smiled and replied. "Fisk, you're just acting. If you really found something, I will." Su Lingxian pouted. 1. Yao Wang in Chinese means God of medicine. Chapter 287. Finish this bottle of chili, and you're still my smart and cute junior sister. What will you do? Wang Tung taunted her. Su Lingxian glared at him. Suddenly, she saw a bottle of chili on the table. She said, I will eat this bottle of chili." "You said it. Master will bear witness." Wang Tung hurriedly blocked her path of retreat. Su Lingxian was flabbergasted. "You guys!" Gorlin burst out laughing. After dinner, they went to the study. There were runes and rune pens placed on the table. Wang Tung picked up a rune pen and started contemplating. "You can't draw it, right?" Su Lingxian teased him. "Senior brother, if you don't know how to do it, you can just admit it. There's no point in being stubborn at this point." "All right, Lingxian, give Wang Tung some time to think." Don't disturb him. Gorlin was much more patient than her. He stood at the side and spoke to Su Lingxian calmly. Wang Tung glanced at Su Lingxian. He knew what to draw, but he needed to decide how much he should reveal to them so that they wouldn't be dumbstruck. It would be a little too astonishing if he drew the complete rune. What would happen after the morph rune appeared? He wasn't worried. Morph talent and morph rune were two different concepts. No matter how strong the morph rune was, it couldn't be compared to the morph talent. Wang Tung didn't say anything, his expression unchanged even when Su Lingxian teased him. After contemplating, he started drawing with his rune pen. Soon, a few outlines of runes appeared on the paper. What are you drawing? Su Lingxian didn't understand the drawings at all. Just when she was about to mock him, she heard Gorlin's surprised voice. Her expression changed slightly. When she saw Gorlin's pondering face, her heart dropped. No way. Su Lingxian kept quiet instantly. She turned to look at Wang Tung and saw him giving her a sinister smile. A bad feeling crept up her heart. She bit her lips, glaring at him without backing down. She didn't care if she was right. She must not lose in terms of stance. Gorlin got more and more enchanted by the runes on the table. In the end, he pushed Wang Tung away and leaned closer to study them. He kept exclaiming, "Interesting, interesting, I didn't expect it to be like this." After some time, he lifted his head and looked at Wang Tung with appreciating eyes. "I didn't expect you to get this result. It's not perfect, but if we continue researching, we will be able to patch the flaws," he said. "You taught me well." Wang Tung chuckled as he curried favor with his master. "Haha, I only taught you for one day. It has nothing to do with me. It's your innate talent." Gorlin was caught between laughter and tears. "Master, will these outlines be beneficial for your research?" Wang Tung asked. "Yes, they will help a lot. I did gain some inspirations, but this is your work. I will not steal it. You should continue the research. It will help you greatly in your rune studies," Gorlin said. Wang Tung was speechless. This wasn't how the script should go. He planned to give Gorlin some inspiration. With Gorlin's attainments, it wouldn't be difficult for him to come up with a morph rune. That would save him much trouble. But Gorlin wanted to stop his research altogether. "Master, do you have to be so righteous?" Wang Tung didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He found an excuse and said, "Master, why don't you continue the research? My attainments in rune study aren't high, so I will have to spend a lot of time if I want to go in depth. This isn't a good thing for me." Gorlin was startled as he looked at Wang Tung. He pondered for a long time before he replied, "How about this? I will continue my research. If you're interested, you can find time to do your own experiments. We will verify our results with each other and perfect the rune together." Wang Tung didn't reject him anymore. He nodded and said, "Okay, we will do it this way." Su Lingxian was thunderstruck. Wang Tung really managed to come up with the morph rune. Although it was just an outline, it was an impressive discovery. Mind you, Gorlin didn't manage to find anything after researching for a long time. Wang Tung only studied it for a day, yet he achieved astonishing results. It felt incredible just thinking about it. If it stopped at that, it would still be fine. However, Master Gorlin even wanted Wang Tung to carry on the research with him and verify their results. He had already placed Wang Tung in the same position as him. This treatment made her extremely jealous. "Junior sister, what did you say just now?" Wang Tung looked at Su Lingxian with an evil gaze. His sly voice pulled her out her thoughts. "If I have any findings, you will eat that bottle of chili, right?" "Uh-huh." Su Lingxian's face was tense. She immediately gave an awkward and rhythmic laugh before saying in embarrassment, "I think that there might be some misunderstanding. Senior brother, listen to me." "Before I listen, please eat that bottle of chili," Wang Tung said mercilessly. He took out the bottle of chili and pushed it in front of Su Lingxian. You. Su Lingxian was stunned. "When did you take it?" "When you said you wanted to eat it. I brought it along." Wang Tung sniggered. Su Lingxian felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She glared at Wang Tung. "You're a scheming man, Wang Tung. You were the one who wanted to eat it. Why are you calling me a scheming man now? You asked for it. Who can you blame now?" Wang Tung said with a cold smile. "Master." Su Lingxian didn't know what to do. She could only turn and plead for Gorlin's help. She looked at him pitifully and begged him in a sorrowful tone. Ha ha. This matter is between the two of you. Don't look for me. Gorlin found it interesting too. He laughed loudly and turned to leave. Ah, master, don't leave. Save me. Su Lingxian wanted to run away, but Wang Teng stopped her. Are you trying to escape? When Su Lingxian saw Wang Teng blocking the door, she knew that she wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't move. Her pupils started twirling furiously. She called out sweetly, Senior, stop, stop. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb from her greeting. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He stopped her hurriedly before she could finish and said, They'll give you a chance. You can either eat this bottle of chili or help me wash my smelly socks. Choose. What? You want your smart and cute junior sister to wash your smelly socks? You are so ruthless. Su Lingxian widened her eyes and questioned him as if she had heard something astonishing. Bang! Wang Teng slammed the bottle of chili on the table. If you don't want to, forget it. Finish this bottle of chili, and you're still my smart and cute junior sister. Underscore winky face. Su Lingxian felt that the person in front of her was a devil with horns. She regretted it. She regretted seeking death. Junior sister, it's just a bottle of chili. You won't die if you eat it. Wang Teng consoled her. However, it had the opposite effect. Su Lingxian couldn't hold back anymore. She pouted, and tears started flowing down her face. Wow, this was Wang Teng's expression. Chapter 288. Coxcomb Jade Scale Python. Su Lingxian condemned Wang Teng's inhumane behavior. She refused to eat the chili, but she could wash the smelly socks. For the next few days, Wang Teng worked hard in cultivation, picking up attributes. He appeared in the 3 societies using his 3 identities, Wang Teng, Yao Wang, and Duanda. Every day, he picked up many skill and spirit attributes. Now, his Rune Master and Alchemist levels had reached the Advanced Stage 2. Rune Master, Advanced Stage 16/1000, Alchemist, Advanced Stage 22/1000. If the other Rune Masters and Alchemists knew his astonishing speed of progression, they would question their whole life. This was impossible. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't plan to reveal his true ability. Instead, he would unveil it bit by bit, and then surprise. This was more interesting. Of course, whether it was a surprise or a shock would depend on what he displayed. Also, Wang Teng's spirit attribute rose quickly. He had hit the 90 mark. Spirit, spiritual realm, 93 out of 100. As his spirit attribute got stronger, he felt the spiritual power in his mind getting more and more powerful. If that deep whirlpool of spiritual power released its true potential, he might frighten himself. At night, he would follow Gorlin to the Yongya Mountain Ridge for his divine spirit master practice. He became skilled in the attacks of a divine spirit master as time passed. His ability kept improving. He killed many star beasts possessing different elements, so his force slowly increased too. Wang Teng's talent amazed Gorlin. He kept exclaiming in his heart. Towards the end, he decided to let Wang Teng cultivate on his own. He wouldn't follow him anymore. One night, at a certain part of the Yongya Mountain Ridge, Wang Teng floated in midair and waved his hand. A spear made of fire instantly shot out from his hand. There was a huge earth element giant ape star beast in front of him. It was entangled by vines and was unable to move. It struggled furiously. When the long flaming spear shot towards it, it howled and wriggled. It slammed the ground with its big palms, wanting to break free from the vines. Under its overwhelming force, the vines started breaking one by one. However, new vines grew out from the ground and pinned the ape to the ground like metal chains. Slash! The long flaming spear reached the beast in a split second and penetrated the giant ape's heart. The giant ape stopped struggling. Its eyes were wide open as blood spurted out of its wound. Life was draining away from it quickly. After a few whimpers, it soon fell into the embrace of death. Earth Force *56 blank attribute *43, he picked them up. As expected of a 4-star star beast, it dropped so many attributes. Wang Teng muttered to himself as he glanced at his attributes panel. Ever since Gorlin allowed him to practice on his own, Wang Tung started letting himself loose. The 1-star and 2-star beasts were unable to satisfy his appetite. He decided that he would only kill 4-star beasts and above. More attributes would drop from them. Earth Force, 356/2000, 4-star, blank attribute. 1860. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction when he saw the changes in these two attributes. With a swoosh, he appeared beside the giant ape. He placed his palm on the ape's body. Force flowed out of his body as he sensed the corpse. Unfortunately, there was no star core or star bone. He still kept the corpse in his space ring. At that moment, he had a sudden thought. He looked up at the night sky. His vision changed, and he looked down from the sky. This was the spirit flame, Ghost Crow's vision. Wang Tung noticed an intriguing thing, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Interesting. He flew into the air and merged into the darkness. He shuttled through the dense forest as he headed in the direction where he was looking just now. He traveled without making a sound, like a spirit in the dark. In a mountain valley, a group of 7 was attacking an enormous python. These people were all powerful, at least at 4-star soldier level. One of them even had wings behind his back. This should be a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. The enormous python seemed to be a 5-star beast. Even among the 5-star beasts, it was a strong presence. That was why these 7 people were unable to defeat it based on their ability, even after such a long time. Soon, Wang Tung arrived at the scene. He had using his dark force and activated his wave invisibility skill. At this moment, he was like a dark spirit. It was impossible to find him. He stood on the branch of a tree and observed the battle happening not far away. His gaze was instantly attracted by the appearance of the giant python. It had a crown shaped like a coxcomb on its head. Its scales were green, and it looked unique. Coxcomb jade scale python. Wang Tung gazed at it strangely from afar. He learned this python's name from the shouts of those people. Wang Tung didn't plan to help them. He just wanted to watch the show and see if there were any bubbles he could pick up. As he thought about this, he looked to his left. A few hundred meters away from his current position, another group of people was hiding in the dark. He had noticed this interesting scene through the spirit flame, Ghost Crow's vision. This was why he decided to come and take a look. Be careful. This coxcomb jade scale python is a rare poison element star beast. Its attacks are extremely poisonous and can even corrode our force. We can't fight it head on. A young lad's voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Poison element star beast? Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he heard this. The coxcomb jade scale python hissed into the air, spurting poison from its mouth. It shot towards the 7 people like a rain of poisonous arrows. The lattice reminder came right on time. Everyone evaded the attack before the poisonous arrows reached them. When the arrows landed on the ground and the trees, green smoke rose from the ground beside them. It gave off a toxic stench. Move, don't smell it. The young lattice voice was heard again. Everyone followed her order. They surrounded the coxcomb jade scale python once again after the smoke dispersed and showered it with attacks. The coxcomb jade scale python was alone, so under the attacks of the 7 martial warriors, it kept retreating. It squirmed its body vigorously. The green scales on its body were as hard as steel, but under the onslaught of the martial warriors, its flesh exploded and turned bloody. The python hissed in pain. At that moment, a crazed look appeared in its snake eyes. The coxcomb on its head suddenly erupted, and black smoke billowed out from the hole. It quickly spread to the surroundings. The young lady who spoke just now had a sharp change in her expression. She shouted hurriedly, "This is bad. There's an error in our information. Retreat." Her companions' expressions changed too. They turned around and dashed away almost at the same instant. But it was too late. The black smoke spread out at an astonishing speed. It merged into the air and instantly proliferated. The martial warriors only managed to withstand the black smoke for a few moments. Then they collapsed. Even a sole 5-star soldier-level martial warrior could only persevere for a few seconds at most. Then its wings scattered and it dropped from the sky. Chapter 289. News of poison scripture no one knew if the 7 people who got poisoned were dead or alive. The poisonous smoke continued spreading without a stop. The group of people hiding in the dark had no choice but to run away. On the other hand, Wang Tung didn't move. He wasn't affected at all. This poisonous smoke paled in comparison to the demon lotus poison body. When Wang Tung released the poison force inside him slightly, the poisonous smoke evaded him like the civilians who saw their king. With Wang Tung in the center, there was a non-poisonous area around him. His eyes shone slightly when he saw this. He knew that the poisonous smoke wouldn't be able to harm him, but he didn't expect this to happen. The poisonous smoke filled up the entire area, remaining in the air for a long time. The giant python laid motionless in the dark. Wang Tung activated his spiritual sight and noticed that its force glow was weak. Its vitality was running low. The group of people hiding in the dark were starting to get agitated. They probably didn't expect this black smoke to last for so long. "Yu Jingfu, what's going on?" A handsome young man shouted at the person beside him with an unhappy expression. "Young Master Yao, I'm not sure either. The information we got only says that this coxcomb jade scale python will give off poisonous smoke from its coxcomb when its life is in danger. It didn't say that the poisonous smoke will last for so long." A scrawny middle-aged man replied in a helpless tone. He looked frightened. "Useless. You can't even do a simple thing." Yao's expression turned cold. He glared at Yu Jingfu and continued furiously. "If we wait too long, Princess Yao will be dead. What am I supposed to do to a corpse?" "Young Master Yao, calm down. The coxcomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. It might not have the time to care about other things. Also, based on my observation, the poison in the smoke isn't too strong. It's used to confuse the opponents so that the python has time to escape. With the princess ability, she should be able to withstand it for some time. Let's wait patiently. The black smoke will soon disperse," Yu Jingfu explained anxiously. Yao's expression softened. He replied, "He'll believe you one more time. If you ruin my plan, I'll make you pay for it." Yu Jingfu furrowed his brows. Despite feeling bitter in his heart, he could only reply, "Yes, yes. If I ruin your plan, I will accept the punishment." This is very interesting." Wang Tung sat down on the branch as he studied the black smoke. He also guessed that it would disperse soon, so he waited silently. Approximately 10 minutes later, the black smoke disappeared as expected. Yao Yu and his men carefully inched towards the area. The coxcomb jade scale python was nowhere in sight. Wang Tung knew that it was hiding below the marsh. Its aura was still present. This should be the home of this coxcomb jade scale python. It wouldn't leave easily. Yao Yu and his men arrived in front of the people who had collapsed. They weren't dead, just unconscious. "Young Master Yao, look, I was right." Yu Jingfu gave a fawning smile. He came forward to take credit for his words. "You're still a little useful." Yao Yu nodded and continued. "Take out the antidote and get it to the princess. We might not be able to save her if the poison goes deep into her body." "Okay." Young Master Yao is very thorough. Yu Jingfu didn't let the opportunity of throwing in a word or two of flattery slip by. He took out a jade bottle and poured a pill out. He fed it to the young lady lying on the ground. "Wait." When Yao Yu saw Yu Jingfu's rough and wrinkly hand, he frowned uncontrollably. He kicked the man away and said, "Give me the pill. The princess will be my woman in the future. Don't touch her with your dirty hands." Yu Jingfu stumbled and almost fell. However, he didn't get angry when he heard Yu Jingfu's words. Instead, he laughed and passed the pill to him. He hesitated and asked, "Young Master Yao, she's still a princess. If you do that to her, you might not be able to answer to Lord Yang. What do you know? What's done can't be undone. For the sake of his reputation, he won't do anything to me." Yao Yu replied with disdain. "Wise words." Yu Jingfu smiled and praised the young man. "All right, cut the bullshit. You will get your benefits after this matter ends since you offered me great help." A hint of disdain flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. However, he didn't express it. He took the pill and fed it to the lady in front of him. Right at that moment, the lady opened her eyes abruptly, a cold glint flashing past her pupils. The lady took out a dagger from her sleeve and clenched it in her hand. She stabbed at Yao Ye's chest. Yao Yu was startled, but he reacted quickly. He pushed his palm out as fast as lightning and grabbed the lattice wrist. He smiled and said, "Everyone says that the princess is no weaker than the male warriors. They're speaking the truth. You're despicable." Li Rongxue glared at the young man with her beautiful eyes. There was disdain written all over her face. "I do things with integrity. How am I despicable?" Yao Yu smiled and asked. "Shameless," Li Rongxue shouted angrily. "Princess, it's not good to curse your fiancé." Yao Yu smiled and replied. He wasn't provoked by her words. "Stop dreaming. If you dare touch me, you will only get a corpse in the end." Li Rongxue rebuked without backing down. "That's not up to you." Yao Yu continued to wear a handsome smile on his face. At the same time, a pill appeared in his hand. He flicked the pill, and it slid down Li Rongxue's throat. "What did you feed me?" Li Rongxue's expression changed. "Weakening pill," Yao Yu said. "You." Li Rongxue immediately felt her body going numb. She couldn't exert any energy at all. "I'm doing this for your sake. You're at your prime. Why should you seek death?" Yao Yu smiled. He said to the female martial warrior behind him, "Look after her. Don't let her die." "Yes," the female martial warrior replied. Li Rongxue's face turned pale, and despair appeared in her eyes. "Young master, what about the others?" another person behind Yao Yu asked. "Kill them." Yao Yu remained expressionless. His tone was calm, as though he was asking them to kill some ants. "Yes." "Yao Yu, how dare you?" Li Rongxue shouted. "Kill them." Yao Yu didn't look at her. He repeated his words to the people behind him. His teammates acknowledged him and walked forward. They stabbed their long swords into the hearts of the unconscious martial warriors, taking their lives away mercilessly. Fresh blood spurted out, reflecting in Li Rongxue's eyes. "Yao Yu, I will take revenge one day. I swear to God," Li Rongxue said with hatred. She glared at him until her eyes almost popped out. Yao Yu smiled. He didn't take it to heart. Yu Jingfu took a step forward and said, "Young Master Yao, the coxcomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. Shall we grab this chance and kill it? There will be changes if we stay here. Let's not complicate matters." Yao Yu shook his head and replied, "You're right." Yu Jingfu thought of something and asked again, "I heard that the Lord Yang residence is collecting information on the 100 poisons to help Lord Yang detoxify the poison in his body. If there's a poison scripture, may I take a look at it?" "Humph. I knew that you were interested in this. If there's one, they'll let you look at it. The poison element scripture is rare, but it's useless to a normal martial warrior," Yao Yu replied. "Don't even think about it. He'll not give it to you even if there's one," Li Rongxue said coldly. Chapter 290. "Excuse me. Sorry to disturb." Yu Jingfu felt awkward. However, he didn't dare to face Li Rongxue's anger. "You're going to be one family in the future. Why are you flaring up at me?" Yao Yu chuckled. He patted Yu Jingfu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Imperman, he'll make the decision." Yu Jingfu smiled in embarrassment and didn't dare to say much. Since Yao Yu had promised him, he would get his benefits for sure. Li Rongxue was so angry that her chest hurt. Yao Yu was so brazen and shameless. He was already claiming that he was her man. What a pipe dream. "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's find a good spot for the princess and me to spend a lovely night." Yao Yu waved his hand proudly and said. Looking at Li Rongxue's beautiful face and perfect figure, he was already getting restless. "Congratulations, young master, for achieving your dream." Yao Ye's subordinates congratulated him in unison. Yu Jingfu also smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Yao. Ha! You've all helped me today. I'll reward you handsomely when we go back." Yao Yu laughed loudly. He was fully content. Li Rongxue's face turned green. At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the jovial atmosphere. Excuse me. Sorry to disturb you." "Ah." Yao Ye's laugh was stuck in his throat by the sudden voice. He jumped in shock and almost choked. It felt as if someone had grabbed his throat. Who is it? Come out." Yao Yu and his subordinates turned towards the source of the sound and yelled. They saw a young man standing not far away. He was looking at them innocently. "Who are you?" Yao Yu asked coldly after he regained his composure. There was a malicious look in his eyes. He had no good impression of this young man who had jumped out and frightened him. It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask the princess one question. Wang Tung pointed at Li Rongxue and said, You eavesdropped on us just now. Yao Ye's face turned black. There was killing intent in his eyes. On the other hand, Li Rongxue's gaze shimmered. Not really. I didn't hear much, only a little. Wang Ting chuckled and replied. Yao Ye's face was as black as the bottom of the pot, but he wasn't stupid. Since Wang Tung dared to step out, he must have some confidence. He couldn't decide what to do. What do you want to ask? Wang Tung smiled. He seemed to know what Yao Yu was thinking, but he didn't care. Instead, he asked Li Rongxue, Does your family collect poison element scriptures? What if we don't? What if we do? Li Rongxue retorted. She had a sudden thought. If you do, it'll save you, and you can repay me with the poison scripture. If you don't, it'll leave. Wang Tung answered straightforwardly. If they do, I can give it to you. Why do you have to ask her? Yao Yu asked without changing his expression. Oh, nothing. I don't want to make a deal with a rapist. I'm embarrassed to be in the same league as you. Wang Tung replied directly. Yao Ye's face turned green and white with anger. Li Rongxue's eyes lit up. This might be her only chance. However, the man opposite her was very young, and he was also alone. Could he really do it? How dare you? Yao Ye's subordinates turned furious when they saw Wang Tung humiliating Yao Yu. Do you want to beat me? Wang Tung squinted. Yao Yu raised his hand to stop them. He asked without any expressions, Do you really want to become my enemy? Not really. If you don't start the fight, I'm too lazy to fight with you, Wang Tung replied. Are you an idiot? The corners of Yao Ye's mouth twitched. He realized that it was too difficult to communicate with the young man opposite him. Although he seemed easygoing, he was actually infuriating. I'm not an idiot, but I sell swords on. Do you use a sword? Do you use the upper sword or the lower sword? Or do you practice the ultimate sword skill, the unity of man and sword? Wang Tung said cunningly, I don't use swords. I use a blade. Yao Yu replied instinctively. Li Rongxue's expression became weird, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Wang Tung and felt that this fellow was a little cheeky. What are you laughing at? Yao Yu frowned and asked. Young Master Yao, he might be calling you a bitch. Yu Jingfu reminded him kindly as he held back his laughter. Yao Yu immediately understood. His expression turned cold and gloomy, as though a storm was brewing inside him. He gritted his teeth and said, You're looking for death. Hey, the princess over there. Do you have poison scriptures or not? Wang Tung ignored Yao Yu and shouted at Li Rongxue again. Yao Yu felt indignant and upset for getting ignored. He ordered his subordinates in a cold voice, Kill him. Hey, don't be impatient. She still hasn't replied to me. There's no point in fighting now. Wang Tung shouted hurriedly. Li Rongxue was speechless. She felt that if she didn't reply to him, he might really walk away. Hence, she immediately shouted, Of course I have. As long as you save me, I'll pass you the poison scripture as a repayment. That's what I was waiting for. Wang Tung laughed. He immediately dashed towards the martial warriors that were charging at him. At the moment, he was wearing a boxing glove in one hand and held the golden brick in the other. It was as though he had no plans of putting up any resistance. He slammed the head of the first person who arrived in front of him with the brick. This was the one who shouted the most furiously just now. Wang Tung didn't show any mercy in his actions. He had instilled force into the brick, so it became extremely heavy. The person was pushed to the ground by the overwhelming strength. The lower half of the person's body was buried into the ground, and his bones were all broken. However, his upper half was still above the ground. There was a massive bump on his head. Wang Tung had used finesse to hit the person into the ground without splitting the person's head. If not, based on the weight of this brick, even a martial warrior would die in one hit. The other martial warriors were given a scare when they saw the miserable appearance of their companion. This fellow was so cruel. Wang Tung didn't give him time to react, though. He rushed towards the nearest person and wanted to repeat his earlier action. The person's expression changed entirely as he slashed his battle blade at Wang Tung. The blade glow lit up the air around him. Although his movements were fast and ruthless, he still wasn't able to hit Wang Tung. Bang! The person was shoved into the ground with a loud bang. At that moment, a sword glow attacked Wang Tung from the back. He tilted his body and evaded it just in time. Then, with a step, he appeared behind the attacker and sent him into the ground. Yao Ye's subordinates weren't his match at all. They were all shoved into the ground after a few attacks. Their uncovered heads had huge bumps on them, looking like plants growing on the field. Wang Tung stopped. He patted the dust off his body and raised his head to look at Yao Yu. What do you say now? 4-star soldier level. If that's your confidence, you can die now. Yao Yu held the long blade in his hand and walked towards Wang Tung slowly. Be careful. Yao Yu entered the 4-star level not long ago. Although his character is lousy, he's a famous talent in Yang City, Li Rongxue shouted. Thank you for your compliment. It looks like your impression of me is not that bad. Yao Yu smiled slightly. Unfortunately, you used your talent in the wrong areas. You embarked on the crooked path and brought destruction on yourself, Li Rongxue said coldly. Who cares if it's the enlightened or the crooked path? They all lead to the same end. Yao Yu couldn't care less about morality. You're obstinate, Li Rongxue said in disdain. All right, stop bickering with one another. You made me look like an outsider. Let's finish this quickly. I still have to go back and sleep. Wang Tung yawned uncontrollably as he said in a helpless tone. Li Rongxue rolled her eyes and turned quiet. Since you're so eager to die, they'll fulfill your wish. Yao Yu shook his head as though he was feeling pity. The next moment, he turned into lingering shadows and dashed towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung smiled slightly. The moment he took out his battle sword from his weapon carrier casket, Yao Yu had already arrived in front of him. He swept the blade at his head. Wang Tung raised his hand to block it. Clang! When the blade and the sword collided in midair, sparks flew everywhere and lit up the dark night. The collision of force caused an eruption to occur. Their hairs flew up because of the strong wind. You have some skills. Yao Yu's gaze froze slightly. He swept with his left leg, but Wang Tung raised his leg to block it. He retrieved his battle sword and formed a flaming sword glow. Slash! Yao Yu tilted his body, dodging the sword glow as it flashed past in front of him. However, the edge of his shirt got scraped by the fire. It started giving off a burnt smell. Neither of them used their full force until now. They were just testing each other. The battle started for real now. Within a few breaths, they had exchanged many blows. Boom! A loud explosion shook the surroundings. The two of them retreated while panting slightly. Who on earth are you? Yao Yu had become more serious when he stared at Wang Tung. His mind was working furiously, but he couldn't remember where Wang Tung came from. He possessed such ability at such a young age. He was definitely not some nobody. Hence, he must be an outsider. My Yao family is quite powerful in Yang City. You still have a chance to stop now, Yao Yu said with a flickering gaze. The Yao family. Wang Tung wondered to himself. What kind of coincidence is this? He said, I'm sorry. I seem destined to clash with the Yao family. Yao Yu's expression turned gloomy. What kind of reason was this? He was just saying that there was no room for discussion. Never mind. It'll just help you on your way to Netherworld. He held the long blade in his hand and focused, releasing a sharp blade aura. Yao Yu's body was engulfed in gold force. They turned into numerous blade glows. Blade presence. Be careful. Yao Yu has already comprehended his blade presence. Li Rongxue shouted in fear. Wang Tung remained calm. Sword presence. Li Rongxue was flabbergasted. This fellow had gotten his sword presence too. Boom! The sword presence and the blade presence collided forcefully. The sword glow and the blade glow intertwined with each other. It felt like the bombardment of gold and iron. They frittered each other away, not refusing to give to the other. In the end, no one was able to come on top. Along with a loud explosion, they disappeared at the same instant. A black figure dashed out from the dust. Your force should almost be depleted. A glaring ice blue glow erupted from Yao Yu's palm. Ice force. Yao Yu is a double-element martial warrior. Li Rongxue seemed to have discovered something incredible, and her face became a little pale. Was her hope going to be destroyed? Go and die. A killing intent flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. He pushed his palm on Wang Tung's chest. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Wang Tung's lips as a similar ice blue glow congregated on his palm. He met his opponent's palm with his own. Bang! Yao Yu was sent flying back. He felt a powerful force enveloping his body. He was thunderstruck. How is this possible? 1. In Chinese, it's Fan Jian, which means Mbichi. Chapter 291. Purple Core Bone Revitalizing Pill. He's a double-element martial warrior too, and he has the same ice element. As Li Rongxue stared at the ice blue glow on Wang Tung's palm, she became a little absent-minded. At the same time, her expression turned a bit strange. How frustrated would Yao Yu be when he saw this? She looked at Yao Yu and saw him getting thrown back by Wang Tung's fist. He was in a poor state. While she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, she also felt a tinge of delightfulness. Why do you have this talent? Fresh blood was seeping out from the edge of Yao Yu's lips. After getting injured by Wang Tung's punch, he stared at him in disbelief. Do you think that you're the only person in this world with a double-element talent? Wang Tung said in contempt. Damn it! Hatred flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. He knew that he wasn't the only person with a double-element talent in this world. However, he had been treated like a genius since he was young, and he came from an influential family. Everything in life had been smooth sailing for him. Yet, in the middle of nowhere, he met a young man who was many times more outstanding than him. It was natural to feel a little envious. But he wasn't stupid. After the exchange of blows, just now, he knew that he wasn't Wang Tung's match. He stopped fighting with Wang Tung. Instead, he suddenly shot towards Li Rongxue, who was at the side. Since Wang Tung wanted to save her, he would be able to control him if he had Li Rongxue in his hands. Li Rongxue's expression changed instantly when she saw this scene. If you had done this earlier, it would have been a little more troublesome. Now it's too late. Wang Tung's calm voice sounded in Yao Yu's ears. Wang Tung then shook his head, and his figure disappeared. He raised his speed to the maximum. Yao Yu felt a blur flashing past his eyes. After that, Wang Tung was already standing beside Li Rongxue. You are your speed. Yao Yu looked at him with wide eyes as though he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand how Wang Tung was able to move so quickly. During the battle just now, their speed was comparable with each other. Could it be that he didn't use all his strength earlier? Yao Yu was dumbstruck when he thought of this possibility. He also felt a hint of despair. However, a cornered beast would put up a frenzied struggle. As long as there was hope, he wouldn't give up. So, he turned around and bolted. Do you want this person? Wang Tung tilted his head, looked at Li Rongxue, and asked. Li Rongxue had been stunned by Wang Tung's speed too. She regained her senses after hearing his question and replied almost instantly. Yes. Dead or alive? Wang Tung had already disappeared into thin air when he said this. Li Rongxue gritted her teeth and said, alive. Yao Yu was fuming with anger when he heard their conversation. This couple was looking down on him too much. They were casually discussing his fate as though he were a beast. He had no idea that they were just giving him a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, Yao Yu felt that his dignity was being trampled on. It was turning into mush. Understandably, he was unhappy and infuriated. However, staying alive was more important. Just wait. I will take my revenge one day. If not, Yao Yu turned around and threatened them as he escaped furiously. However, before he could finish his threat, he saw Wang Tung following behind him like a ghost. He was less than a meter away. If not, Wang Tung smiled and asked. Yao Yu felt his head turning numb. He was so frightened that his soul seemed to have left his body. He couldn't care about finishing that sentence anymore. He used all his force and ran frantically. His running posture was quite seductive, though. His hips were raised, and he swayed them furiously. Bang! Wang Tung kicked his swinging bottom, and Yao Yu instantly fell to the ground. Then, Wang Tung held his brick and came forward. What do you want to do? Don't come over. When Yao Yu turned around, the first thing he saw was the brick. He remembered how his subordinates had ended up, and his expression changed. He kept moving back on all fours. Don't worry. He'll be gentle, Wang Tung said softly. Why will I believe you? Don't come over. Yao Yu used all his limbs as he tried to move away from this harmless-looking, yet a ruthless and vicious young man. Sigh. No one is willing to believe me. Wang Tung felt helpless and stopped chasing the pitiful guy. Instead, he threw his brick into the air, and it flew towards Yao Yu. Bang! Ah! Bang! The brick smashed onto Yao Yu's head with a dull thud. Yao Yu screamed in agony. Then came the sound of him slamming onto the ground. These three different sounds appeared almost at the same instant. Why do you have to do this? If you didn't run, I wouldn't have to be so harsh. Wang Ting picked up his brick and let out a sigh. Li Rongxue felt the corners of her lips twitching. She could almost see a foxtail swaying behind this young man. Wang Tung lifted the unconscious Yao Yu and carried him over to Li Rongxue. He then threw him on the ground in front of her. This is for you. Li Rongxue felt a little awkward. She said, I have no energy, and I can't move. Can you help me check if there's any antidote on him? Wang Ting nodded. He took down Yao Yu's space ring and used his spiritual power to break it forcefully. Ah! Yao Yu suddenly shouted in pain. He woke up with a start and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there were huge beads of perspirations on his forehead. Wang Tung, what are you doing? Yao Yu was astounded. He then noticed his space ring in Wang Tung's hand. That's my space ring. Return it to me. Wang Tung ignored him. He used his spiritual power to scan the contents of the ring. Found it. After some time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He poured a pill out and stuffed it in Li Rongshue's mouth. Cough, cough. Li Rongxue was caught off guard and choked on the pill, falling into a coughing fit. She rolled her eyes and said, Can you be more gentle? It was a mistake. A mistake. Wang Tung laughed awkwardly. You don't have a girlfriend, right? Li Rongxue asked. Nonsense. I'm handsome and talented. Many girls are chasing after me. How can I not have a girlfriend? What a joke. Wang Tung replied in a righteous tone with no chance in his expression. Li Rongxue glanced at him from the corner of her eyes as she snorted. All right, wasn't there another person just now? Where did he go? Wang Tung felt a little awkward. He looked around and changed the topic. He ran away when he noticed the situation going south. Li Rongxue replied. What a pity. Wang Tung found it a little regretful. Li Rongxue glanced secretly at the martial warriors who were buried in the ground. She wanted to know what there was to regret. What do you plan to do with this fellow? Wang Tung asked. I want him to pay the price. Li Rongxue shifted her gaze to Yao Yu. There was anger in her eyes. Princess, I was blinded by lust. Please spare me once. Yao Yu immediately pleaded. His face was pale, and he was shivering. Li Rongxue had regained her ability to move after consuming the antidote. She picked up a long sword and walked towards Yao Yu. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Yao Yu was startled. He said agitatedly, You can raise any requirements as long as you spare me. My father will definitely agree. Don't you want to concoct the purple core bone revitalizing pill for Lord Yang to cure his poison? The coxcomb of the coxcomb jade scale python is just one of the main ingredients. Our Yao family has one of the remaining two main ingredients you're looking for. Li Rongxue stopped in her tracks, and her pupils moved quickly in her eyes. After some time, she let out a long sigh and asked, Which one? Purple core herb. Yao Yu replied instantly. Purple core herb. It's the purple core herb. Where did you get it? Li Rongxue was elated. Chapter 292. Kill decisively. The purple core herb would only grow in special environments. Li Rongxue had searched the entire Yongya mountain ridge, but she couldn't find it. Since there was news of it now, she couldn't leave it alone. It was a coincidence. I got it from a merchant. You might not know, but ever since the Lord Yang residents released the news that they were looking for some herbs, all the elite families in Yang City started searching for them too. No matter what intention they have, everyone wants to find it first. My family got lucky and managed to find the purple core herb before everyone. Yao Yu replied hurriedly. Since you're looking for the herbs to curry favor with my family, why didn't you give it to us after you found it? Li Rongxue asked. Don't misunderstand. I wanted to give it to you right away, but my father wants to wait for a better opportunity. Yao Yu replied, his gaze flickering. Maximizing your benefits. What a good plan you have. A flash of disdain appeared in Li Rongshu's eyes. Yao Yu felt a little awkward. He kept quiet. Where did your father hide the purple core herb? Li Rongxue continued asking. I don't know. Yao Yu avoided her gaze. Li Rongxue immediately placed the long sword beside his throat. She cut a long and bloody wound on his neck and shouted, Tell me, Princess, I know what you want to do. If I tell you, I won't be able to remain alive. If you want the purple core herb, you should release me. I promise I'll pass it to you. Yao Yu smiled to express that he wasn't stupid. If you don't tell me, they'll kill you now, Li Rongxue said coldly. You don't dare to kill me. Lord Yang's poison has already entered his bones, and he might not have many days left. If you kill me now, you will not get the purple core herb from my family. Where will you go and find a second purple core herb? Yao Yu smiled. He had regained his confidence because he thought that he had a reason to live. Li Rongxue smiled at him. Her smile was extremely enchanting. Then, she swept the sword, and an arrow of blood shot out from his throat. Yao Yu widened his eyes while clutching his neck. There was disbelief written all over his face. What? He couldn't understand. He was confused. At the moment, his entire body was encased by the fear of death. No, you don't understand me at all, Li Rongxue said with regret. When Wang Teng looked at Li Rongxue, the corners of his eyes jumped a little. Honestly, he was surprised too. If he was in Li Rongshu's situation, he might not be able to kill the man. However, Li Rongxue still did it. This lady wasn't easy to deal with. Yao Yu collapsed on the ground weakly. He was dead. At his prime, as a double-element martial warrior, as a genius, he ended up in this state because of a single wrong thought. Why? Did I scare you? Li Rongxue tilted her head and looked at Wang Teng. I was just surprised. Wang Teng shook his head calmly. If I hadn't killed him, you would have done the deed, right? Li Rongxue gave him a meaningful smile as she stared right into his eyes. Why do you think so? Wang Teng remained expressionless. I guessed it. Li Rongxue winked and replied with a smile. What a sly lady you are. Wang Teng felt speechless. Your reaction proves that I'm right. Li Rongxue smiled. Why do you want to kill him? Don't you want the purple core herb? Wang Teng turned his head and asked. The purple core herb is in the Yao residence. There will be ways to get it. Also, I don't trust Yao Yu. I'd rather do it myself than make a deal with him, Li Rongxue explained. Wang Teng nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at Yao Yu's corpse and the attribute bubbles that were floating around it. Metal Force *63, Ice Force *50, Spirit *25, Enlightenment *32, Intermediate Stage, Ice Talent *10, Gung Gold Scripture *1, OMG. So many. Wang Teng was elated. He pulled them over instantly with his spiritual power. His enlightenment and spirit attributes increased. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm, 59, 2 out of 100 Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 92, 8 out of 100. At the same time, his Metal and Ice Force rose tremendously. Metal Force, 193 out of 2,000, 4-star. Ice Force, 12 out of 1,000, 3-star. As the Ice Force attributes merged into his body, Wang Teng shuddered. His Ice Force rose from his second Force nucleus and entered his third Force nucleus. It spiraled inside his nucleus. Ice element martial warriors were rare, so there was nothing he could pick up. He had reached the peak of 2-star soldier level using his own cultivation. At this moment, Wang Teng's Ice Force broke through the peak of 2-star and reached 3-star soldier level. A sharp look appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He looked at the talent row of his attributes panel. The beginner stage Ice Talent had become an intermediate stage Ice Talent. Intermediate stage Ice Talent. 10 of 500. Wang Teng felt the change carefully. He noticed that he had gotten more sensitive towards the Ice Force around him. Hence, his speed of cultivation would only become faster in the future. Then, he looked at his scripture row. Gung Gold Scripture, Dark Level High Class 1 out of 100 Foundation. Dark Level High Class 4 Skill Scripture. Wang Teng almost laughed out loud. This scripture alone was a massive gain for him. Why are you smiling? Li Rongshu's voice sounded beside him. She was puzzled to see him smile like a fool. Cough, I'm not smiling. You saw wrong. Wang Teng regained his senses and said, Li Rongxue ignored his antics and walked over to the corpses of her comrades. Sorrow appeared in her eyes as she kept the bodies into her space ring. She would bury them after going back. Unlike her grief, Wang Tung felt happy and scanned the ground. There were many attribute bubbles dropped. Although it was a little selfish, these people were already dead. It would be a waste not to pick up these attributes. He picked them up. Fire Force *10, Earth Force *15, Spirit *6, Water Force *22, Enlightenment *8. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body one by one, and all his 5 elements increased. His enlightenment and spirit attributes grew a lot too. He suddenly saw something interesting. Intermediate Stage Fire Talent *15, Intermediate Stage Fire Talent. It should have been dropped by the 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Tung wondered to himself. As the attributes seeped into his body, his intermediate stage fire talent increased by 15 points. It enhanced his sensitivity to the fire force around him. Intermediate stage fire talent. 156 out of 500. Unfortunately, it's not an advanced stage fire talent. I wonder how it will be if I hit the advanced stage. The speed of cultivation might increase many times. Wang Tung felt a little pity. Then he smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy. Although he was improving his ability quickly by picking up attributes, he was still uncontented. He believed that he would get an advanced stage talent one day, or maybe an even more powerful talent. At that time, his cultivation speed would shoot up, and he might be able to stand alongside the favored children of God without needing to pick up attributes. After picking up all the attributes, Wang Tung shifted his gaze and looked at the martial warriors buried in the ground. He squinted. Hefting the brick in his hand, he walked over. Bang, bang, bang. Li Rongxue was dumbfounded as she listened to the dull thuds. She took a step back unconsciously. What are you doing? I want to bury them deeper. It's easier for them to grow, Wang Tung said. Li Rongxue. Wang Tung disregarded her reaction. He happily picked up the attribute bubbles that kept dropping. Spirit *3, Enlightenment *6, Spirit *2. Chapter 293. You will only drag me down. Enlightenment. Spiritual Realm 68. 6 out of 100. Spirit. Spiritual Realm 94. 2 out of 100. After glancing at the 2 changes in his attributes panel, Wang Tung ended his beating. At this moment, the humanwood posts only had their heads revealed above the ground. At first, half of their body was exposed, but Wang Tung had pushed them down forcefully. Their heads were unbearable to look at. They were like lifelike pigs' heads. Li Rongxue felt the corners of her lips twitching as she looked at them from afar. She was rendered speechless. When Wang Tung looked at her, she took another step back unconsciously. Everything is settled. Shall we go back? Wang Tung asked calmly. He didn't care about her thoughts. The coxcomb jade scale python suffered serious injuries. This is the best time to kill it. Li Rongxue bit her lips as she said. You want me to help you? Wang Tung smiled. My father's poison can only be cured thoroughly using the purple core bone revitalizing pill. The coxcomb of that snake is one of the main ingredients, said Li Rongxue. Why should I help you? Wang Tung asked calmly. I don't think you need the poison scriptures purely for research, right? Li Rongxue said. So, Wang Tung didn't deny it. If my guess is correct, it must be your family member or your friend who has a poison physique. Hence, he or she needs the poison scripture. However, you need to know that poison physiques are extremely rare, and the cultivation is hard. I found some relevant information to help my father cure the poison in his body. They include resources for the cultivation of poison physiques, pills, and descriptions. You will find it useful, Li Rongxue said slowly. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. Li Rongxue was slightly happy when she saw his reactions. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and continued. The coxcomb jade scale python is a rare poison star beast. It has many useful materials on its body. A normal martial warrior might find them useless, but they are cultivation treasures for poison element martial warriors. Moreover, in the swamp it lives, there might even be poison element spiritual herbs. The moment she finished speaking, she heard a series of claps. Princess Li, I now see you in another light. Wang Tong said ambiguously. Li Rongxue frowned slightly. She felt that Wang Tong's impression of her had gotten worse, so she felt a little frustrated. Just when she was about to say something, he continued, I agree. However, after killing the coxcomb jade scale python, besides the coxcomb you need, the rest will be mine. Li Rongxue took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. After striking a deal, the two of them walked to the swamp. On the way, Li Rongxue said, I used my poison to lure it out before. However, it's vigilant now, so it won't fall for the same trick twice. What good ideas do you have? Just wait for me here. Wang Tong leaped down. He protected his body with force and broke the surface of the swamp. He went in. Li Rongxue stretched out her hand and wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. She stomped her feet furiously. This fellow is too reckless. She gritted her teeth and jumped into the swamp too. The water below the swamp was muddy. Also, this wasn't an ordinary swamp. It was a dangerous place where the coxcomb jade scale python and other poison star beasts lived. There were many poisonous creatures in here. A few moments after Wang Tong leaped into the swamp, he heard a splash behind him. He turned around and frowned. His voice entered Li Rongxue's ears. Why did you come down? I came to help you. Li Rongxue used the same method of voice transmission with force to reply to him. Go back. You will only drag me down, Wang Tong said. Li Rongxue wanted to help him out of kindness. However, when she got belittled by Wang Tong, she felt unhappy. She spoke to him using voice transmission. How do you know? I'm a 4-star, soldier-level martial warrior. Don't look down on me. Whatever. If there are dangers later, don't blame me for not helping you. Wang Tong disregarded her and pushed himself forward with his feet. He turned into a series of lingering shadows as he rushed down the swamp. Using his spiritual sight, he was able to locate the position of the ball of force glow. Oomph! How dare you underestimate me? Li Rongxue scoffed. She still followed him. There were many undercurrents hidden under the swamp. Occasionally, a powerful and vicious undercurrent would surge out from somewhere. These undercurrents were extremely dangerous. If a normal 1-star or 2-star martial warrior got caught in them, they might get seriously injured. This swamp wasn't a harmless place. Fortunately, Wang Tong was agile, and his water force allowed him to sense the movement of the water currents around him. This helped him to avoid the dangers. Suddenly, a black figure pounced on Wang Tong. Slash! A sword light flashed through the air, cutting the black figure into two. Green blood seeped into the swamp around him. This was a spider the size of a human's head. The 8 spider legs were as sharp as blades, and its mouth was hideous. If it landed on someone's face, the victim would die within a few seconds. Poison Force *6 Wang Tong picked up the attribute bubble. He scanned the spider with his force and found no use of its corpse. He was too lazy to pick up the corpse, so he dashed past it and continued moving down. On the other side, Li Rongxue experienced the dangers of the swamp. She realized that with her ability, it was extremely difficult for her to move around here. However, Wang Tong seemed to be walking on even ground. He wasn't affected at all. Based on her cautious nature, she would have retreated when faced with this situation. She wouldn't take the risk and continue moving down. But when she remembered Wang Tong's earlier comments, she couldn't swallow the insult. She subconsciously followed him. Fortunately, she wasn't stupid. She followed Wang Tong closely and evaded all the dangers easily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they reached a certain depth, Wang Tong suddenly realized that his force outerwear was giving off a slight noise. It's corrosive. He was shocked. The deeper he went, the stronger the corrosiveness of the air became. His force was depleting quickly. The output of the force in his body was unable to catch up with the speed of corrosion. I can't continue like this. My force will be exhausted very soon. Wang Tong frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something. He spread the poison force throughout his body and formed a protective layer. The corrosion was no longer able to affect him. He let out a smile. He then increased his speed and closed in on his target. The coxcomb jade scale python was not far away. On the other hand, Li Rongxue was in a difficult position. A few seconds after she entered this corrosive area, her force had been exhausted. She had to retreat from this layer. Why isn't that fellow affected? Does he have other ways? She thought to herself in her heart. Then, she gave a bitter smile. Forget it. Looks like I will really drag him down. She had no choice but to go back. After some time, she left the swamp and landed on the ground. She sat cross-legged to recover the force she lost just now. There was a question circling in her heart. Where did this person come from? I really can't see through him. Chapter 294. Unknown Spiritual Herb? Wang Teng didn't know Li Rongshu's complicated thoughts. However, he knew that she had already retreated. There was one less trouble, meaning that there would be one less accident during the battle later. Very soon, he stopped moving down. He had already reached the bottom of the swamp. The frightening python was coiled in a corner. It seemed dispirited, and there were many injuries on its body. However, it had already noticed the invader. It raised its head and opened its mouth to hiss ferociously at Wang Teng. Piercing sound waves attacked Wang Teng. It's just putting up a bold front. It's an arrow at the end of its fight. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. This poison element star beast was hard to deal with, but it didn't have much power left in its tank. Let's settle this quickly. As this thought landed, icicles appeared around him. There were a huge number of them, and the sight was magnificent to behold. The coxcomb jade scale python felt a strong sense of danger. It hissed and turned to run away. Yes, it was running away in fear. It didn't hesitate at all and escaped right off the bat. Wang Teng shook his head. He waved his hand, and the icicles broke free from the water. They shot out and caught up with the coxcomb jade scale python in an instant, penetrating its body. Hiss! The coxcomb jade scale python gave an ear-shattering hiss of agony and twisted its huge body frantically. Large amounts of blood spurted out. A ray of light appeared suddenly and flew into the coxcomb jade scale python's mouth. The next instant, its body turned rigid. It stopped moving. A 5-star star beast got killed so easily by Wang Teng. Destiny fooled a snake. The ray of light shot out again and landed on Wang Teng's palm. It was the shooting star spiral. Done. Wang Teng kept the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python in his space ring. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles around him. Poison Force *25, Poison Force *30, Poison Force *32. He picked them up. Wang Teng was elated. He had received 85 points of Poison Force this time. It was a huge gain. Although Poison Star Beasts were rare, he met a 5-star Poison Element Star Beast on his first encounter. He was lucky. Also, this was a good bargain. The Star Beast was already heavily injured. That was why he was able to kill it so easily. Poison Force 121 for 500, 2-star. Wang Teng's Poison Force was at 2-star. But after he received the Poison Force skill scripture, he would be able to upgrade it quickly based on the cultivation speed of his demon lotus poison body. He didn't just make the deal with Li Rongshu for Lin Chuxia. He did it for himself too. Wang Teng scanned the ground below him. Li Rongshu had told him that there might be special poison element spiritual herbs in the coxcomb jade scale python's lair. Although he didn't do any advanced research and didn't recognize any poison element spiritual herbs, it was still all right. With his spiritual sight, he was able to see everything that had force in them. There were 3 balls of obvious force glow on the ground directly below where the coxcomb jade scale python was at just now. Wang Teng dug them out. Is this ginseng? He was surprised. No, wait. He started shaking his head. The herb in front of him looked like ginseng, but it was entirely black. The roots looked like little snakes, too. This wasn't normal ginseng. Never mind. We'll take it back first and do some research later. Wang Teng stopped pondering on its origins. He continued looking around to confirm that he didn't miss anything. Then he went up. Li Rongshu was anxiously waiting on the ground. She hoped that Wang Teng would be fine, but she didn't believe that he was the coxcomb jade scale python's match. She had fought with the coxcomb jade scale python before, so she knew how powerful it was. Even though it was injured, it wasn't easy to deal with. Wang Teng was only a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to beat a 5-star star beast. Also, this was the home ground of the coxcomb jade scale python. Ordinary martial warriors would probably die if they went down. She waited for a long while, but saw no movements below. She started to wonder, did that fellow get swallowed by the coxcomb jade scale python? Li Rongxue wouldn't think that there was no commotion because the coxcomb jade scale python got killed without putting up much of a resistance. Also, it was in the depth of the swamp, so no sounds could be heard. While she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly saw a figure flying up from the swamp. The person landed firmly beside her. Li Rongxue was shocked. After seeing the person carefully, she said hurriedly, "How was it?" Bang! Wang Ting glanced at her without saying anything. He raised his hand, and the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python slammed on the ground with a bang. Li Rongxue went in a daze as she looked at the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. Despite guessing that Wang Tung had succeeded when he appeared in front of her, seeing the corpse of the star beast that gave her a headache with her own eyes, she couldn't describe her emotions. "How did you do it?" Li Rongxue asked in astonishment as she stared at Wang Tung. "You don't have to know the process. You just need to know the result," Wang Tung replied. Li Rongxue choked. This guy was too infuriating. Just when she was about to say something, she noticed that the young man was unscathed after killing the coxcomb jade scale python. The discovery left her thunderstruck. She started pondering to herself, maybe this young man isn't just a 4-star soldier level. Take the coxcomb you need. The rest is mine, Wang Tung said at this moment. Li Rongxue regained her senses. She rolled her eyes uncontrollably. "I know, stingy fellow. I'm not stingy. This was the deal," Wang Tung replied shamelessly. "You must be single," Li Rongxue scoffed and said firmly. "Wang Tung." Li Rongxue didn't take much of the coxcomb. She only cut 1/3 of it and placed it in a jade box, which she stored in her space ring. "This is enough. If it's not, I hope that I can still get some from you," Li Rongxue said. "As long as you're willing to give money, you can take anything," Wang Tung nodded and replied as he kept the corpse of the python. "I know. I'll give you a good price." Li Rongxue was getting tired. She regretted not taking more. She complained secretly in her heart. How much does he love money? "When will you give me the poison scripture and the other relevant information?" Wang Tung asked. "Why go back, of course." Li Rongxue thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to go with me? Or you can tell me a place, and he'll send someone to give it to you." "He'll follow you. I'm also temporarily living in Yang City," Wang Tung replied. "Oh, where do you live?" Li Rongxue was stunned. She initially thought that Wang Tung was a talent from another big city. She didn't expect him to live in Yang City. "Rune Society," Wang Tung replied. "Rune Society? Why are you living there?" Li Rongxue was dumbfounded again. "Why do you have so many questions? Let's go." Wang Tung led the way out of the Yongye mountain ridge. "Humph. So what if you don't tell me? I can ask my men to find the answer," Li Rongxue muttered under her breath. She snorted and followed Wang Tung. "Li Rongxue, you haven't told me your name yet." Wang Tung. Chapter 295. Unexpected gain. The sky was almost entirely bright by the time he returned to the Rune Society. Besides Gorlin, no one in the entire Rune Society knew what he went to do at night. In fact, even Gorlin would never be able to imagine what Wang Tung had experienced tonight. Wang Tung went back to his room and closed the door. He rubbed his hands with an excited expression. He had decided to count his gains. First, he took out Yao Ye's space ring. The spiritual mark on it had disappeared, so he was able to push his spiritual power into the space ring easily. He scanned all the items inside. There were some clothes and daily necessities. He didn't take much notice of these items. He disregarded them and placed his attention on a small bag. He took it out to study it further. It was an entire bag of crystal-clear energy stones. These are yellow rank energy stones. Wang Tung took an energy stone and placed it on his palm, feeling the intensity of the force inside. It was definitely not a yellow rank low-class energy stone. Based on the standard of measurement he knew, he immediately determined that this was a yellow rank middle-class energy stone. From what he knew, energy stones could be segregated into 4 ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Every rank will be further classified into low, middle, and high classes. The exchange rate for low-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones was 100:1. This ratio was the same for high-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones. Wang Tung roughly counted the energy stones. There were more than 200 of them. This was equal to more than 20,000 low-class energy stones. He's really wealthy. Wang Tung happily weighed the stones before keeping them. Other than this, there was Yao Yes Longblade. Before this, Wang Tung and Li Rongxue had destroyed his corpse, so this long blade naturally became Wang Tung's spoil of war. Wang Tung scrutinized it in his hand. He was elated. This is a good blade. This long blade was a 5-star soldier-level weapon. It was at least worth a few $100 million. Wang Tung was already in love with it. He lacked a high-class blade weapon, so this would help him fill the blank. Unfortunately, no blade presence attributes were dropped. It would be perfect if that happened. Wang Tung shook his head. He continued searching for treasures in the space ring. Suddenly, 2 scrolls attracted his attention. He took them out and realized that one of them was the 4-skill scripture he had received earlier, Gung Gold Scripture. Since he had already gotten the Gung Gold Scripture attribute bubble, this scroll was useless to him. He threw it back into the space ring casually. This was how stubborn a man who could pick up attributes was. If other people saw this, they would turn green with envy. Wang Tung looked at the second scroll. A few huge words entered his vision: Golden Rainbow Blade Skill. This was a dark-level, high-class battle technique. Wang Tung smiled. This was an unexpected surprise. He flipped through it casually before keeping it. He decided to practice it properly when he had the time. Wang Tung continued rifling through the space ring. He found some healing and cultivation pills. They were worth some money too. As expected, a man could not be rich without a windfall. Wang Tung lamented in his heart. He kept the space ring and took out the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. The next moment, he was stunned. When the corpse of the giant python lay horizontally in his room, it almost filled up the entire space. Wang Tung could only stand on the ice-cold corpse and squat down. He instilled his force into the corpse and scanned it inch by inch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A few moments later, Wang Tung took out 3 items from the corpse. They were a dark green snake's gallbladder, a pitch-black round star core, and a shining black star bone. Wang Tung wanted to laugh out loud. He was so lucky this time. 3 extremely expensive items dropped from this python. The star core and the star bone were both valuable and rare items. Also, they belonged to a rare poison element star beast. This made them even harder to come by. If he sent them for auction, they could fetch a sky-high price for sure. However, Wang Tung felt that it wasn't a good idea to auction it off. One had to rely on luck to get this treasure, so selling it would be a waste. The best option was to use it himself. He could forge weapons with the star bone and use the star core for cultivation. They were good items for poison element martial warriors. As for the snake's gallbladder, it was a treasure for an alchemist. This was a hard-to-find ingredient for alchemists who wanted to make special Dan medicine. Wang Tung took out a jade bottle to store the gallbladder. He carved some runes on the bottle to seal the force inside properly and ensure the medicinal effects wouldn't disappear. He didn't forget the coxcomb. Li Rongxue had taken so much effort to find it, so it must have its uses. Although it looked a little unorthodox, it might be useful one day. He used a jade bottle to keep it. The scales and the meat of the coxcomb jade scale python were good stuff too. But compared to the other treasures, they were lower in value. Wang Tung didn't dissect them individually. He kept the entire corpse back in the space ring. He heaved a huge sigh before falling asleep happily. He slept for around 10 hours until Su Lingxian called him for lunch. "Senior brother, you are so lazy. Why are you sleeping during the day? Master is so biased. He stopped me from waking you up." Su Lingxian pouted on the dining table. She was a little jealous. "Well, you are not as talented as me," Wang Tung replied casually while eating his food. Gorlin knew what Wang Tung went out to do yesterday night, so he allowed him to sleep until now. But he didn't explain much. Instead, he laughed and said, "Lingxian, Wang Tung has been learning faster than you recently. You need to buck up." "Humph, that's because I wasn't serious. I won't be slower than him if I'm serious." Su Lingxian snorted. However, deep down inside, she wasn't confident in her statement. Who wants to be compared to this monster? She complained silently. After lunch, Wang Tung and Su Lingxian finished the lessons they were supposed to take in the morning. Gorlin then released them so that they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Ting planned to go out. At that moment, one of the staff in the Rune Society told him that someone was looking for him. Looking for me? He came to the lobby of the Rune Society and saw an unfamiliar pretty young lady. The pretty young lady sized up Wang Tung and asked, "Are you Wang Tung?" "Yes." Wang Tung nodded. "I'm the prince's servant. She asked me to send this to you." The pretty young lady passed a space ring to Wang Tung after she finished speaking. Indeed, Wang Tung had expected this. He nodded and took the ring. "Our princess says that you're extremely stingy, and that makes her unhappy. Hence, she wants me to bring back the space ring after you take the things inside." The pretty young lady seemed to be trying her best to hold back her laughter as she maintained her serious tone. Wang Tung was speechless. He took the item inside and passed the space ring back to the young lady. Then, he said sternly, "Tell your princess that I'll teach her what stingy really means when I see her again." The pretty young lady wasn't afraid. Instead, she burst out laughing. She didn't reply to Wang Tung. She turned around and left with a mesmerizing back view. Chapter 296. Li Rongshu's request in the room. Wang Tung sat cross-legged on the bed. There was a pile of scrolls beside him, as well as a rune legacy stone. It looks like Li Rongshu put in a lot of effort to help her father find an antidote, Wang Tung exclaimed when he looked at the information contained inside. Honestly, what poison does Lord Yang have? Why is it so difficult to cure? Although Wang Tung didn't see it personally, from the information he had on his hands, it wasn't hard to tell that the poison was extraordinary. He looked through all the information. Soon, a yellowish bee-skin scroll caught his attention. Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. This is it. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He looked at the words on the scroll. He was confused and frustrated until he wanted to vomit blood. The title was written in universal character, but the content was written in ancient writing that he couldn't understand. Wang Tung felt his head hurt. Li Rongshu's face appeared in his mind. She must be laughing at home now. What a narrow-minded lady. Li Rongshu must have guessed this ending. However, she still passed it to him. She must be taking revenge for earlier. Wang Tung flipped through the materials and realized that he couldn't understand most of the content. He picked out the words and did a rough gauge. There were at least 4 types of ancient languages, but he didn't know a single one. After thinking about it, his only choice was to go back and look for Li Rongshu. She must have a translated version with her. That lady is really calculative. She gave me the original version and hid the translated version. Even if I question her, she could deny it outright. Wang Ting thought for a moment and understood what happened. He was furious, but he sighed dejectedly. He had to give in. Translating so many materials wasn't an easy job. Starting from zero would cost him too much time. It wasn't worth it. Getting the translated version from Li Rongshu was the best choice. Wang Tung went out. He asked around and headed to the Lord Yang residence. The Lord Yang residence was the most influential place in Yang City. It was situated in the middle of the city and was massive in size, with pavilions and towers dotting the landscape. It was built beside a mountain and a river, providing picturesque scenery. This was the mansion among the mansions. He wondered how many people and resources were used to construct this place. Wang Ting got stopped by the guards at the entrance. "I know your princess. Please inform her," Wang Tung said. The guard sized up Wang Tung curiously. In the end, he nodded and said, "Wait here. I will inform the princess of your arrival." One of them entered the huge mansion from the side door. After some time, he came out with another person. It was the pretty young lady who had brought the materials to Wang Tung. "Follow me." The young lady seemed to know that he would come. She covered her mouth and smiled. Then, she led the way and entered the residence. Wang Tung followed behind her and walked into the Lord Yang residence. The architecture inside had an ancient feel, and the style was special. They walked for some time and took many turns. They went through corridors, passed through small gardens, and finally arrived at an individual courtyard. Wang Tung saw Li Rongshu again. "We meet again. I thought that you would not want to see me again, you know. Yet, it hasn't been half a day, yet you came to find me." Li Rongshu smiled brightly like a fox. You should know why I came to find you." Wang Tung smiled coldly. He sat down on a stone chair in the courtyard without any pretense. There were pastries and tea on the stone table. He poured a cup of tea for himself before picking up a piece of pastry and eating it. Li Rongxue didn't care. She looked at him innocently and said, "What did you say? I don't understand anything." Continue acting." Wang Tung's face was filled with disdain. When the pretty young lady saw the two of them speaking in riddles, she smiled and retreated to the side. For a moment, none of them spoke. They were both waiting for the other party to speak first. The person who opened the mouth first would be at a disadvantage. Wang Tung remained calm as he ate the pastries and drank the tea. He appeared relaxed as he admired the scenery in the courtyard. Li Rongxue felt the edge of her mouth twitching. This fellow was extremely thick-skinned. Never mind, I don't think he will open his mouth if I don't. He can afford to wait, but I can't. Li Rongxue sighed in her heart. Then, she opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Why don't we strike another deal?" No comments. Wang Tung pouted and replied, "Don't be angry. Listen to what I have to say. I did this because I had no other choice. There are not many people I can trust." Li Rongxue explained with a bitter smile. "What you said is quite funny. You don't trust many people. Are you saying that you trust me?" Wang Tung scoffed. "I do trust you," Li Rongxue replied resolutely. Wang Tung was stunned. He raised his head and looked at her in disbelief. "You love money and are a little stingy, but once you make a deal, you will carry it out properly. We cooperated before, so I trust you," Li Rongxue said. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. He didn't agree or deny her assessment of him. He just said, "You think too highly of me." This is the translated version. With a wave of her hand, a few scrolls appeared on the table. She continued, "I schemed against you, and I apologize for that. Whether you help me or not, you can take these translated versions. Of course, if you're willing to help me, you will gain the friendship of my Lord Yang residents." Wang Tung flipped through the translated scrolls before keeping them in his space ring. He said, "Tell me what you need." A tinge of happiness flashed past Li Rongxue's eyes. She said hurriedly, "I want you to help me steal the purple core herb from the Yao family." Steal the purple core herb? Wang Tung was astounded. He looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say that you have a way?" "I wanted to pressure the Yao family to make them hand over the purple core herb, but the Yao family head has been a little moody recently because of the death of his youngest son. He didn't listen to anything I said and kept beating around the bush. He denied that he had the purple core herb, so I can't do anything to him," Li Rongxue said helplessly. "Since I've already alerted him, I can't force him to give me the purple core herb using other methods." "The family head's youngest son is dead?" Wang Tung asked calmly. Li Rongxue found it strange that Wang Tung took notice of this part out of the whole explanation. However, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard that he was killed by martial warriors from Earth when he went out one day. The family head is frantically seeking revenge." "Huh?" Wang Tung laughed awkwardly. That sounded like him. Not only did he kill the man's youngest son, but he also killed his oldest son. This was a huge grudge. With your ability, you'll have a high chance of stealing the purple core herb from the Yao family. I can cooperate with you. If you meet any dangers, you can release a signal, and it'll send people in to save you. They'll not let any accidents happen to you," Li Rongxue said. "Your thoughts are good." Wang Tung got up and waved his hands. "Thank you for the pastries. They'll leave now." Li Rongxue's gaze dimmed when she saw him leaving without any hesitation. "Princess," the pretty servant frowned as she walked forward. "Forget it. We can't force him. We'll send other people if there's no other choice," Li Rongxue said helplessly. Chapter 297, A Sorrowful Past. After walking out of the Lord Yang residence, Wang Tung turned around and shook his head. Li Rongxue acted too smart this time. If she had made the deal with him straightforwardly, Wang Tung might have agreed if the rewards were suitable. He had grudges against the Yao family. He was in the dark now, so he didn't mind letting them suffer a little more. But Li Rongxue thought that she was able to control people with her methods and made a fool of herself in the end. If Wang Tung was an ordinary youngster, he might be grateful towards her and chose to help her this time. Unfortunately, he wasn't so naive. He wouldn't let anyone control him either. Speaking about it, the Yao family was like a rock weighing on his heart. Although it was small, it made him uncomfortable. Even though Yao Yu was killed by Li Rongxue, he was still the accomplice. Despite destroying all evidence, the Yao family would notice something as time went by. Should he annihilate the Yao family or not? Wang Tung touched his chin as he went back to the back garden of the Rune Society. He locked himself in his room and took out the translated version of the lunar eclipse poison scripture. He wasn't afraid that Li Rongxue would trick him. If she really did that, they would become archenemies. Based on her style, she wouldn't do this. At the same time, he wouldn't be naive and believe that this lunar eclipse poison scripture was entirely safe. However, he knew that once he cultivated the lunar eclipse poison scripture once, it would appear on his attributes panel. At that time, he would know if there was any problem with it. This was the reason why he was so confident. Half an hour later, Wang Tung closed the lunar eclipse poison scripture. His eyes shimmered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips uncontrollably. It's an Earth rank low class 4 skill scripture. What a gain. Earth rank skill scripture. This was his first time seeing an Earth rank skill scripture. Despite going through it only once, he understood the cultivation method. This was the benefit of having high enlightenment and talent. Merging the strength of the moon with the poison force for cultivation. The force cultivated is extremely poisonous and icy. Its attacking power is strong too. This is quite unique. Wang Tung thought to himself. However, he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other information. Before this, he didn't have much understanding about poison. Since he wanted to become a qualified poison element martial warrior, he should do it properly. The information was quite thorough. Wang Tung had gotten lucky this time. Li Rongxue had collected all kinds of knowledge to save her father. He was just enjoying the fruits of her labor. This was a rare chance. As he was looking at the materials, he suddenly stopped flipping the book. A glint flashed past his eyes. He immediately took out the spiritual herb he had found below the swamp, the one that looked like ginseng. He compared it with the description and picture in the book. That's right. This is the black snake poisonous ginseng. Wang Tung nodded to himself. The black snake poisonous ginseng had many benefits for snake-type poison star beasts. It could help them with their cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. Of course, it was beneficial to a normal poison element martial warrior too. They could either use it directly or make Dan pills to support their cultivation. It was an amazing spiritual item. Wang Tung kept the ginseng and continued browsing the book. He read it from afternoon until evening the next day. He never left his room other than the times Su Lingxian came to ask him to eat. Fortunately, his enlightenment was high, and his comprehension ability wasn't weak. If not, he wouldn't be able to memorize this enormous amount of knowledge. Even so, after reading all the materials, he still felt his head hurt. I shouldn't work so hard next time. My head is about to explode. Wang Tung shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he looked at his attributes panel. When he scanned the board, an exclamation escaped his mouth. His gaze landed on the secondary job row. Poison Master? This is a job? Wang Tung was startled. This change was unexpected. Poison Master, beginner stage, 12 out of 100. Wang Tung looked at the poor stats. He gritted his teeth and spent 600 blank attributes to raise it to the advanced stage. Poison Master, advanced stage, 12/1000. The poison knowledge flowed into his mind as though he had been reading them for many years. He instantly became a poison expert. This feeling is good. If Poison Master wasn't so rare, I wouldn't have needed to waste my blank attributes to raise it. Wang Tung shook his head. He still felt a little heartache. After all, it wasn't easy to accumulate blank attributes. Since I've already mastered it, it's time to start practicing the poison scripture. It was late at night, but Wang Tung still went out secretly. The poison force would only exist in special areas, and Wang Tung only knew of one such place. It was the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. Wang Tung executed his fastest speed and landed from the air half an hour later. There was a swamp in front of him. Before he reached this place, he had already checked the environment using the spirit flame, Ghost Crow's vision. He didn't notice any signs of other human beings. Yao Yu and his subordinates had died here. It was better to be careful. When Wang Tung came to the swamp, He jumped in without any hesitation, going right to the deepest portion. After the king of this place was killed, many poisonous creatures had started to get restless. They killed each other to fight for the empty throne. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as the coxcomb jade scale python. After losing the black snake poisonous ginseng, it was extremely hard for them to become advanced rank star beasts. Thus, this swamp might be without a leader for a long time. These poisonous creatures slaughtered one another, so the poison in this swamp got stronger. The poison force in this area got thicker too. Wang Tong sat down at the bottom of the swamp and started using the cultivation method on the lunar eclipse poison scripture to suck the poison force around him. One could see a small whirlpool forming with Wang Tong in the center. The water spiraled, and wisps of poison force started congregating around him. At the same time, the moonlight shining on the swamp got pulled inside. On the surface, the swamp was calm. Nothing amiss could be seen. For the next few days, Wang Tong would cultivate in the swamp every night. His poison force rose furiously. One night, he finished his cultivation and looked at the attributes panel in satisfaction. Poison force, 151 out of 1,000, 3-star. He had successfully reached 3-star soldier level for his poison force. If he executed his poison force now, the effects would be much stronger. Before he climbed out from the swamp, he used his spirit flame Ghost Crow's vision to observe the situation outside. He had been prudent these past few days. He would observe his surroundings before leaving to prevent an ambush. He hadn't seen anyone coming here recently, so he was just observing out of habit. But, unexpectedly, he saw someone lurking suspiciously nearby. It's him. That fellow is called Yu Jingfu. Wang Tong's eyes lit up, and he smiled. This was the man beside Yao Yu at that time. He noticed that things weren't right, so he ran away quickly. Hence, Wang Tong and Li Rongxue didn't have the time to stop him. However, he stepped willingly into the trap today. Why did this fellow come here at this time? Wang Ting thought to himself curiously. No one knew that Yu Jingfu was actually a poison element martial warrior. Oh, not yet. Now, he was just a person with poison talent. Undoubtedly, this was a sad story. He had poison force, but he couldn't find a poison force skill scripture. He didn't have any elders wanting him to be their disciples. So he idled away half his life and still didn't become a poison element martial warrior. However, it was a total waste of time. He struggled and gradually started learning about poison. He became a poison master. Some time ago, he got to know Yao Yu through some methods and helped him scheme against Li Rongxue. He wanted to get the poison force skill scriptures Li Rongxue had collected. But, in the end, Wang Tong destroyed his plan. He wouldn't be able to get the poison scriptures anymore. He even hid for many days because he didn't dare to let Li Rongxue and the Yao family find him. He knew that both of them wouldn't let him go. But if he were to leave Yang City like this, he felt unwilling. He hid for many days before finally choosing to come to this swamp today. He knew that the coxcomb jade scale python was killed, so this place wasn't dangerous anymore. He guessed that there must be spiritual herbs in the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. It might be the item he was looking for. I hope that Li Rongxue and the young man haven't found it. Yu Jingfu hoped for the best and came to the edge of the swamp. He swallowed a pill and applied some dark green ointment to his body. Then, he took out a translucent airbag and wrapped it around his head. It looked like an airtight helmet. Ancestors, please bless me. After doing all the preparations, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the swamp. Yu Jingfu was a poison master and was able to enter the depth of the swamp, but the difficulties inside caused him many sufferings. He took much effort to reach the bottom of the swamp. The image below was a little blurry. He only saw everything clearly when he was close by. He saw a human figure in front of him. Yu Jingfu shuddered immediately. His face turned pale in fright, and his soul almost left his body. He didn't expect someone to be in this swamp. Even more, it was the devilish young man who had spoiled his plan. However, Yu Jingfu was incredibly sly. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he turned around and wanted to escape. But, with his speed, he wasn't able to run away from Wang Tong. Why are you running? Wang Tong moved his body and appeared not far in front of Yu Jingfu. He blocked his path. Are you a human or a ghost? Yu Jingfu asked in fear. Although he didn't have poison force, he still had the translucent helmet on his head. He was able to breathe and make sounds. Of course, I'm a human. Wang Tong sized up his appearance with interest. He smiled, revealing his frightening, white teeth. What are you doing here? When Yu Jingfu looked at his harmless expression, his heart trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he smiled in embarrassment and replied honestly, "Nothing. I just wanted to see if I could get lucky." "You must be looking for this, right?" Wang Tong took out the poison ginseng and said with a smile. Yu Jingfu felt bitter in his heart. Fine, he had no chance now. Chapter 298. Yang City Academy. Yu Jingfu looked at the black snake poisonous ginseng in Wang Tong's hand and knew that he had no chance of getting it anymore. Also, he didn't know what his ending would be now that he had landed in the hands of this devilish young man. He suddenly recalled the martial warriors that were smashed into the ground. He saw them when he was running away. He couldn't help but shiver. Yu Jingfu had a painful expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you need to let me go? I'm curious. What abilities do you have?" Wang Tong asked with interest. "My only ability is poison," Yu Jingfu replied honestly. "So you're a poison master. No wonder." Wang Tong was enlightened. He continued asking, "What level are you at?" "I have been traveling the land and learned many things. I was fortunate enough to become an advanced stage poison master." Yu Jingfu was a little arrogant when he talked about his specialty. He claimed that he was fortunate, but in reality, he felt that he had gained all his achievements today because of his talent. Wang Ting thought that his methods were a little unorthodox, but he still maintained his indifferent expression and said calmly, "Although you're a little old, it's indeed an achievement for you to become an advanced stage poison master." Yu Jingfu wanted to scold this little guy for being ignorant. However, he was asking a favor from Wang Tong, so he had to bow down to him. He said awkwardly, "It's not worth mentioning. How about this? You will teach me everything you've learned in 3 days. After that, they'll let you go," Wang Tong said. "You must be kidding. Even though poison isn't as extensive and profound as rune or alchemy, it's still not an easy field. It's impossible to learn everything in 3 days. You might not be able to do it in 3 years, much less 3 days." Yu Jingfu rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. He felt that this young man was really ignorant to say such a thing. "You don't have to care about that. Teach me everything you know in 3 days. Whether I learn it or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you," Wang Tong said. "Really?" Yu Jingfu's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. Even if he recited everything he had learned in 3 days, the young man might not be able to understand a single thing. "You are already in my hands. Why do I have to lie to you?" The smile at the edge of Wang Tong's lips got bigger. "In that case, I can give it a try." Yu Jingfu sighed in his heart as he nodded. "Good. A wise man submits to fate," Wang Tong said. They left the swamp together. Along the way, Yu Jingfu felt more and more bewildered. He was an advanced stage poison master, but he had to use all kinds of methods to travel in this swamp. Yet, it was still inconvenient for him. On the other hand, Wang Tong seemed to be walking on the ground. He wasn't the least bit affected. He couldn't help but think that this young man must have saved Li Rongxue for her poison scripture. A thought flashed past his mind. He was enlightened. This young man must be a poison element martial warrior. Yu Jingfu was flabbergasted. At the same time, he was envious. He had searched half his life for a poison scripture. However, this young brat had already gotten his hands on one. Comparisons indeed made people angry. Also, he knew that this young man didn't just possess poison force. He was a talented martial warrior with ice and fire elements. God is unfair. This young man is a triple element talent. His gift is extraordinary. What about him? He had wasted half his life and barely managed to become an advanced stage poison master. In front of a real martial warrior, he was a nobody that could be killed easily. He needed to be extremely careful to survive until today. Just when he was engrossed in his thoughts, the young man in front of him opened his mouth and said, "You must have poison element talent, right?" It was a question, but his tone was resolute. Yu Jingfu felt that there was already nothing to hide. He nodded and said, yes. It must have been not easy for you. You only managed to find a poison element scripture at this age. However, I disrupted your plan and snatched it from you. You must hate me. Hearing the young man's soft laughter, Yu Jingfu felt a chill down his spine. He replied hurriedly, I don't have any martial arts cultivation, so I can only get it using tricks. I can't get the poison scripture because I'm not strong enough. I don't hate anyone. You're the clouds in the sky, while I'm the mud on the ground. I don't dare to have this thought. Oh, you don't dare to? But you have this emotion. Wang Teng teased. Yu Jingfu. All right, look at how frightened you are. Wang Teng waved his hand and said, the scripture I got from Li Rongxue is called Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. It is an Earth rank low-class scripture. Earth rank. Yu Jingfu's breathing got heavier when he heard this, and his eyes turned red. He felt that he had missed a few 100 million. I can give you this poison scripture. Wang Teng turned to look at him. He didn't laugh at him for losing his cool. It was an understandable reaction. What I need to do in exchange? Yu Jingfu suppressed the astonishment in his heart as he asked. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That'll depend on you. If I'm satisfied with the price you pay, I'll naturally give you the scripture, Wang Teng said. Yu Jingfu's gaze flickered furiously. After some time, he took a deep breath and said, I need to think. Wang Teng nodded. You can tell me your address. I'll look for you when I'm free. Don't run around. All right, my name is Wang Teng. All right. Yu Jingfu turned and left. Academy. When Wang Teng went back to the Rune Society, he saw Su Lingxian heading out. He asked her and got to know that she needed to go back to school to study. He was surprised. What's there to be surprised about? Don't you have something similar on Earth? What is it called? Su Lingxian frowned and scratched her head. She suddenly couldn't remember the name. She knew that Wang Teng came from Earth. School. Wang Teng was speechless. He couldn't help but remind her. All right, school. Don't you have schools too? Su Lingxian asked. I'm just curious why you need to go to an academy to study, Wang Teng said. I can only learn about runes from Master. I have to learn other things in the academy, Su Lingxian replied. Let me go with you to take a look, Wang Teng said. He suddenly had an idea. What do you want to do? Su Lingxian looked at him with vigilance. What's with your gaze? I just want to follow you and take a look. Wang Ting didn't know what to reply. I won't believe you. Su Lingxian rolled her eyes and left. Wang Ting followed her hurriedly. Yang City Academy. The name of this academy was straightforward. Since it was located in Yang City, it was called the Yang City Academy. Once a child reached a suitable age, whether they came from an average or elite family, they could enter the Yang City Academy to study. The academy taught all kinds of knowledge, including arts, literature, music, rune, smithery, alchemy, martial arts, and many others. There were many students in the academy with no lack of talents. All the academies had top-tier talents who were famous outside. Along the way, Su Lingxian introduced the history and current state of Yang City Academy to Wang Teng. Chapter 299. Come Together the Yang City Academy. Wang Teng followed Su Lingxian to the academy. There were many magnificent buildings on the campus. Directly in front of them was a green stone tablet with the words Yang City Academy carved on it. It looked ancient and weather-beaten, clearly having a long history. The gates of the academy were wide open, and anyone could enter. In fact, many people would come to admire the atmosphere in the school every day. The Yang City Academy was also known as the crib for breeding talents. Over time, many gifted students had walked out of its gates. All the descendants of the elite families were sent here to study. One could imagine how powerful the institute was. No one dared to create trouble in the school, so they didn't have to keep a special lookout. Wang Ting looked at the students walking in and out around him. The youngest was 12 years old, while the oldest was 25. It was a youthful and vibrant place. How many years has the academy been around? Wang Teng asked curiously as he walked through the gates with Su Lingxian. He sized up the ancient-looking buildings around him. More than 3,000 years, Su Lingxian replied proudly. 3,000 years. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This place had a long history. Since it was able to last until today, it must have weathered many storms throughout the years. It's hard to imagine, right? This academy has existed ever since Yang City was built. The other cities have their academies too, Su Lingxian said. I can see that your empire places high importance in talents. No wonder it's able to stay erect for more than 1,000 years, Wang Tong said. That's right. Our empire thinks highly of talents. They even established multiple important rankings for the talents. The youth have a gifted ranking. Those that are 30 years old and below have a talent ranking. And there is a general ranking where only generals can enter. Everything is based on one's ability. They are all mighty warriors. There are also similar rankings for rune masters, blacksmiths, and alchemists too. For instance, rune masters like us have a rune master ranking. Entering the rank means glory for rune masters like us. The top 10 rune masters are all legendary figures. Besides, the first in ranking is the only Grandmaster stage rune master in the empire. Su Lingxian gave a longing look when she said this. Wang Tong smiled and asked, did anyone in Yang City Academy enter the gifted ranking? Of course. The Yang City Academy is one of the top schools in the empire. We have more than 10 people in the gifted ranking. Su Lingxian raised her long neck like a proud white swan. What's the highest rank? Wang Tong asked again. Senior sister Dongfang Yu is number 10 on the gifted ranking. Admiration appeared on Su Lingxian's face when she talked about her. Only number 10? Wang Tong thought that their ranking would be higher, but they barely managed to enter the top 10. Only, Su Lingxian looked at him in shock, as though she had heard something ridiculous. What an arrogant comment. At this moment, an unhappy sound interrupted their conversation. Wang Tong turned and saw a few figures standing not far away on his left. They might have heard what he said when they walked past him and stopped in their tracks. The person who spoke was the leader of the group. He was a young man around 20 years old. The young man walked over with his friends and asked Su Lingxian, Junior Su, is this your friend? Senior Xiaoshan, yes, he's my friend. He's a little straightforward, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't mind what he said, Su Lingxian replied hurriedly. He speaks badly of senior sister Dongfang. Your friend is extremely ignorant, Xiaoshan mocked. Was I speaking to you just now? Wang Tong suddenly smiled and asked, so what if you weren't? Xiaoshan frowned. Why are you interrupting me then? Wang Tong looked at him with disdain. He turned and asked Su Lingxian, are all the students of Yang City Academy as disrespectful as him? Su Lingxian had a bad premonition in her heart. She felt her head spinning. As expected, troubles would happen every time she brought this fellow out. Her instinct was right. Glib tongue. Xiaoshan's expression turned serious. He was furious. You're not allowed to create trouble in Yang City Academy. This sentence is enough for me to look for the teachers and principal of the school for an explanation, Wang Tong said with a cold smile. You mock the most outstanding student of our school. As a member of this school, I won't allow an ignorant person like you to talk bullshit. Xiaoshan's expression changed as he spoke. When did I ever humiliate her? Wang Tong felt speechless. Was this the legendary bootlicker? How did his mind work? Don't try to make excuses. We heard what you said just now. You know whether you are mocking our senior in your heart, Xiaoshan said. That's right, we all heard it. Your tone was filled with disdain. I don't know what right you have to look down on our senior Dongfang. You must be a country bumpkin, right? You are ignorant, so all you can say is nonsense. The world is big and filled with all kinds of people. What a joke. The students behind Xiaoshan agreed with him after hearing his words. They started condemning him as though he had done something evil. Let's leave quickly. Su Lingxian pulled Wang Tong and wanted to leave. She felt that Wang Tong was a little straightforward, but it was an unintentional mistake. He wasn't looking down on their senior. However, these people didn't want to let him go. They must be senior Dongfang's admirers and couldn't hear any bad words about her. The best way to tackle their pestering was to run as far as possible. There's no hurry. Wang Tong broke free from Su Lingxian's grasp gently. He remained indifferent as he said, I don't care what your intention is for the wild talk in front of me. You better get out of my sight now. He wants us to get out. This fellow is so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think too highly of himself. Everyone's face turned black, and they started shouting. I don't care who you are. You must give us an explanation today, Xiaoshan said with a stern face. Sigh, why do you have to find trouble for yourself? Wang Teng sighed. He tilted his head and asked Su Lingxian, can you hit people in Yang City Academy? You can. As long as both parties are willing, it won't be a problem. Su Lingxian lowered her voice and continued. Forget it. Xiaoshan is at the 3-star soldier level. He's quite strong. There's no need to fight over some words. You might get hurt. Wang Ting didn't reply to her. 3-star soldier level? Was that very strong? You want to hit me? Xiaoshan smiled. Everyone, he wants to hit me. Do you think I should hit him? I don't want to hit you, Wang Tong said. Are you regretting what you just said? Xiaoshan mocked. Why are you so impatient? I haven't finished my sentence. I don't want to hit you alone. I want to hit every one of you. You can come together. Don't tell me you're scared to fight with me. Wang Ting looked at him and said calmly. How dare you? Agree to him. I'll hit him until his parents can't recognize him. Wang Tong's words ignited everyone's anger. They were all furious and wanted to teach Wang Ting a lesson. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish, Xiaoshan said indignantly. He seemed exceptionally calm, though. He didn't think Wang Tong was a threat, as he was highly confident in his strength. He had just reached 20, yet was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was one of the more outstanding students in the Yang City Academy. Are you ready? Wang Tong asked. Go. Hit him. The moment Xiaoshan finished speaking, Wang Tong took a step forward. Once things got unbearable, there was no need to bear with it anymore. He wouldn't spoil these conceited students. The fire force in his body was activated. It congregated on his fist as he charged towards the crowd in a blink of an eye. This fellow. Astonishment flashed past Su Lingxian's beautiful eyes. This was the first time she saw Wang Tong in action. Although he hadn't started fighting with the other students, he already gave off a powerful aura. Xiaoshan and the others could also feel the powerful aura on Wang Tong's body. Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. 3 people stepped forward, and their force surged out of their bodies as they welcomed Wang Tong's attack. Moo! Wang Tong punched his fist out, and a violent air wave slammed into the 3 of them. They were thrown off their feet. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures landed in different directions and smashed on the ground. Wang Ting didn't even glance at them. Instead, he continued charging towards Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan turned serious. Earth force spurted out of his body, causing his figure to become taller and bigger. When he stepped forward, the power was frightening. The ground seemed to be shaking under his might. He slammed his huge arms at Wang Tong. Die! Bang! A dull sound spooked the spectators. A figure flew out and vomited blood in midair, his face pale. It was Xiaoshan. Chapter 300. Her besties could finally be put to use. Xiaoshan flew backward in midair with a look of disbelief on his face. He was so proud and confident earlier. Yet in the end, he couldn't even last one move in front of Wang Tong. How was this possible? But that was the truth. The group of arrogant students only had a few people left. When they saw Xiaoshan getting defeated, they stopped in their tracks and started retreating unconsciously. However, Wang Tong didn't plan to let them off. Since he had said that he wanted to fight all of them, he must keep his promise. None of them was going to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Dull and heavy collisions rang out in the area, along with screams of agony. With Wang Tong in the center, the students flew out in all directions. Their faces were severely bruised, and they kept crying in pain. Silence. The crowd was dead silent. Wang Tong and Xiaoshan's fight had lasted for only a few seconds. Xiaoshan and his friends were all defeated. It felt a little unreal. And he was so violent. Wang Tong looked harmless on the surface, but he was ruthless and violent in his actions. It formed a huge contrast. Su Lingxian opened her little mouth and stared at him with wide eyes. She saw Wang Tong in a whole new light. Are you sure you're a rune master? A rune master possessing such powerful martial arts ability. Brother, your path is a little crooked. Wang Tong ignored everyone's gaze. He turned around abruptly and strode towards Xiaoshan. A few students were helping him up, but they automatically moved away. There was fear on their faces. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. What do you want? Xiaoshan's expression changed. As Wang Tong walked towards him, his anxiousness grew. He wanted to escape. At this moment, he sorely regretted his actions. If he knew that this fellow was so strong, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He moved his body, appeared beside Xiaoshan, and grabbed his leg. "Let me go." Xiaoshan saw something in Wang Tong's eyes. He was so frightened that he started kicking his legs. His voice had suddenly turned shrill. However, Wang Tong's grip was like a metal chain. He grasped his ankle tightly and swung his arms. Xiaoshan was slammed onto the ground like a sandbag. Boom! The people around them were flabbergasted, and their eyelids kept jumping. They had never seen such a malicious person in their lives before. They were too scared to stop him in any way. "I have nothing against you if you want to be a bootlicker. But don't provoke me," Wang Tong said coldly. He lifted his arm again and threw Xiaoshan on the ground a couple more times. Then, he flung him aside, casually. Bang! Xiaoshan's body fell on the ground like a dead object. It gave a dull thud and rolled a few times before stopping. The bystanders felt their hearts shudder. Xiaoshan struggled a few times and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. There was fear in his gaze. He didn't even look Wang Tong in the eye, running off in a bedraggled state. The other students who had shouted at Wang Tong earlier had already disappeared. They didn't dare to make any sound when Xiaoshan was especially taken care of, much less speak up for him. Wang Tong scanned the ground. Earth Force *25, Fire Force *10, Spirit *3, Water Force *12. He picked them up. They were all normal attribute bubbles. Wang Ting didn't take much notice of them. "Let's go." He walked to Su Lingxian, feeling refreshed after venting his frustration. His expression was calm, too. It was as if he had done something small and insignificant. However, when Su Lingxian heard this voice, she jumped in shock. But thinking about it, although she was cheeky and bold, she was also his junior sister. She didn't offend him either, so there was no need to be afraid. She patted her chest and said, "Next time, remind me before you speak. You almost scared me to death." Wang Tong was speechless. Remind her before he spoke? How was he supposed to do that? This demand was a little outrageous. "Haha, I didn't know that you were so powerful. Please take care of me in the future, senior brother." Su Lingxian sniggered. She used her elbow to nudge Wang Tong. "You said that you will introduce beauties to me if I treat you to meals. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet, and still want me to take care of you? You must be dreaming." Wang Tong rolled his eyes. "Look at what you're saying. I brought you here today to introduce beauties to you. I have many buddies in school, and all of them are pretty. You can choose any one of them." Su Lingxian betrayed her besties without blinking. If I didn't want to come and take a look, you wouldn't have brought me here," Wang Tong said with a cold smile. "Sigh, the details are not important. What's important is the result, right? Since you're here, he'll introduce some beauties to you. Isn't that the best result? Come, don't speak anymore. He'll introduce them to you." Su Lingxian's pupils twirled around her eyes. She had witnessed Wang Tong's ability, so she wanted to hug him as tightly as possible. Her besties could finally be put to use. The female students in Yang City Academy are high in quality, Wang Tong exclaimed as he glanced around him. Of course, most of the students here come from elite families. Their bloodlines are outstanding, so their appearances are amazing too. Su Lingxian suddenly thought of something and said, "All right, Xiaoshan is not important, but senior sister Dongfang has many fans, especially male fans. They won't let anyone speak badly of her. You need to be careful. Why are they doing such useless things when they could be cultivating?" Wang Tong scoffed. "Does Dongfang know about this?" Senior Dongfang knows and has talked about it many times, but her fans continue to do it. She didn't know what to do either. She couldn't beat them up, right? Su Lingxian frowned. She also felt that these people went a little overboard. The Yang City Academy was huge. After going deep into the academy, Wang Tong noticed that all the buildings were unique in their own ways. They had different uses. Wang Tong followed Su Lingxian for a long time before arriving at a courtyard. "This is the dormitory. I come here to stay occasionally. First, it's convenient for me to go to class, and second, I can make more friends. It's normal for elite families to interact with one another, Su Lingxian explained. Wang Ting nodded. This situation happened on Earth too. The descendants of the elite families were mostly the second or third generations. They participated in all kinds of social events from a young age so that they could expand their network. He had followed the same practice in the past. However, after he was reborn, he let go of many things and stopped asking for too much. There were not many people worth being intimate with. Also, because of the path he chose, he would be able to get anything he wanted if he was strong enough. Whether it was pretentious or sincere, he could ignore everything once he was powerful. Where are the guys? I only see young ladies, Wang Ting asked. He had suddenly realized this. Oh, that's because this is the ladies' dormitory, Su Lingxian said indifferently. This isn't right. Wang Tung's eyes lit up, but he remained righteous. It's all right. You can wait outside. He'll call them out. They should all be here at this time. We can have a meal together later, Su Lingxian said. Wang Tung. F***K. This is different from what I thought.